Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Heroes Chronicle Forum. Goddesses Divine Energy Bags 261 plus 72. The underscore goddess underscore appearance .jpg 128 plus 105. Isn't the Demon King storyline a bit clicked? 29 plus 43. So what was the story again? 35 plus 82. Spoiler, a 3-line summary of the story for those who missed the live stream 492 plus 564. The chat was buzzing with talks about the goddess's chest, but fortunately, there was a summary of the story I had missed online. Spoiler, a 3-line summary of the story for those who missed the live stream. Goddess underscore with underscore outstretched underscore arms underscore n underscore a underscore smile.jpg. Goddess underscore chest underscore bone underscore zoomed underscore in.jpg. Goddess underscore chest underscore only underscore zoomed underscore in.jpg. Goddess outside the tower 2. Demon King inside the tower 3. Oh no, it's overflowing. Please stop. You've King B asterisk H, is this right? It's not wrong, but it's a little off. The goddess, creator of this world, has a big and thick tower inserted by the Demon King, and it's sticky. Anyway, the monsters are coming out of the tower, so just kill them. The text and the images don't match. Is the Demon King female? Although the explanation was buried in the comments rather than in the actual post, I was able to summarize the game's story. In this world created and nurtured by the goddess, the Demon King is planning an invasion by first establishing a tower. The portals connecting the inside and outside of the tower were part of the invasion, and the reason why the boss monsters occasionally appeared outside the tower. The monsters inside the tower, imitations of the goddess's creations, were made of magic stones and lacked reproductive abilities. This is because the inside of the tower is a fake world where life cannot exist, and the Demon King wants to perfectly harmonize the inside and outside of the tower, creating a lifeless world. I don't know how many posts I had to go through to find this information since Hansea's VODs haven't been uploaded yet. Those crazy people even cursed the ones who tried to explain it properly. Ah, I see. There were no traces of orcs, and the blessing of divine energy was received in the southeastern clearing. Yes. I carefully examined the clearings using magic. Pretending to look over my physical condition, I busily searched the internet forums. Meanwhile, Hansea, as the party leader, was completing the quest, or rather, fulfilling the adventurer request. Receiving quest rewards as a player is different from receiving request rewards as an adventurer, from the Knights Division. Double charging is wrong, but wouldn't all players welcome double rewards with open arms? Anyway, there's no way the Knights Division would refuse to pay the request rewards after we were even blessed by the goddess. Was there anything else unusual? No. We looked everywhere that orcs might be, but found nothing. She becomes polite in front of authority. No, it's because she's in front of someone who pays, she's being polite. She's squeezing money even in-game, crazy. If you pay, you're a knight, if you don't, you're a nameless bastard. Chat deleted by the mod. The knight in charge of the forest also glanced at Hansea's staff once and shook his head. There's no way to submit evidence that there are no orcs anyway. The knight scribbles something on a document before heading into the tent behind him, emerging with a hefty leather pouch. Judging by its size, it's unlikely to be filled with gold coins, it's probably a large leather bag mixed with silver and copper coins. Whether it's for convenience or because tossing a few gold coins would seem unimpressive, it's sure to be mostly copper coins. As expected, the bag was filled with copper coins, and Hansea's brow furrowed peculiarly as she received the pouch and put it in her inventory. We can head back to the city now. We're so close to the capital, should we really head back right away? It feels a bit disappointing. Do you have business in the capital? Not really, I'm just a bit curious. While Hansea is organizing her inventory, Grace and Irene chatter away. Irene is eager to see the children back home, while Grace is curious about the kingdom's capital, but not to sightsee. It's a fantasy world modeled after the Middle Ages, so what tourist attractions or amusement parks could there be? While the unseen capital may be intriguing, there's nothing much to see there, just like the other cities. Although there are more noble mansions in the capital than in the city, what fun would there be in looking at the outside of someone else's house? The capital, if we don't have anything specific to see, let's visit some other time. Yeah, I was just curious. As we talk among ourselves, a soldier comes and guides us to a carriage. Though the reward is little, having a carriage prepared for our travel is quite nice. It's a bit of a humorous thought, but it's like the difference in benefits between a small and a large company. As I head towards the carriage, mulling over memories from my past life, Caden, who has been quiet until now, gently approaches me. She's likely a bit uneasy since the Northern Duke and I had a private conversation. Roland? What? What did you discuss with the Duke? I remember telling the group that I couldn't share private matters concerning the ducal family, but she either didn't hear it or is trying to figure out how much I know. I paused to think about how to respond before slyly throwing a remark. Don't worry, Katie Wesley! Exclamation point. She freezes like a cat that's seen a cucumber asterisk, her face suddenly going slack and her body stiffening, her walk becoming awkward. Her odd reaction goes unnoticed as our companions climb into the carriage one by one. Caden, who ends up sitting next to me thanks to the seating arrangement, subtly shifts her hips to create some distance between us. In contrast to the girls, who are closer to one another, chatting, Caden and I sit apart, looking out of the carriage window. As the rest of the group sadly watches the receding of forest, she steals glances at my face several times. In the end, all we did was admire this beautiful forest. When we get back and start climbing the tower again, it'll feel completely different there. It was a blessed forest, after all. It was a joyous experience to feel the goddess's grace firsthand. Whether a storm is raging in Caden's, or rather Katie Wesley's head or not, the carriage slowly plods on. Ray translations. The return journey was also uneventful. There was nothing to show, so Hansea turned off her stream for the time being. The carriage was driven by a coachman we had not seen before, and thanks to the Knights Division and the army, the main roads near the capital were clear and quiet, devoid of bandits or wandering monsters. Occasionally, a noble's carriage or a merchant's loaded vehicle would pass by, providing the perfect environment to browse the internet in peace. It's kind of bothering me. I had set up the internet window to look like I was gazing out the carriage window, but I could feel a fierce gaze from the side. The source of the gaze was, of course, Caden. Understandably, she must have wanted to say something after her runaway act was discovered, along with her disguise as a man, but she couldn't speak because Hansea was browsing the internet across from us, trying not to fall asleep. I was sitting by the right window, turning my head to the right to use the internet, while she sat by the left window, leaning against it and looking at me, so I couldn't help but feel her gaze. Even an ordinary middle or high school student from peaceful South Korea would notice it at this level. Did these guys come from the year 3023? Virtual_reality_game_heroes_chronicle_news.jpg. Potential_medical_advancements_n_virtual_reality_news.jpg. I thought the idea of a virtual reality game was nonsense, but now all sorts of things are popping up, like neurological treatment and PTSD treatment. Nowadays, devices respond with honorifics, turning them into obedient slaves. Red-eyed_android-type_villain_robot.jpg. The time when humanity becomes enslaved is not far off. I never thought the singularity would come so soon. First, they beat us in Go, then in art, now in being human. A pro gamer already lost to an AI set at human level. Damn true, it beat them even before heroes got popular. Why are these guys mixing virtual reality games and AI? Because there's AI in virtual reality? Of course, I was diligently browsing the internet. News of a pro team losing to a 5-member AI team in an AOS** game, or the introduction of jelly-like nutrition food you'd expect to see in an SF** movie, and other fictional stories. I felt relieved because, between other celebrity news and useless articles, at least I knew I wasn't a brain in a jar. Han Seo was connected to the real world, communicating with tens of thousands of viewers. There were creative works on video sites that I would never be able to watch in my lifetime, and if I added other novels, comics, movies, etc., available on the internet, there would be even more. I was brushing off this occasional surge of doubt and anxiety when the carriage came to a gentle stop. "Once we get off, could we talk for a moment?" At the same time, Caden softly spoke to me. "Help streamer Han Seo clear the main quest 1/1 clear. Reward, fragment of information." What's this? This makes no sense. While riding the carriage back to the city, a hologram appeared before my eyes. Perhaps the pride battle between the Magic Tower and the Knights Division has ended? But more than the delight, there's confusion. Why give me a mere fragment when it could have been complete information? These sly developers. They've segregated forum access rights from photo-taking rights, making it feel like they're upselling DLCs. Now, it seems they're even dividing the rewards. Ugh, it doesn't feel like we left for that long. Why does it feel like we're only returning after such a long time? Perhaps because we experienced something incredible. Well, a baptism of divine energy. No one in my village, or this city, would have experienced that before, right? While I'm glaring at the hologram, wondering what on earth the reward is, we naturally reach the city. Descending from the carriage, I stretch with the rest of the party and head toward the guild. Considering the time, we could head straight to the inn, but since Han Seo also knows that it's time to receive her rewards, the two of us naturally head towards the guild. Seeing us, the rest of the party quietly follows. "Hey, Hannah. How was a burn of forest?" We completed the request. I'm not sure if I have to report on such personal requests though. Ellis was there, holding her post in the late afternoon. Whether it's due to the many things she has to take care of or her long hours at the guild, she always seems to be there when we return from completing a request. Perhaps there was no precedent for an adventurer entering the blessed forest, as Ellis seems rather excited. From the way she clings to Han Seo, bombarding her with questions, it seems like she was waiting for us out of personal curiosity. "Can you tell me about the blessed forest? Did you see anything?" It was like a place from a fairy tale. No dangerous animals, only creatures like squirrels and rabbits approaching us. The trees were dense, but sunlight came through well. It made the forest look lush yet bright. And ripe tree fruits were scattered along everywhere. Really? Forests usually aren't so welcoming to humans. The two engaged in friendly chatter, drawing the attention of the returning adventurers. After all, a chat between the guild's popular receptionist and a rising star adventurer would naturally turn heads. Regardless of the gathering attention, the two continue their lively discussion. Quietly, other adventurers gather around neighboring tables. Most are commoner-born adventurers, undoubtedly curious about the tales of the blessed Aberna forest, much like Ellis. With the two beauties sitting at the table, happily engaged in conversation, and the various adventurers pretending not to eavesdrop while leaning in, someone lightly tugs on my sleeve. "HM. What's going on?" "Roland, after hearing the voice of the goddess, how about we all offer a prayer at the temple together?" "I don't mind, but maybe we should ask the rest of the group." Irene, who had quietly approached, began to whisper as if sharing a secret. Her already soft voice had dropped even lower, as if she did not want others to know of our blessing. Come to think of it, Irene was the saint candidate. I had briefly forgotten because of the fire attribute disguised noble. It's not every day a saint candidate receives a divine blessing. Wait a minute. Isn't this an even bigger deal? A runaway cross-dressing noble versus a saint candidate who heard the voice of the goddess. Just stating them plainly, one could clearly tell which one was a bigger event. How did I only realize this now? I must have been too focused on Han Seo's stream. When the chat was constantly yammering on about the fire attribute sisters and the goddess's divine energy bags, I didn't give it a second thought. With my somewhat reluctant permission, Irene went through Grace and Caden to finally approach Han Seo. Her small figure, tugging on Hansea's sleeve, was unbearably adorable. Of course, the impact of her words was far from that. A temple visit? Sure, I'm in. Only then does Hansea seem to remember her title of Saint Candidate, her expression subtly shifting. It was a strange look, filled with contemplation and also expectation. If she were still streaming, the viewers would probably have teased her for that strange expression for at least half an hour. It was a godsend that she had ended the stream because the carriage ride was becoming dull. Hansea's stream has started. Return to the city. To the temple with the Saint Candidate. A surprise stream at this hour? Ugh, should have turned it on when she was chatting with Ellis. Right, wasn't our Irene the Saint Candidate? Seems everyone forgot because of those divine energy bags. To be honest, they were amazing. Also a fun way to troll LOL. Thinking this would be good content for her stream, Hansea goes live as we leave the guild and head to the temple. Viewers flood in, quickly discussing the stream title in the chat. Everyone was enchanted by the ethereal image of the goddess, but looking back as Saint Candidate and the goddess, it was a classic pairing. Will the other sisters * believe me? My heart is pounding harder than when I went on school trips as a kid. They will. This happened in the forest blessed by the goddess, after all. A visibly excited Irene takes the lead, followed closely by Hansea. Seeing their excitement, Grace faintly smiles. Grace probably thinks that Irene, being a young nun, is simply delighted by her spiritual experience. The chatterbox Irene, the equally enthusiastic Hansea, the warmly smiling Grace, and the amused observer, Caden, their steps were light on the way to the temple. Oh my, Irene. I heard you left on a request. We had some good fortune and completed it quickly, so I returned. What brings the rest of your party here? We wish to offer a short prayer in front of the goddess statue. The one to greet our bustling group at the temple was a gentle nun. She stood holding a rattle in one hand, likely just having finished attending to the children, a detail that left an impression. She appeared a bit taken aback when Irene, bubbly with excitement, abruptly decided to offer an evening prayer with the group, without any prior warning. From what I understand, churches usually have spaces designated for priests and nuns, places to care for children, and areas open for visitors to pray. They also have specified opening hours for those spaces. Just as you can't barge into a church anytime you want to pray, this temple must also have specific times for prayer. Irene, being a Saint Candidate, would know this better than anyone. Yet, she still brought us along, which would understandably fluster even the most welcoming of nuns. Irene? Oh, right. Seeing the nun's troubled expression, Irene seemed startled. Though it's not difficult to open the hall for visitors to pray, the soft-spoken and obedient girl's abrupt rush into things seemed to have thrown the nun off slightly. Perhaps realizing her behavior might have come off as rude, a blushing Irene tried to explain, which earned her a warm smile from the nun. The nun then pulled out a bunch of keys from her apron pocket and handed them over. All right, seeing how eager you are, there must be a reason. But remember, faith shouldn't be forced. It should come from the heart. No, it's not that. I didn't force them to come. I wonder if there's something like forceful evangelism in this world too. Irene's face turned tomato red, which was cute. With her nun attire concealing most of her features, her red face stood out even more. Like a person wrapped in a blanket with only their face showing. Does this world also have that kind of religious outreach? Bring a neighbor to the temple, get 5 dalants*. I remember a pastor's daughter who used to invite her friends for a weekday evening prayer session. Lol. Do they exchange worshippers for dalants here? LOL. If you blabber nonsense like that, the inquisitors will use you as a basement mop. The nun, with an understanding nod, quickly walked ahead. Irene, with her face still flushed, seemed to have forgotten all about explaining the baptism of divine energy or the voice of the goddess. Silently following the woman who led the way, a grand statue of the goddess appeared as the large wooden doors opened. When I first arrived in this world, I often visited the temple, thinking that if I prayed, the goddess might speak to me. Of course, neither did the goddess ever speak nor did I ever receive divine energy to become a true paladin. Here, you just need to pray. There's no need for a special pose or formality, just close your eyes tightly and think of the goddess. That's prayer. As expected of a religion based on Christianity and Catholicism, Irene, with a familiar posture, clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. I too brought my hands together and subtly closed my eyes. Would you like to view the fragment of information? But why does this open up in the temple? Even though I had closed my eyes in prayer, my vision remained remarkably clear. The most vivid sight was that of a beautiful woman clad in pure white cloth. She was the goddess, whose image I had seen time and again in the Heroes Chronicle forum. Due to her airy attire that revealed her arms and collarbone, like what one might see in Greek and Roman mythology, it was impossible not to recognize her. After all, every discussion forum had her picture attached, given how often it was posted. The problem was what she was doing. What's happening here? In a spacious area resembling a temple, the goddess, wearing a gentle smile, was bringing her hands together as if in prayer. No matter how I looked at it, it seemed as though she was offering prayers to someone. The religion in Heroes Chronicle was inspired by monotheistic religions like Christianity and Catholicism. The goddess was considered the creator of this world, even the monsters like orcs were claimed to be created by the omnipotent goddess. Yet here she was, praying to someone. What could this possibly mean? It's like claiming that in the Bible, God didn't say, "Let there be light," at the beginning, but instead prayed to the universe for it. Roland? Excuse me, Roland. What? With a worried tap on my shoulder, I came back to my senses, seeing the temple hall and the statue of the goddess. And Irene, who was looking at me with somewhat worried eyes. With my eyes open I see the goddess statue. With my eyes closed I see the figure of the goddess herself. It was dizzying. Are you feeling dizzy or tired? You've had your eyes closed for quite a while and you weren't responding. No, I was just lost in thought. Everyone knew that someone at the level of a senior adventurer wouldn't be affected by a mere 2-day carriage journey. The glances thrown my way were filled more with curiosity than worry. But with my dizzy head, I couldn't think of a plausible excuse, so I just brushed it off. I couldn't exactly tell them that I received a fragment of information as a reward for completing the quest, which used itself to show me the goddess. Either I would be considered a lunatic or revered as a paladin who received a divine revelation. Considering how temples in this fantasy world were intertwined with politics, neither seemed particularly beneficial for my journey to the top of the tower. You have confirmed a fragment of information. Part of the mana in your body is replaced by divine energy. What is this? If there's nothing else, let's call it a day since it's getting late. Let's all meet at the guild tomorrow morning. That sounds good. So, Roland, are we heading to the 21st floor tomorrow? Yes, that's right. Once we reach the 21st floor, let's train until we become familiar with the caves. At the mention of caves, the others' faces tense a little as we part ways and head back to our lodgings. Han Se-ah, who seemed disappointed that no additional events happened during our temple visit, disappeared with grace, bringing along the camera with them. Katie also stealthily made her exit. Walking alone on the dimly lit evening streets without a camera or my party, I felt a tingling yet comforting sensation in the corner of my heart. If my mana always felt like it turned my body into cold, hard steel, this faint divine energy felt like it was setting my body ablaze like fuel in an engine. Of course, this was just a feeling, and I had no idea how to use it. After 10 years of honing my magic, now I have divine energy. It's not like a military veteran returning home in the modern age would know how to control mana or practice energy management. I used my mana to strengthen my body and weapons in much the same way as one would exercise to train muscles. It was a feeling that I'd hammered into my body through practice, forming the foundation of my combat style. Adding to this, there were obvious differences between jobs within this game world. Just like how Grace was slower to notice the crude traps that one maid Mari could easily discern, I couldn't figure out how to use this new energy that I had just obtained, although it felt somewhat familiar to me. So, there was only one way. I would train and hammer the feeling into my body. It's been a while since I trained all night. I'd have liked to lie in bed and browse the internet, but I couldn't just ignore this newly acquired divine energy. Of course, even if I wanted to practice it, I couldn't pick a fight with someone in the city in the middle of the night, and it was too weird to rush into the tower alone right now. All I could do was try to get a feel for it. Heading towards the guild building, which was dark after Ellis had finished her shift, I stealthily climbed over the wall and entered the empty training grounds. The guild's grounds were clean, seemingly untouched by anyone today. Taking a position in the center of the grounds, I lifted my shield and took a deep breath. One relief was that the sensations of mana and divine energy were distinctly different, making it easy to distinguish. And perhaps because they were given to me by a divine being, there were no incompatibilities with my body. If I gather all the quest rewards, will all my mana turn into divine energy? Or will it happen when I rank up to 7? Instead of mana, I moved divine energy to strengthen my body and enhance my shield. Regardless of whether it was mana or divine energy, in the end, I was just using it to enhance my body and weapon, since I didn't know any holy arts. Drawing out the divine energy to the best of my ability, my shield began to glow with pure white light, similar to writing with your left hand when you're right-handed. Although I couldn't use it efficiently and I didn't understand the extent of its ability yet, there was a definite difference in color at least. Surely, the difference between mana and divine energy isn't just color, right? Ray translations. Han Sea's stream has begun. The world's first exploration of the 21st floor. The start of cave exploration. After trying various things with my shield until the moon set, I managed to snatch a few hours of sleep before Han Sea's stream notification woke me up. The 21st floor is a cave, so it seems like it's finally time for a mage like me to shine. Next up, Human Torch. Not good for anything other than lighting the way anyway. The contribution of a mage, light shuttle, securing vision. You win the game by placing wards well. Doesn't someone seem to be playing another game here? After washing off the sweat from the night, I head to the guild, where my companions are already seated at the table. It seemed like they woke up early in excitement, having heard the voice of the goddess and going to enter the 21st floor for the first time. Well, you would be closer to a psychopath not to get excited in a situation where you've received an actual revelation from the goddess. Even Katie, who is playing the role of a taciturn mercenary, cannot hide her flushed cheeks. Today, as I mentioned before, we're going to the 21st floor. It's a cave-type environment, completely different from the plains or the forest. If it's a cave, are the monsters completely different? Not exactly. Instead of moss wolves and helmeted deer, we'll encounter cave spiders and vampire bats. However, goblins and kobolds still appear. They show up everywhere. They do outside, so it must be the same inside the tower. Goblins and kobolds are kind of like roaches. They survive by adapting to any environment, fulfilling a role at the bottom of the food chain, cleaning up garbage. It's kind of how there are forest roaches and house roaches. But you should not let your guard down when you hear about goblins and kobolds. Naturally, the ones appearing in the plains are weaker than the ones in the forest, and the ones in the caves are stronger than the ones in the forest. It's only common sense that the monsters become stronger the higher you climb the tower. On top of that, stalactites and stalagmites make for unsteady footing, a major problem. They're far more bothersome than the tree roots in the forest, to the point that it's almost like there's no flat ground at all. Goblins and kobolds, as we've seen, roam in packs, so we don't need to worry as long as we're careful about the cave terrain. While they are stronger than the ones below, they're still manageable. The real problem is the cave spiders and vampire bats. If it's bats, they'll fly around, right? That's correct. Cave spiders crawl on the walls and ceiling, moving in 3 dimensions, and vampire bats outright fly. They're fundamentally different from the ground-running beast-type monsters. At Han Sea's murmuring, everyone nods and the atmosphere becomes slightly serious. If hunting the horned wolves on the 10th floor is the boundary between beginners and intermediates, hunting monsters on the 21st floor could be said to be the boundary line for veterans. Facing gigantic cave spiders crawling on the walls and vampire bats swooping in from the dark is a different game altogether. From swinging a sword to maintaining formation, it's all entirely different from the lower floors. The fortunate part is that we have a mage in our party. That spares our vanguard the trouble of having to handle a torch. So, should I keep my light magic active? No, your mana isn't infinite. We'll bring a torch with us. Your role is to brighten our vision when we're in battle. So she's a real-life flashlight, lol. Seems like she won't even need to learn other offensive spells besides magic missile. Just make sure Grace has a good view to shoot her arrows. Mage Hannah. Nah, more like lighting technician Hannah. How about dual wield? A torch in the left hand, light magic in the right. LOL. If you guys keep messing around, I'll use the camera to only follow Roland's behind during battles. Is that what you want? To see nothing but Roland and the cave walls? Everything else, it's better to experience directly in the cave. The damp and stuffy air that makes breathing feel different, the strain of constantly being alert while walking in the dark leading to quicker exhaustion, these minor yet important things. Experiencing these things personally is the quickest way to learn. Just like I did. From the 10th floor to the 20th, and then from the 20th to the 21st. Come to think of it, the gate hasn't been installed yet. Maybe I should have rested for a day, using the divine energy as an excuse. It seems there's still a day or two left until the gate construction is complete since the pride battle between the Magic Tower and the Knights Division has just ended. If they mention a reward, we should opt for a gate access pass. After a long climb, we entered the 21st floor passage. Instead of the refreshing forest air, a damp and musty atmosphere pricked at my nostrils. The air of the 21st floor always made me feel sick of climbing the tower. At this unfamiliar sensation, Grace, who was following behind, quietly sticks to me. Maybe it's because the rest of the party hasn't crossed the passage yet, or perhaps she's accustomed to the expansive forests and mountains, she finds the confined space of the cave unsettling. She clings to me, like a scared child. It's wider than I expected. It's wide enough to walk, but a bit restrictive for combat. Also, the width of the cave corridors varies, so we need to be careful. Grace peeked ahead from beside my arm, but without Hansea and her light magic, visibility probably wouldn't exceed 10 meters. One by one, the rest of the party began to cross the passage, looking around the cave in curiosity. The cave is wide enough for one person but is too narrow for two people side by side without their shoulders bumping. Naturally, there's no space to set up tents either. As you can see, the floor is uneven, and the width of the path is irregular. We also need to consider that there's no space to set up tents. Are there any safe zones in a place like this? There's a massive cavern. But, unlike the forest with its clear paths, we'll need a guide who can memorize the route. Grace gulped, seemingly overwhelmed by the unfamiliar cave environment and the daunting task of memorizing a maze-like path. Of course, I didn't say this to burden her, but to give Hansea a chance to chime in. Roland? If that's the case, I think I can handle it. Just like in the Aberna forest, I can remember the path with my magic once I've walked it. Really? Then Grace can scout the path, and Hannah can mark it with her magic. We're pretending the inventory is a type of magic and the mini-map is a technique using magical markers. So, with the help of Hansea's mini-map, Grace no longer needed to memorize the entire route from the passage to the safe zones and vice versa. Her expression visibly softens. Though there was no real need for her to stress. She could have just marked the cave walls. From the 21st floor onward, we need to be cautious of cave spiders and vampire bats. One can climb walls, the other can fly. Since the 20th floor gate hasn't been built and the caves are a new environment, let's take it easy today and just explore nearby. Then, Roland should lead the way, followed by Grace, Irene, myself, and Caden. She structured our formation without any objections from the group. Everyone quietly arranged themselves in the narrow path as Hansea had suggested, preparing to move. I took out a baton-shaped magic tool. Now that I have divine energy, I think I should really take a more defensive passive role. As I did so, Grace, from behind, lightly tapped on my armor, asking curiously. "What's that, Roland?" "It's a magic tool. While it's dimmer than a regular torch, it doesn't flicker, which makes it much more convenient. It's a magic tool with the appearance of a rod that construction workers waved around. Its brightness was too subtle for combat but adequate for walking. There was a significant advantage to its design. It was designed to be exceptionally durable rather than emitting a strong light. Once a battle begins, you could just toss it on the ground like a glow stick or flare. With this faint illumination, nowhere near the brightness of sunlight, our group ventured into the cave. Visibility really is limited here. It doesn't interfere with sensing presences, though. You'll get used to it. Beyond this cave lies a marshland with areas so dense they're almost like jungles. Responding to Grace's murmured comments from behind, I shared some of the tower's challenging design. The higher we go, the more concerned I become. After navigating the winding, narrow caves, there's a marsh so treacherous it's hard to walk through. What difficult terrain would come next? Considering the game's design, I'd guess a desert or maybe a snowy field. As we quietly traversed the cave, Grace whispered for us to stop, sensing something. Our group came to a standstill. Did you detect something? It's a fork in the path, and I feel the presence of monsters from the right. It doesn't feel like goblins or kobolds, maybe spiders. The movement sounds very different. If it were vampire bats, they would be motionless, hanging from the ceiling. So if you hear movement, it must be the cave spiders. At my remark, the team swallowed hard and assumed a combat stance. Even though, on paper, we shouldn't be feeling this tense just on the 21st floor, the unfamiliarity of the cave added enough psychological pressure. Firstly, the forked path ahead was so dark we couldn't see beyond. Monsters lurked in that unseen darkness. Unless you're a veteran accustomed to night combat, this situation is tense. Even with the tension, the group naturally headed to the right, towards where Grace felt the presence of cave spiders. I head down the right path with them, holding up my shield and the baton-shaped magic tool. Hannah, light. Got it. Streamer Hansea's dazzling debut, brighter than the magic tool. Ugh, damn it. Why spiders? I'd rather see goblin underwear. Is it a relief they don't have eyes? Or is it even creepier because they don't have eyes? Isn't it somewhat better without the fur and the eyes? Their legs are creepy enough, let's not even talk about the sound of them laying eggs with their mouths. As Hansea murmured, a glowing orb rose gracefully above her staff, settling above the heads of the group. Thanks to this, the shapes of the cave spiders clinging to the cave walls and ceiling became visible. Noticing our presence, large spiders about 1 meter in size began moving towards us. A monster with a sleek appearance devoid of hair and eyes, it had a bulbous head and a slightly elongated body. As you can see, their thin legs are their weakness. Surprisingly, their biting power is stronger than that of the moss wolf. If bitten by their pincer jaws, a poisonous stinger, which acts as their tongue, will shoot out. So as long as you're not caught, they're easy opponents. If we didn't notice it and allowed it to approach, it would leap at our necks from above. But with a 4 scout in our party, there's no way we'd let a mere monster get the drop on us. In truth, anyone with a torch would notice it. If someone hadn't noticed them crawling up the wall and reaching above their heads, they would have probably been killed by an orc hunter on the tower's 20th floor. As soon as I finished explaining, a wind-cutting sound, shriek, rang out, and arrows flew towards the spiders. Grace's arrows, aiming not for their vulnerable legs but precisely piercing the pincer jaws and mouths. Looks like we'll be using a lot of arrows on both cave spiders and vampire bats. Well, yes. In this cave, Grace will have to work a bit harder. I couldn't exactly tell Caden, who was guarding our rear, to jump off the cave wall and slash at the spiders. No matter how fantastical this world is, it's not a place where giants attack or where 3D aerial battles take place. So, naturally, Grace will be busy intercepting the monsters with arrows before they approach us. If they swarm her in numbers too overwhelming, Hansea can switch from using light magic to offensive magic. Even at the cost of visibility. The lighting is really good. Is she a professional or something? From being the main defense with Irene to just handling the lighting, quite the downgrade. For the only mage in the party, she doesn't seem to be doing much. Carrying the inventory, a mini-map, and light magic. Is this a Porter cosplay? Each time Grace releases her tightly drawn bowstring, arrows shoot forth, cutting through the air. The spiders, faster than expected, don't always get hit directly in the mouth, but none miss their heads. Shield in hand, I block the front, and behind me, Grace rapidly fires arrows. With just the two of us, we efficiently dealt with 8 spiders, much to the astonishment of our viewers. If we encounter a larger group, Han Seiya will probably have to use more offensive spells, but that's a story for later. There are more cave spiders roaming around than I thought. Given that we're higher up the tower, it's safe to assume their numbers are higher as well. Does that mean there are more goblins and kobolds too? Exactly. There'll be swarms everywhere. Hearing Grace's murmurs, Han Seiya quietly poses a question. Moss wolves and helmeted deer roamed individually, but from the start, cave spiders traveled in large groups. If vampire bats, faster than the cave spiders, swarmed in groups of 10 or more, Grace's arrows wouldn't be enough. Or encountering over 30 goblins or kobolds. Just ascending one level and already facing double the number of monsters, Han Seiya might end up endlessly casting spells. Ah, geez. Don't say, it's dazzling, it's dazzling. Seriously, or I'll flash the camera with the light. I laughed too. Yes, at first. So no more trolling. For now, she's teased not as the party's mage but more as the party's porter. The difference in difficulty between the 20th and 21st floors wasn't small. Unlike the lone orc hunters, moss wolves, and helmeted deer, cave spiders and vampire bats move in groups of at least 5. With goblins and kobolds boasting numbers ranging from a dozen to nearly 30. In the absence of sunlight, one must rely on torches, magic tools, and spells for light. One had to fight multiple enemies at once, and the uneven terrain added to the fatigue as well. Sigh. With this many, even goblins become a real nuisance. I had to maintain my shield spell longer than I thought. Did we underestimate them? I can block or deflect the moss wolves and helmeted deer, and Caden can handle them if they slip past me. However, when facing over 30 goblins, no matter how much I try to shield us, their sheer number is enough to surround us. We're forced to use protective shields and barriers to block their blind charges and venomous stingers. With divine energy enveloping my shield, I stand as a sturdy wall, blocking one side of the battlefield. Caden, on the other side, swings her sword vigorously, but the enemies still number over 30. But even with magic and arrows crisscrossing the air, and the thudding sound of hits against our shields echoing in the cave, the goblins, numerous as they were, couldn't harm our group. We just feel more drained of our stamina and mana than usual. I'll gather the mana stones. Everyone else, take a moment to breathe. The uneven ground makes it difficult to swing. It's more tiring than I thought. As I pick up the mana stones from the fallen goblins, Caden is the first to speak up. The others follow suit, reflecting on the battle and their actions. When I turned off the light spell, aiming my magic became way harder. That's why I used up more mana than usual. Yeah. I didn't realize how much I relied on your light magic until I had to rely solely on that magical baton. It was much harder to hit weak points. I think some of my arrowheads got damaged because of that as well. If Roland hadn't bought that and we used a regular torch, it probably would have gone out during the fight, making things even darker. Despite it being our first large-scale battle in one of the spacious areas of the cave, we identified our mistakes and areas of improvement quickly. It was a testament to the quality of my companions and Han Seiya's exceptional gaming skills. Aside from the excessive drain on our stamina and magic, the group's overall performance in the battle was good, which lightened the group's mood. What the heck, all I heard was whoosh whoosh and then it ended. Can't we adjust the camera's gamma setting? I asked for a dazzling performance, and they gave me one in total darkness. Mom, it's so dark in here that I can't breathe. Even creatures of the darkness would prefer a brighter place. Please turn on the light. The only ones dissatisfied are the viewers who couldn't fully enjoy the battle due to the darkness. Han Seiya, struggling in this unfamiliar environment, set her camera controls to auto. The viewers probably can't see due to this. On top of that, because of the dim lighting, they couldn't even see the faces of our party members well. They're just obsessed with women. What the heck? You guys missed my incredible moves. Seriously, it's only a little darker, how do you expect to get through the 20th floor? At this rate, you might as well become goblin food. Amidst this, Han Sea's murmuring, aimed at the viewers, could be heard. Honestly, if she just acted cute, the viewers would flock to her, but I guess it's also a talent to bicker like that. After picking up the mana stone dropped by a goblin on the floor, I handed it to Han Sea. As we go higher, the blue hue of the mana stone becomes clearer. There are also rare mosses and mushrooms in the cave that can be harvested for money, but we don't care too much about that. Well, it's just our first day in the cave. As we get used to it, things will get better. After catching our breath and checking our equipment, we filled our inventory with mana stones and continued on our way. There, next to the stalactite, is that a vampire bat? You have sharp eyes. Those creatures swoop down like birds of prey, scratching at your face and neck. If they do, you'll have to duck to dodge. That's not the kind of bat I was imagining. Even if Batman crouched down, he wouldn't be that big. The cave is such a tight space, why are the monsters so huge? Still better than spiders. I guess. Are we sure that jacked creature is a bat? Not a bat mutant. Starting with cave spiders, then moving on to goblins in the open space, the third creature we encountered is a vampire bat that spans more than 2 meters when its wings are fully spread. It isn't just a bat with thin wing membranes and a fragile body. Living up to its monster title, its powerful fluttering wings could deflect arrows, and it had sharp, large claws that could sever human blood vessels. If it came flying at you with all its might and body slammed you, it could knock down a mage or priest with its muscular body. Based on their appearance alone, these creatures looked less like vampire bats and more like the minions of a vampire. Outside the tower, you would likely find such creatures lurking in sinister dungeons. Ah, shoot! The arrows. I'll switch from light magic to offensive magic. Unlike the cave spiders, which only know how to jump from above, these creatures fly around persistently targeting people's necks. They seem to have a basic level of intelligence as they're not aiming for my neck, protected by armor, but rather targeting the other party members with their fair, exposed skin. It appears that being vampire bats, they instinctively know where vulnerable spots are. Given the way they only aim for the neck, you'd think they had some relation to real vampires. Because of this, Irene unfurls her holy spells, and Caden wildly swings her sword. I've managed to swat down about 3 of these flying vampire bats with my shield as if they were mere wasps. But, these creatures tend to swarm, filling the cave passageways to the brim. They sometimes tangle with each other. Their wings are tougher than their bodies. Arrows can't penetrate. Grace's arrows bounce off the bat's wings or break upon contact. Meanwhile, Caden, who's trying to swing her sword upwards in the cramped space, occasionally stumbles. But thanks to Irene, nobody was harmed. The vampire bats, whose wing membranes were durable enough to deflect arrows, couldn't endlessly resist the sword of a warrior skilled in mana. One by one, they dropped to the ground, turning into stone. Experiencing the vampire bats, the most formidable of the 4 types of monsters we've encountered in the cave, sweat poured down everyone's foreheads. Damn, are these really bats? Their wings are strong enough to repel arrows, and their bodies are so tough that they just shrug off my spark spell. It seems like we need to rely on offensive magic to deal damage here. Han Sea, just play the role of a porter. With your inventory, mini-map, and light magic, you'd be the best at it. A hero, Roland, a saint, Irene, and a porter, Han Sea, make up the team. Time to ditch that magic missile you've been using since the first floor. You've already killed 2 bosses. That porter sure talks to herself a lot. The primary reason for Han Sea's excessive mana consumption was the grade of her magic. This is because Han Sea hadn't acquired any new spells from the magic tower. No matter how powerful a magic spell might be, it's natural that using a basic offensive skill learned on the first floor won't be effective up to the 21st floor. After all, she's not a novel's protagonist who can become a magic missile master capable of shooting thousands of them. It's getting late. Let's start heading back. Hannah, you said you remember the way, right? Yeah. With that, we made our way out of the tower. Up to the 20th floor, we pushed through rather easily with star power. However, upon reaching the 21st floor, problems began to emerge. Firstly, there's the issue with Grace's accuracy in shooting. Her accuracy was bound to decrease in the dimly lit caves. Especially when the vampire bats fluttered their large wings and flew above the light source, it was straining on the eyes. Her primary role was also as the party scout rather than archery. Kaiden's issue is that her swordsmanship seems more tailored to battling humans. It appears she learned her skills from the Northern Knights. These skills, however, are not easily adaptable against monsters that crawl or fly in caves. As for Han Se-ah, the issue is her low attack power due to her basic skill set. It's quite ambitious to try and climb the 20th floors with only skills learned during the tutorial. However, this would likely be resolved after receiving the rewards for gate and learning some new spells. As for Irene, well, the priestess of the party is less a combatant and more of an insurance to heal injuries and prevent death. If her protective barrier remains intact, it's already worth the contribution of 1, if not 3 members. When I get skill points this time, I have to learn magic first. But how come magic missile, which can shatter the skull of a moss wolf, can't break a bat's wing? I guess a monster's level indicates its strength rather than its appearance or name. Did you know in another world, a pigeon in an alleyway is stronger than the ancient demon Balrog *? If you're still using your first skills, you might want to switch it up. Aren't you still saving the skill points you got as a reward for the 10th floor boss? Diligent in illuminating the mini-map, but too lazy to learn spells. Please tell me the next spell isn't Magic Spear, right? Lying in bed and watching Han Se-ah's stream, it seems she also felt the limitations of Magic Missile. A spell that'll work on the 21st floor, huh? Maybe it's time to post a nice little story to read. While pondering which magic would be best to recommend, I also continue to reflect on my own divine energy. Both mana and divine energy coexist within me, but they don't mix. When I used them, I could feel slight differences. Shield enhancement using mana felt incredibly sturdy, like an impenetrable wall of steel. It neither bends nor warps, standing resolutely against any onslaught. However, enhancing with divine energy feels different. Bulletproof glass. Reinforced plastic. It's hard to find a proper analogy due to my limited knowledge. In any case, compared to mana enhancement, the divine energy enhancement felt more like it enveloped and absorbed impacts, diverting them away. Is it like an enhanced version of reflected damage and damage absorption? Should I think of it as a reflection damage upgrade versus damage absorption upgrade? From my perspective, if I were to liken this to game mechanics, that would be the idea. My passive skill has 2 main effects, damage reduction and damage reflection. The feeling I get is that using either mana or divine energy maximizes one of those effects. Using one skill for 2 different functions was also a feature in Heroine's Chronicle. Characters that could transform their form upon skill activation were overpowered in the game. There were characters in Heroine's Chronicle like the Guardian of the Canyon or the Spider Queen who could change their form through ultimate skills. For instance, a damage dealer that looked like a young girl would transform into a unicorn to guard the backline when it was attacked, or a scantily clad healer would morph into a bear, tearing enemies apart when near death. Considering that Roland's body was of a 6, it's almost like, "Roland, are you there? Knock, knock." As I was rolling about on my bed in the evening, I heard Grace's voice along with a knocking sound. If she's visiting my room this late after heading to the inn with Han Se-ah, there could only be one reason. Rising cautiously from the bed and approaching the door, I could already hear her quickened breath and the thumping of her anxious heart. This was quite unexpected. When 2 people meet in a private room late at night, what else would it be for? Grace's heart must be racing in anticipation. What is it? Roland? Would you like to go to the market with me? Without hesitation, I opened the door to see Grace, not in her leather armor, but in a simple dress. Yet, her simple attire didn't mean she didn't make an effort. A sweet fragrance teased my nostrils, suggesting she had prepared with care. Even if a gacha character benefits from enhanced looks and cleanliness, it's obvious when they've taken extra care to groom themselves, especially when the setting is a peculiar blend of medieval and modern fantasy elements. The problem wasn't Grace's subtle fragrance, nor the revealing silhouette of her figure accentuated by her dress. The issue was Hansea, who, in her own mind, was expertly hidden around the corner of the hallway. Her stream is off. She's really something else. There's no sign of the semi-transparent camera drone. A quick glance at the hologram internet window also shows Hansea's stream marked offline. Why would someone, who should have ended the game after saving in the inn's bed, be clumsily hiding there? Even someone oblivious would notice. Excuse me, Roland. Yes, just wait a moment. As I peeked at the internet window, making sure Hansea wasn't streaming, Grace's voice quivered, perhaps interpreting my silence as rejection. With a reassuring smile, I slowly closed the door and headed towards the wardrobe. I can't go on a date dressed in shorts and an old shirt I wear for bed. But what is Hansea thinking? Does she not realize I'm practically a superhuman? Even if I'm a vanguard type without any detection passives, I'm still a superhuman enhanced by magic. I may not detect enemies dozens of meters away in dense forests or dark caves, but I'd still be aware of someone peeking around a corner barely 10 meters away. Heading to the market. To buy arrows? I swapped my old, comfy shirt for the tidy shirt and pants I usually wear for personal requests. Given that Heroes Chronicle is based on a medieval fantasy setting inspired by Heroines Chronicle, male clothing options are quite limited. In this fantasy world where cafes selling macarons and iced Americanos exist, women have a range of modern outfits, from lingerie to coats. But men? Just shirts and suits. Partly that, and since we reached the 21st floor, I thought maybe we could grab a drink. Drinks? Sounds good. Are we going to look at arrows first? Yeah. Or, since it's getting late, maybe we just go for a drink straight away. As I stepped out all dressed up, there was Grace, her face flushed, suggesting drinks, and Hansea, still sneakily peeking. I wanted to ask Hansea if she genuinely believed she was hiding, but acknowledging it would feel like admitting defeat. I knew she was trying to help Grace and me get closer. Ever since the character quest took us to Grace's hometown, she subtly made sure the two of us always had time together. I never expected such aggressive date coaching, though. Feels like I'm in some rom-com. The male lead, a bit dense, gets trailed on his date by the female lead, the same one trying to pair him up with another woman. It's a scenario all too familiar and almost comfortingly predictable to those deep into pop culture. As I walked in step with Grace outside the inn, she discreetly reached out, gently holding onto my arm. Perhaps she wasn't bold enough to hold hands or loop arms, perhaps waiting for some liquid courage. At the same time, I heard hurried footsteps from the inn's corridor. She's not only bad at lying, but she's also terrible at tailing. But then again, would it be strange for a modern woman to be good at those things? Do you have a restaurant in mind? Or a place you've been wanting to visit? Well. Grace tilts her head adorably in thought. It's cute to see her pretend, even though it's obvious she and Hansea planned this beforehand. Whenever Hansea lies during her streams, she stammers, blinks excessively, and looks aimlessly around. Similarly, Grace flits her eyes here and there, probably out of embarrassment. I've heard that pets tend to take after their owners, but it's the first time I've seen an NPC imitate a player. They must have gotten quite close, considering she even gives makeup tips and dating advice. Let's just go to the Lucky Scoundrel. Their drinks are the best. Really? I can take you somewhere nicer. No, it's fine. The drink I had there was really good. Grace reacts strongly to my casual suggestion. Maybe for Hansea who's discreetly following us. Given our party's current financial status after reaching the 21st floor, visiting the Lucky Scoundrel is as easy as heading to a local convenience store. Even if we splurge on a meal with silver coins, it's easily covered by hunting down a group of goblins. However, if I were to bring Grace to a more upscale restaurant where expenses run in gold coins, Hansea wouldn't be able to spy. I'm not sure why she's following us, to begin with. That's good if you like it there. Well. There are a lot of female staff, but the drinks are great. Walking side by side with Grace, she's coughing awkwardly, possibly worried I've caught onto something. The bustling streets of the adventurers' district, growing dark with the setting sun, provide a perfect cover for Han Sea's sneaky pursuit. Of course, I spotted her from the hallway of my inn, so even if she tries to blend in with the crowd, I'd recognize her. But both Han Sea and Grace probably think she's hiding well. The streets are alive, drunken patrons leaning on each other and humming tunes, mercenaries grinning ear to ear after a successful job, and weary adventurers in worn gear heading back to their lodgings. It's always so crowded here. It's the tower. It's made adventurers wealthy. Maybe it sounds a bit irreverent towards the goddess. We can't deny that we've earned a lot, though. With only a few battles we end up with a hefty pouch of silver coins. The tower does pose life-threatening challenges, but it also supplies the city with abundant magic stones. Thanks to that, the lucky scoundrel is filled with boastful men trying to attract attention. Even with the city like that, public order remains intact. Otherwise, Han Sea, who was walking alone on the street, might have been harassed by the street's miscreants. The reason public order was maintained was quite simple. There were just too many adventurers. Welcome to the lucky scoundrel. Are there two of you? Just food for the two of us, no need for a room. Oh my, are you two on a date? That's a bit of a shame. With a spirited greeting, the waitress effortlessly flirts. She smoothly took our order and disappeared. As she turned toward the kitchen from the table, she exaggeratedly swayed her hips. As her skirt flutters and her ample hips move like waves, adventurers at nearby tables whistle, staring as if they would pierce holes in the fabric. The boy blushing at her short skirt, the young man pinched while trying to wrap his arm around a waitress' waist in his drunken state, and the robust old man, seemingly having had a bit too much to drink, being supported by two others as he headed to the rooms upstairs. All of them were adventurers. What? You want to drink alone? What's this, a fight? And, adventurers, well, they tend to dive headfirst even for a small piece of fame. Isn't that Hannah? Maybe just someone who looks like her. Well, whatever. Even if I don't step in, it'll get sorted out. For instance, if there were hoodlums bothering an exotic-looking beauty with black hair, trying to monopolize a table by herself. The lady over there wants to drink by herself. Hey, what are you doing? You're ruining the vibe here. In no time, a dozen or so individuals pose as her white knights, fueled by a sense of justice and quite a bit of self-interest. This was the secret to maintaining order on the streets. Adventurers live and thrive on their reputation. Back during the Horned Wolf incident, I generously covered the building repair costs and often handed out supplementary weapons worth a gold coin or two to my fans. It's all for the sake of reputation because, in the adventurer business, word of mouth can turn into gold. I am Bavs, the blood-axed Bavs. Bavs? Have you ever heard of such a name? I haven't come across such a name in the tower lately. A bearded man, without permission, plunked down at Han Sea's table, puffing up his chest in proclamation. But the surrounding adventurers, subtly forming an encirclement, remain nonchalant as if the man's status means nothing here. In the city of adventurers, what matters isn't one's reputation as a mercenary but how high they've ascended the tower. No matter how golden your achievements back home, in the game community, it's all reduced to what's your rank. So, up to which floor of the tower have you climbed? Listen, I don't care how famous you are outside this city. Here, it's about your contributions as an adventurer. How dare these brats? Tales of beheading or suppressing 100 bandits mean little compared to stories as an adventurer. And it's the city's citizens who have set these standards. They prefer adventurers who protected the inn during the Horned Wolf incident over mercenaries who boast of beheading bandits. They value magic stones procured from the tower more than feats against bandit camps. Given that this city sprouted around the tower, from the commoners to the nobles, everyone holds a soft spot for adventure tales. Unfazed by the commotion, Han Sea calmly sips her chilled sangria and digs into a hefty steak. Concerned, Grace couldn't take her eyes off her. I took a sip of my refreshing drink, leaned back, and watched the unfolding drama. Blood-axed Bavs, was it? So, you're here to pick a fight? What? And of course, tales of adventurers taking down thugs always make for a good story. If you're going to fight, please take it outside. Alex? Win the fight and come back, I'll give you a special service. Tens of customers fondle their weapons, staring intently. Behind them, the inn servers shoot pleading looks at the mercenaries while urging the adventurers on. In some ways, these mercenaries are just like monsters. Whether it's defending a store from a horned wolf attack or protecting an inn from a rowdy outsider, both can earn one valuable word of mouth. The chatter of gossipy servers, shopkeepers who deal with the inn owner, and talkative fellow adventurers at the bar having your tales spread through their words, although trivial, is pivotal in building one's reputation as an adventurer. These crazy people. Do mercenaries these days only fight with words? As an adventurer armed with a buckler stepped forward with confidence, other adventurers clicked their tongues in envy. In a city teeming with adventurers, people can't help but envy the ones who can confidently step forward. It is their superior abilities that lend them their confidence. Finally noticing the commotion, Han Seao looks around with wide, surprised eyes. The food's getting cold. Looks like things are settling down. Let's eat. Hey, Roland. Isn't that a bit strange? I mean, I know Hannah is beautiful, but it surely is odd to see every drinking customer rushing to help, and the employees cheering them on with gleeful laughter. The behavior is so off from what one might expect that it's jarring, not just for the mercenaries causing the ruckus but also for observers like Grace. The city's inhabitants possess notions and common sense drastically different from those of other territories. They're adventurers, after all, driven by the tiniest slivers of fame. The camaraderie among them, albeit faint, adds to the ambience. It's a city where if you don't know, you learn the hard way. It's because they're adventurers. Being an adventurer causes this. Once Grace was assured of Han Sea's safety, she finally sat down properly at the table and focused on me. The once steaming, appetizing steak had cooled a bit, but in exchange, we got a good show. It kind of evens out. Grace seemed undeterred, taking a small piece of steak and savoring it as she listened to my explanation. Our party might not be care, but the personal requests adventurers receive are diverse. To the point where there's little distinction between mercenaries and adventurers. The Adventurers Guild mainly deals with requests related to the tower and magic stones, but individual requests can vary. So, they fight because when citizens face trouble, the adventurers are usually the first to step up. Even a hint of a good reputation can bring small benefits. Whether it's sending a letter to a nearby village or procuring an item, a little trust can make one choose an adventurer over a stranger. While explaining, I sneak a glance at Han Seya. The stubborn mercenary and the fame-hungry adventurer had apparently stepped outside for a duel. Perhaps because she was the cause, or simply swept up by the crowd, Han Seya too, is heading out. From what should have been a simple date, it seemed we were now set for some entertainment duel between grown men. Our date has transformed into a whirlwind tour of Han Seya's adventures in the city. As Grace chews on her steak, her gaze frequently drifts to the commotion outside. If it's still bothering you, shall we go watch? Huh? Really? We can always have our date later. Let's see what our party leader is up to. Besides, it seemed like a golden opportunity to tease her. I'm sure I can get a few good laughs out of this situation. Joining Han Seya essentially means ending our date, but Grace nods enthusiastically. It seems she's a tad overprotective of our genius mage. After generously paying for the barely touched steak and a sip of alcohol, we followed the crowd out of the inn. Those who left before us were drunk and formed a long, trailing line, making it easy for us to follow. Those are the people, right? There's only one open space around here. Ah, Hannah's there too. With her keen eyes, Grace effortlessly spotted Han Seya amidst the crowd. Of course, it didn't take me more than a minute to find Han Seya either. The streaming fanatic had hurriedly turned her camera on. A quick glance shows she hasn't started streaming just yet. The semi-transparent camera drone hovers above, perhaps capturing short clips. After all, an adventurer and a mercenary clashing in front of an inn would be quite the story for the viewers. Hey! Did you call yourself Blood Axe? From today on, you'll be razor blade asterisk. Alex. Philadelphia's waiting for you at the inn. Finish this quickly. Facing off are an adventurer wielding a small dagger and a one-handed sword, and a mercenary with a massive double-bladed axe. The drunken adventurers circle around them, cheering them on, transforming the space into a makeshift arena. The area, devoid of civilians, means even the guards give it only a cursory glance before losing interest. Amidst this chaos, Han Seo stands out conspicuously. If Alex, the adventurer, and Bavs, the mercenary, are the fighters in the arena, and the onlookers form the walls of the arena, then Han Seo, standing in the center, is like the referee between the two contenders. Beautiful mage is watching. Fight passionately. Just don't die. It's an official duel with a witness. Act like men, fight like men. I initially thought she was just accidentally positioned like a referee, but she was indeed the appointed referee. Pushed into this role, she stands as the official witness to the duel, which is hilarious. Even funnier is her filming the whole thing. If there's such a thing as a calling in life, streaming and entertaining must be Han Seo's. With that wide smile, as she captures the drama unfolding before her, who could deny her natural aptitude? She seems to be enjoying this more than I thought. Seems like it. We probably didn't need to worry. The once worried Grace now looks at ease, casually hooking her arm in mine. Enjoying the soft and warm touch from her forearm, we began to watch the duel. The mercenary, in his excited state, swung his massive double-edged axe wildly, while the adventurer, despite being drunk, calmly dodged with precision. The duel, which attracted a crowd from the inn, seems quite one-sided. Unless the scruffy mercenary has a trick up his sleeve, he'll probably exhaust himself swinging and get easily overpowered. The obvious disparity in their skills leads to increased jeers from the crowd. It's not really fun. Should I bring Hannah over? Bring Hannah? Well, I don't mind either way. The excitement of the crowd is slowly fading away. In the very center stands a beauty. The leader of our party. I leap toward her, jumping over the heads of the masses. Without a thought to soften the impact, I land with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. All eyes are on me. Hey, isn't it a bit too loud for this time of night? And who are you? It felt like the perfect moment to steal someone else's limelight. Sorry, Alex. If you come to me claiming to be a fan later on, I'll gift you a nice shield. Adventurers are sensitive about their reputation, as it's how they make a living. The difference between them and mercenaries, despite doing almost identical work, comes down to this particular point. If mercenaries are fighters who'll do anything for money, adventurers are fighters who manage their image. To the eyes of the common folk, adventurers are like the poster figures of private security firms, while mercenaries come off as the enforcers of back-alley organizations. If a nobleman were looking for bodyguards, they'd likely seek adventurers. But if one were seeking revenge for their child bullied at school, they'd probably hire a mercenary. Of course, there's no clear classification, it's just a matter of perception. What's your deal, you jerk? Bavs, the mercenary brimming with agitation and pointing his axe at me, and Alex, the silent adventurer, assessing the situation. While it may seem like I'm intruding, I too have a stake in this duel. All I had to do was take a step towards Han Seo. It's good to be spirited, but why are you messing with someone else's party leader? Hey, let's go for a drink while the moon's still bright. Roland. Han Seo's eyes widen, not expecting me to suddenly appear from above. The murmurs among the adventurers grow louder upon recognizing her and the blonde warrior jumping overhead, unmistakably members of the famous party that hunted the full moon wolf on the 10th floor and subjugated the orc altar on the 20th, Hannah's party. Those who thrive on reputation and standing couldn't possibly be unaware of the protagonists of recent events. No matter how drunk, it's hard to doubt when not one, but three figures of such renown are present. Hannah. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Grace, too, Roland wants to go drink. Seriously, in this situation? Roland knew the moment you got into a fight. Emerging from the crowd is Grace, a striking beauty with gray hair. Being distinctively beautiful means it's hard for others to impersonate her. The dynamics change when, not just two, but 3 of them come together. As the 2 women huddle together whispering, the crowd's attention focuses on them like iron filings to a magnet. From a duel between a mercenary and an adventurer, the spotlight has shifted to the rapidly rising rookie party. Han Seiya is no longer just the damsel at the center of the duel but now has claimed her spot as the star of this story. Drinks sound good. Mind if I join in and share tonight's tale as a light-hearted story? Feel free. Unlike the agitated mercenary, the adventurer with the buckler calmly spoke with a sly smile. Since overpowering the flustered mercenary and becoming the protagonist might be out of reach, he wants to be the one to share the evening's story as a compromise. The mercenary, seemingly irritated by our exchange, huffed aggressively and swung his large axe in my direction. He looked every bit the part of a bearded bandit, his actions certainly matched the image. Does our mercenary friend have something to say? You, how dare you? Of course, an axe not even imbued with mana wouldn't pierce my skin. The ferocious blow, powerful enough to sever a human neck or even an orc's, is stopped dead in its tracks by my hand. To be precise, I grabbed the blade of the axe as effortlessly as catching a child's fist. It would make a fine story if it ended nicely, wouldn't it? It wouldn't look as good if the mercenary, failing to read the mood and swinging his weapon, ended up with his arm shattered and provided a bloody fountain show for the townsfolk. To the crowd, it looked as though I blocked the menacing axe blade with my bare hands. As the murmurs turned into cheers, the red-faced mercenary struggled to free his axe, embedded as if it was stuck in wood. You, let go of it. Will you? Will you be more careful if I do? What the? I timed it perfectly, releasing the axe just as he pulled back with all his might. The mercenary stumbled and crashed to the ground, much to the amusement of the gathered crowd. Han Seiya and Grace chuckled at the sight. It's universal, whether in modern times or medieval fantasy settings, that people naturally enjoy witnessing the stereotypical villain face-slapping. Despite the surrounding jeers and laughter, the dirt-streaked mercenary said nothing. Instead, he pushed through the crowd and sprinted toward an alleyway. He wasn't foolish enough to provoke someone who could block his best shot with bare hands. Hannah, announced that drinks are on you at the Lucky Scoundrel. Me? Really? Yes. Isn't this why we earn money? After the spectacle of blocking an axe with a bare hand, even the adventurer Alex was stunned. I subtly nudged Han Seiya forward to center stage. If we're going to make a scene, we might as well make it a memorable one. As Han Seiya raised the pouch of coins I gave her and stepped into the middle of the clearing, all eyes were on her. Her experience as a streamer was evident, she didn't flinch before the gathered crowd. Now that the noisy fellow is gone, and a beautiful moon is above, let's drink. The tab is on me. Such a generous sister asterisk. You dare call such a lady sister with that face? If she's paying, she's everyone's sister or brother. Though Han Seiya's face reddened in embarrassment, the adventurers, already in high spirits from the prospect of free drinks and the ongoing mood, paid her no mind. Why me? Because we're in the same party. As Han Seiya takes a step forward, Grace hastily follows. Adventurers chase after us, enthusiastically calling out our names. To her surprise, Grace finds her name being called out alongside Han Seiya's. They both lower their heads, but the voices of the adventurers only grow louder in enthusiasm. Imagine the scene, 2 lovely ladies who boldly offered to cover the bill now lowering their heads in shyness. Who wouldn't want to playfully tease them, especially in this lively atmosphere? I, the guide of the party, am also grinning from ear to ear. Perhaps lacking the nerve to capture this moment, the semi-transparent camera drone soon vanishes from sight. Ray translations. Let's rest today and work on whatever you need to individually. We'll resume training on the 21st floor tomorrow. We need to wait for the gate anyway, and we still have to collect our rewards from the magic tower. Sorry. Han Seiya groaned, her face flushing. I'm sorry. Seeing the 2 slump over the guild table, Caden and Irene exchanged surprised glances. The 2 women had drunk excessively, going beyond a good time to something resembling a drunken stupor. Grace seemed to be suffering the typical hangover, groaning with her forehead creased in pain. On the other hand, Han Seiya, the player, seems to be experiencing a strange warping shown on the stream window, likely a virtual hangover. Can't divine energy heal something like this? Caden asked. It's possible. Irene replied hesitantly. But it's not something I'd recommend. It's not like they're injured or seriously ill. Using divine energy for a mere hangover feels excessive. Irene was hesitant to use her healing spells for something so trivial. It made sense, in a world where the goddess truly existed, wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate to use divine energy just for a hangover? Especially when Irene is a saint candidate. Although she said this, she did seem to pity the two suffering women and proceeded to gently massage them with her hands infused with divine energy. Look, I'm fine mentally, but my vision's all warped. It makes it hard to play. Can you see when I set it to first-person view? It's as if you took drugs, not alcohol. Virtual overeating, virtual starvation, virtual food addiction, and now, virtual hangover. Watching this is making me nauseous. LOL. Did they spike the drinks with hallucinogens? How did you two get like this? Actually, I was going to bring that up. Ugh, I didn't realize the hangover debuff would be so strong. I can't see the icons, so I can't even explain it properly. Roland's Big Hammer donated 10,001. Delayed because of a virtual hangover, not even a real-life one. No, listen. I can't even argue against that. Grace and I had fun over drinks last night, and I might have overdone it. Not in real life, but at the Lucky Scoundrel. Irene's massage seems to be helping a bit, though. Han Se-ah, with her distorted vision, rested her head on the table as she talked with her viewers. Irene, thinking her dizziness was the cause, rose from her seat and gently massaged Han Se-ah's neck. In a few days, the gate will open anyway. They have time to learn new spells, order premium arrows, and other preparations. This small break won't be so bad. I also have to make that little post of mine. While Han Se-ah continued her peculiar stream, eyes tightly shut and head lowered on the table due to the distorted screen, I discreetly browsed the internet. Seeing Han Se-ah's magic missile makes my heart ache. I posted some advice on what magic she should learn next, after her hangover debuff wears off, of course. Thanks to Irene's divine energy massage, she should recover soon. What spells did mages use on the 21st floor with its cave terrain? I tapped on the holographic internet window, trying to recall. If I remember correctly, they fended off the vampire bats with wind magic. Seeing Han Se-ah's magic missile makes my heart ache. It's heart-aching to see her focus on damage after mentioning CC last time. She should just use wind spells to disrupt flying and wall climbing. It's actually triggering seeing her forget her own words and think only of damage output instead of crowd control. In the narrow caves, ice leaves behind fragments that hinder our vanguards as well. When you're in a party, you should prioritize team synergy over damage output. In the end, the principles haven't changed from the lower floors. Don't obstruct allies, hinder the enemies, conserve your mana, and deliver a powerful blow when needed. Regardless of whether the enemy stands on 4 legs, climbs walls with 8, or even flies, the basics remain the same. Tanks block, swordsmen slash, and mages do what their fighters can't with their magic. Maybe it's thanks to the massage, but it seems the debuff is wearing off a bit. It's sad for Grace, but all we can do is cheer her on. Considering the amount she drank last night, it's impressive she made it this far. She could have stayed in bed, and no one would have blamed her for it. While I was posting on the forum, Han Se-ah, whose debuff had somewhat worn off, managed to lift her head. Of course, Grace, who genuinely overdrank, still had her head buried in the table. Even Caden, typically stoic, looked restless, unable to leave Grace's side. Honestly, one could mistake her for a zombie. Should we give her a potion or something? That might be best. Maybe the Alchemist's Guild sells a hangover recovery potion. Thus, with Irene's divine energy support and Caden's assistance, Grace was carried back to her lodgings like a sack of potatoes. She had downed every drink offered to her, leading to her current state. Left in the guild was a slightly groggy Han Se-ah and a completely sober me. She gave me a questioning look. Are you waiting for me, Roland? I'm thinking of heading to the magic tower. How are you feeling? You need to learn new magic, and we need to claim our rewards for the 20th floor. Oh, right. Did she forget? They should hurry and set up the gate already. You're learning wind magic, right? Something like air blaster. Will they build it in just one day, like they did for the 10th floor gate? It seems she might have forgotten about the main quest rewards, perhaps because her encounter with the goddess made a deep impression. Well, a quest where the goddess descends to reveal more about the tower does feel more like something out of a main quest. Han Se-ah will likely receive skill points from the system rewards. This time, perhaps we should get a quiver or something similar for Grace. Caden has armor to be repaired still, and Irene will stick to her nun robes. We could also upgrade Han Se-ah's equipment. I'm feeling better now thanks to Irene. Shall we head to the magic tower? Yes. Even though the Knights Division and the magic tower are having a little scuffle, they should have reached a conclusion by now. I suspect the magic tower might have won that fight. If the Knights Division won, what would they do about the gate for the 20th floor? It wouldn't make sense to delay the main quest and remove a facility designed for the players. Heroes Chronicle isn't known for such poor game design. As if confirming my suspicion, a middle-aged mage with plump cheeks greeted us warmly when we mentioned Mage Hannah. Haha, welcome. You must be Mage Hannah and Senior Adventurer Roland, right? The middle-aged mage, with an appearance resembling more of a kind-hearted chef than a mage, began to discuss our rewards, which were more generous than we expected. Free access to the gate being constructed on the 20th floor was a given. There were also various magical tools, enchanted equipment, and even a spellbook for Han Se-ah, all for free. The rewards were so lavish that even Han Se-ah seemed surprised. Both she and her viewers were unanimously saying the rewards for the 20th floor were far more generous than those for the 10th. Ahem, the original list of rewards was shorter, but I exerted some influence. Oh, really? Your name is... As the chat brought up theories about Han Se-ah being a major shareholder in BB Games and having insider benefits in Heroes Chronicle, the plump mage discreetly coughed, leaning in with a whisper. While Han Se-ah was busy inspecting the equipment and responding to the viewers' comments, I began to chat with the mage. If a simple conversation could earn the equivalent of several gold coins, why not? I don't have any ill intentions or plans to swindle the rewards. Right, you're a mage who's curious and wants to commission some adventurers for your research, right? Exactly, it seemed like your party is planning to climb further. Have you reached the 21st floor? Yes, the gate isn't made yet, so we only briefly explored it. With these words, the middle-aged mage brightened up. His voice dropped even lower, his posture leaned further in, reminiscent of a shady merchant attempting a secret deal in a dark alley. This caught Han Se-ah's attention, and she discreetly approached. Even though we were in the reception room of the magic tower where no one should be eavesdropping, the three of us gathered closely, as if hatching a plot. To the viewers, the scene of a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a kind-looking middle-aged man all huddling in must have appeared comically suspicious. What, is this a drug deal? LOL. Could he be scamming the rewards? They look so serious, what are they talking about? That smiling guy. He doesn't look the type to scheme anything. Viewers commented, chuckling, assuming nothing significant would be discussed. After all, he wasn't a high-ranking mage, just a mid-tier one in charge of distributing rewards. I shared their sentiments until the mage, with a serious expression, continued. It's not a big deal, but if you're planning to ascend past the 21st floor, I'd like you to collect various mosses from the caves. That sounds simple enough. Couldn't you have made this request through the guild? Hee, Miss Hannah, if I request through the guild, they'll take a commission. If we mages deal directly, we can avoid that. At Han Se-ah's words, the middle-aged mage furrowed his brows in a peculiar manner. While she was suspicious of his odd expression, her eyes widened upon discovering a system window. She started reading intently, ignoring the mage who slunk away. She either forgot to show her stream, or she was teasing her viewers, but only her eyes moving back and forth, left to right, were visible. Reading alone during stream Han Se-ah donated 5,001. Don't just look at the good stuff yourself, let's see it together. That message, ha ha ha. Han Seo burst into laughter, caught off guard by the text-to-speech star. Then, as if she was a thief feeling guilty, she gestured to me. In-game speech might be indecipherable to NPCs, but gestures and laughter aren't. She began explaining to me. Roland, you know I picked up some alchemy, right? Yeah, didn't you learn a bit when you made that wolf lure on the 10th floor? She subtly shifted her eyes and, pretending to sort out her thoughts, started sharing the quest window with the increasingly excited viewers. Intermediate Mage Bastion is becoming increasingly concerned about his widening forehead. Can the moss found on the middle floors of the tower be a miracle cure? I've heard that moss from the 21st floor can be used for hair loss treatment. Is that true? I wouldn't know. I've never taken on such a request. Those with lush hair will never understand the feelings of a bald man. When even magic fails, one must turn to alchemy. A legendary, incurable condition. I get that it's a side quest, but it feels a bit off. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll wash you properly. It itches, but I won't scratch. Please come back, my dear hair. So that's why he didn't make the request through the guild. Caden, Irene, and I hadn't changed much. For Caden, her swordsmanship was less an issue of equipment and more about adaptation. Irene's divine energy wasn't affected by her gear. So, most of the equipment we bought with the rewards from the magic tower and gold coins went to Grace and Han Seo. Han Seo got a red mage's cloak that reached her thighs. It was the kind of cloak that made an adventurer look flashy, making them easy to spot. The cloak seems to have numerous stats attached. She probably wouldn't trip over something of that length. Grace got a magical arm guard and a new quiver. They were said to prevent arrows from slipping during battle and allow for applying potions to arrow tips. Han Seo and Grace rushed to the market and bought various potions from an alchemist to apply to the arrow tips. Did everyone rest well? I'm not sure if you heard from Hannah, but we got a gathering request from a mage at the magic tower. So, today we'll be roaming the 21st floor, both hunting and gathering. We need to test Hannah's new spell and Grace's arrows. Is the gate already built? From what I heard, they built it in advance during the negotiations. They only need to embed the mana stone to activate it. As usual, for the player's convenience, the 20th floor gate was constructed just a day after receiving the quest reward. While it was built next to the 10th floor gate for easier management, I was somewhat concerned. If they continue this trend up to the 100th floor, we're looking at around 9 to 10 gates. How will they construct and manage all of them? I briefly worried about space for new gates, but that's for the magic tower, which profits from these gates, to figure out. After accepting a few more gathering requests from the guild, we headed out. It seemed word about the 20th floor gate had already spread, as we saw adventurers heading in the same direction. Look over there, those girls. This is their second time, right? It must not be luck, but skill. I wish their party had an open spot. Most of the adventurers heading toward the 20th floor gate were intermediate adventurers, so they seemed to recognize Han Seo. A beauty with black hair was already a rarity, and it was even more evident when she walked alongside a gray-haired beauty and a nun. With today being the opening day of the gate, there's a noticeable influx of people roaming the city. Regular citizens open their shops, while adventurers flow towards the tower and gate, a typical morning scene. After showing Han Seo's badge to the mage guarding the gate, we entered as if we were familiar with the process. We breathed in the city's air and exhaled. And as we inhaled again, we were met with the refreshing air of a forest. While it's not comparable to the blessed forest, compared to the cave, this place is paradise. Ah, the air feels so fresh. I better take deep breaths now while I can. You'll need to get used to the cave's air as well. The next area is marshland, and the damp air there isn't exactly refreshing. Ugh, that's quite the mood killer. Grace seemed disheartened, likely thinking about what's next. She naturally took the lead, and I followed, adjusting my shield. Even if it's just a short trek from the 20th to the 21st floor, monsters could jump out at any moment. On the way, we took down 2 moss wolves we found lying in ambush. The only differences this time around were that we entered the 21st floor much earlier, thanks to the gate, and Han Seiya had learned a new spell. Let's keep the same formation as last time. We need to get used to the new equipment and magic. So, on the 21st floor, instead of moving up, we'll explore around the passage. We want to record the different paths we pass, right? With Han Seiya's brief instructions, I led the way in a different direction than before. In one hand, I held my shield, and in the other, a baton-shaped magic tool. Its faint glow barely illuminated the pitch-dark cave, guiding our path. Han Seiya probably wanted to test her new skill and update the vicinity of the 21st floor passage. It's impossible to walk everywhere and update the minimap to 100%. But she seems keen on thoroughly mapping the area around the 20th to 21st floor passage. Wow, this cave is intense. If a horror game was made with this quality, wouldn't streamers get actual heart attacks? Giant bats and spiders alone are scary enough. Seriously, if it was ghosts instead of monsters. The realism is incredible, maybe they got it from aliens? If you had no scout or rogue and a spider dropped on your head, ack. Thank goodness the first VR game is fantasy. Seriously. Keek keek. From deep within the cave, it sounded as if a group of goblins had perhaps encountered a group of cave spiders, creating an eerie reverberation. Meanwhile, Han Seiya chatted with her viewers. The surrounding darkness made her talkative, perhaps to dispel her own tension. After all, even when watching a horror movie and knowing it's fake, don't we still get startled by what's on the screen? In this world, you can feel everything on your skin, from the musty air entering your nostrils to the distant cries of kobolds or goblins echoing. It stimulates all your senses. It's only natural for a modern person to feel tense in such an environment. Up ahead, there's a group of cave spiders. Looks like there are about 7 of them. I'll try out the new spell I learned. Shoot your arrows after I use it. Got it. After passing several crossroads, we encountered cave spiders again. They were so large that they couldn't all cling to the narrow cave ceiling. 3 were on the ground, 2 on the walls, and the remaining 2 were on the ceiling above. The long and delicate legs of the spiders moved in a disjointed manner, scratching against the cave walls and producing a peculiar noise. The women's faces contorted in unease. Seeing a 1-meter-long spider move its elongated legs in such a way was more repulsive than frightening. Air blaster. Just use explosive magic next time. Every time I see this, I'm thankful I didn't become a mage. Darker than dusk, redder than blood. Han Seiya, her face flushed, loudly proclaimed the name of her newly acquired skill. Unlike the magic missile, a pure mass of magic, a gust of wind, difficult to see in the darkness, whirled forward, grazing the cave ceiling. Whoosh! The power of an intermediate spell was clearly different from basic ones. The gust didn't hit the spiders directly, but the swirling wind scratched their exoskeletons, making them fall from the walls and ceiling. As expected, when it comes to firepower, mages are unparalleled. Among characters of the same level, no one would choose to be a mage if they got outdone in damage by an archer. They're all tangled up. Finish them off with arrows now, right? Of course. From the ceiling, spiders fall, the others slide and tumble down the walls. 7 of them, each about a meter in size with elongated legs, cluster in the tight space of the cave. They trampled over each other, legs entangled. It's, undeniably, a gruesome sight. Seeing this, Grace quickly readied her bow. Arrows whizzed past our shoulders, cleanly breaking through the spiders' pincers and embedding in their heads. We probably don't need to coat the arrow tips for these. The magical energy consumption is much higher. Maybe more than double that of a magic missile. The damage seems to be about 5 times more, so it's not an issue. We shouldn't use it against goblins or kobolds, though. The cave spiders, though massive and equipped with strong, piercing pincers and venomous fangs, don't put up much resistance and transform into 7 mana stones. The power of a well-coordinated adventure party was truly remarkable. With a 6 tank and a 5 priest, a single mage and archer could effortlessly hunt down a group of monsters. Let's gather the mana stones and move on. Are you good on mana? I only used it once, so no worries. If I use it continuously, I think I can cast it about 5 times. My cloak replenishes mana. Though exhausting all her mana could knock her out, being able to cast an intermediate spell consecutively 5 times was incredibly efficient. It's no wonder mages use a mix instead of just offensive magic. Han Sea's ability also surpasses that of an average mage. Entrusting everything to one-starred companions might not sit well with everyone's temperament. In a fantasy world, the real meaning of adventure comes from claiming victories with your own strength. For the cave spiders, we knocked them to the ground, and for the vampire bats, we disrupted their flight so Grace could aim at their bodies with paralyzing arrows. Using Han Sea's newly acquired magic, we circled around the passage of the 21st floor. This gathering quest, are they talking about this kind of moss? No specific details about its color or features. They just said to collect any moss. Not sure if they have a particular type in mind. We were filling our inventory with mana stones and moss. There's a mark on the cave wall donated 10,001. There was a strange pattern on the wall you just passed, can you please check it? A pattern, on the wall. Until someone made that intriguing donation. Our group, including Han Sea, didn't pay much attention to the walls of the cave. There weren't any worm or ghost-type monsters breaking through the cave walls, and it wasn't an underground dungeon filled with traps either. However, the idle viewers tend to be curious about everything. Some intently watch the shadowy passages of the cave, while others are strangely fixated on things like Grace's swaying hair or the fluttering hem of Irene's nun robe. There's a pattern on the wall. Why didn't I see it? Hannah. Is something wrong? Irene, did you notice anything odd on the cave walls? Han Sea's steps began to falter at the sound of the loudly echoing donation notification. Donations aren't as immediate as the chat, so by the time she received the advice, we'd already moved past the mentioned wall with the pattern. Out of curiosity and slight regret, she throws a glance back, slowing her pace, which makes Irene and Caden turn their attention to her. No, I didn't see anything. Neither did I. Do you sense something back there? Of course these two wouldn't have noticed anything. To begin with, in my decade as an adventurer, I've never heard of patterns carved onto cave walls. But it can't be entirely dismissed as nonsense either. From a side quest to gather moss for hair loss treatment to something new possibly appearing on the cave walls, isn't this what games are about? I think there might be something on the cave walls. It could be my imagination, but we should be on the lookout. The party looked surprised by Han Sea's unexpected comment. They must have been puzzled since I hadn't mentioned anything about the cave walls before. But I too was clueless in this case, merely shrugging in response. The group continued forward, keeping in mind the comment about the cave walls. From the looks of it, everyone seemed to be carefully observing their surroundings. The trust that Han Sea had built as a player was substantial, so instead of dismissing it as nonsense, everyone was genuinely curious. Had any other adventurer made such a claim, they'd probably have been ridiculed for talking nonsense after having too much to drink the previous night. But when Han Sea says it, it feels credible. Hey, whoever mentioned the wall pattern before, speak up now. Give us a clearer explanation. We appreciate the donation, but the timing was off, and we passed that spot already. I can't just ask Roland to go back because of a donation. Hurry up. Bro, I paid to give advice and got scolded for it. What explanation is needed? If something's drawn on the cave wall, you'll know when you see it, lol. Blaming others so smoothly, is this the quality of a top-tier streamer and of a world-ranked mage? Han Sea's actual thoughts donated 10,001. Honestly, I'm just asking for more donations. It's not like that, of course, I genuinely appreciate the 10,001. While bickering with the viewers and searching the cave walls meticulously, Han Sea moves forward. However, after encountering a group of kobolds and hunting vampire bats, we still hadn't found any cave walls engraved with peculiar patterns. Because of this, the party members began to grow restless, and both Han Sea and the viewers started to believe that either the darkness had tricked their eyes into seeing the patterns on the cave wall, or someone had lied to troll them. That was until Irene called out to me. Roland? What is it? I think I saw something strange here. It seems you can only see it when the baton-shaped magic tool gets close to the wall. Irene, who had put unwavering faith in Han Sea's words, had tirelessly observed the cave walls and had now found something. Han Sea, whipping her head around so fast that one might worry it'd snap off, and the rest of the curious group approached Irene. We then pressed the magic tool against the cave wall like we were writing on it. When the rugged wall caught the faint light, it transformed as if it was an artificial surface, becoming completely smooth. Instead of revealing patterns, certain parts of the wall became sleek, and the surrounding stalactites and other cave wall irregularities cast shadows, making it seem as though patterns were appearing. Even someone unfamiliar with adventuring would find this wall suspicious. It looked as if tiles, each about 30 centimeters in size, had been embedded into the uneven cave, forming a smooth square. What is this? Roland, do you know anything? No, this is the first time I've seen anything like this while exploring the tower. I've never heard of something like this in the caves. The space was limited, so I, clad in large, heavy armor, stepped back, making way for the smaller members of the group to huddle closer. Their heads clustered together like puppies crowding around a food bowl. Even Caden seemed to forget she was in disguise and joined the huddle. It was almost too adorable. Holding the baton-shaped magic tool close and then pulling it away, knocking on the wall with a sword hilt, rubbing the smooth surface, the group tried everything, looking like children conducting their first science experiment. There's been a lot more things happening since entering the 21st floor. I'm not interested in a cave wall. Can you turn the camera 180 degrees? LOL, seriously, who wants to see the wall? Show us Grace and Irene. So, what is that, nerds? It's certainly out of place, but I have no idea. It seems like a switch, but nothing happens when you press it. Since it's a narrow passage and I'm blocking the front, and with Caden and Irene at the back, there's no worry of an ambush. So, like people trying to solve a puzzle, the entire party remained focused on the cave wall. However, even after gently caressing and tapping the unresponsive wall tiles, there was no reaction. By appearance alone, they looked like a puzzle board from an escape or horror game, but there was no reaction. Then, an idea suddenly came to mind. Could it be some sort of switch or button? And in this fantasy world, such switches or buttons would naturally move by consuming mana rather than electricity. Hannah, how about trying to infuse it with some mana? Mana? Instead of just touching it with your hand filled with mana, imagine activating a magic tool and directly channeling your mana into that wall. I meant for her to treat it like a light switch, and to feed mana into it as if sending electricity through a wire. I tried to phrase it in a way that would make sense to her, hoping she'd catch the drift. Regardless of my vague instruction, Han Sea immediately aimed her staff at it. The cluster of mana that floated above her staff seemed to seep into the wall, like rainwater permeating dry soil. Due to frequently manipulating her mana through her staff to explain the minimap, her mana control was exceptional. As she continued to pour her mana in, a visible change occurred on the wall. It feels like the mana is being drained. Reacting to a mage. Maybe another mage left something behind. Blue lines of mana began to etch onto the smooth surface of the wall. Whether it was the mana stones of monsters or clusters of unformed magic, this familiar blue color of the fantasy world began to travel over the smooth surface of the wall. Rather than resembling a switch, it looked more like a circuit board as the blue lines of mana spread out erratically, even reaching the uneven parts of the cave walls. The blue luminescence of mana stretched out, illuminating the dim cave. Ah, it's showing a path. As the mana began to fade, the appearance of the cave changed, and Han Sea's expression turned rigid. Because, undeniably, the path in front of them was less of a narrow cave path and more like a maze. From the 21st to the 30th floor of the tower was a cave terrain. Well, it used to be. The narrow, uneven passages housed cave spiders and vampire bats, and sudden expansive clearings were filled with stalactites and stalagmites, with goblins and creatures like kobolds appearing in large numbers. The safe zones were at the end of dead-end paths, where the ground was flat enough to set up a tent village. But that was then. How many forks have we passed? That was already the 8th one. Grace, with her darkening expression, scanned the surroundings with even more intensity. It was because the cave hadn't originally had this many forks in its paths. Before channeling mana into the wall, there would be a fork roughly every 30 minutes. Now, there seemed to be 2 or 3 forks appearing every 5 minutes. If it weren't for Hansea's minimap function, they might have starved to death wandering in circles. We have the minimap, so we're not just going around in circles, but I can't figure out what's going on. Do we need to find all the flat panels in the maze and pour mana into them? Like in those horror games where you go around pressing multiple levers or switches. It doesn't feel like monsters will suddenly appear, though. Left left right right center center left right, this is driving me crazy. LOL. After watching the stream, I don't want to climb to the 21st floor. Can they even finish this today? Might have to camp out a few times. If they didn't pack enough food, they'd be seriously screwed. The problem was that no quest window had appeared for Hansea yet. Turning a cave level into a maze level, what's up with that setting? The sudden appearance of a maze was nothing short of a nightmare. Was it because dozens of monsters emerged? Or because there was a boss unfitting for the 21st floor? Was it due to the maze's complexity, difficult even for scouts? It wasn't for any of these reasons. It was a more basic, straightforward reason. There are so many twists and turns, yet there's not a single monster in sight. The problem was the absence of monsters. Are you kidding me, BB Games? It was like an event dungeon, but there were no goblins, kobolds, cave spiders, or vampire bats. We tensed up, thinking the Serpent Lord, the boss monster of the 30th floor, might appear and ambush us with its massive body. But reality was bitterly disappointing. The absence of monsters meant no mana stones to collect. As adventurers, it felt like we were wasting both time and money, reaping zero benefits. Thankfully, as a senior adventurer, I had saved up a lot of money and the rest of us had earned a lot from the gate rewards. If I was a regular adventurer, this would have been incredibly discouraging. To wander and earn nothing. Could there be a more malicious maze? By the way, what kind of place is this? Judging by its appearance, it seems like a part of a cave turned into a mage's workshop, but it's hard to tell since we're inside the tower. As they explored this unknown territory, the previously tense Grace began to relax. Meanwhile, Irene and Caden chatted away. The maze, with its smooth floors, walls, and ceilings, naturally aroused curiosity. They walked slowly, wondering if there might be clues on the walls, but with neither monsters nor hints about the maze, the party started to ease up. We have been walking for almost 40 minutes, doing literally nothing. At least we can keep track through the minimap, but what's going on? First a healing trek in the forest, now this maze. You've just been strolling around. Is power walking the main content of this stream? Why would BB Games even make this? Chat deleted by the mod. Feels more like a fitness stream. From an adventurer's perspective, the maze was dreadful, and it was no better from a streamer's viewpoint. Having walked for nearly an hour without a single thing happening, the number of chats getting deleted noticeably increased. It seemed promising at first, suggesting something big might appear, but nothing has happened since, frustrating the viewers. However, what pacified the bubbling anger of the viewers was the appearance of a monster. It wasn't small goblins or the grotesque cave spiders and vampire bats. A golem? Why is there a golem here? Perhaps this really is a mage's workshop. The golem stood at an approximate height of 2 meters. The golem, seemingly made of the dark stones of the cave, approaches us with thudding steps. It looked less like a human and more like a crude chunk of stone with limbs. Its massive body, the intimidating sheen of its dark surface, and the faintly glowing red eyes from the shadows make it an imposing sight. It looks hostile, doesn't it? Since it's my first time seeing this creature, I'll handle it myself. Just stay back for a moment. I stepped forward, signaling the party to stand down. Not for any particular reason, but rather out of a blend of competitiveness and curiosity. Even if the golem was strong, it wouldn't be as tough as a 5-meter-tall giant. I felt no pressure confronting it. As I got within arm's reach, the golem immediately raised its heavy stone arm. It swung its rock fist down, much like someone swatting a mosquito on a table. How does it feel, Roland? It's definitely strong, but it's not dangerous. Other than being sturdy, it doesn't have much else going for it. The fight was uneventful, no flashy moves or heart-stopping moments. It relies solely on its weight rather than mana, to attack. Grabbing the golem's wrist as one might grasp a child's, it struggles with a strange grinding noise. The force with which it tried to free its arm was formidable, and its stony skin was harder than expected. Its continuous flailing suggested it wasn't very intelligent. When it realized it couldn't free its hand from my grip, it tried to hit me with its other hand. It was just as before it raised its arm high above and aimed for my head. Thud. When it's hit, only the part struck shatters while the rest remains fine. Grace, Hannah. Try attacking its torso. Got it. Upon clashing with my shield, which was enhanced not by divine power but pure mana, its rock fist shatters into pieces. Unlike the orcs, it doesn't faint, only the left arm that struck me crumbles into stone fragments scattering around. Though not particularly intelligent, it's tough and possesses great strength, a monster entirely reliant on its defense. Moreover, it had a system where damage was distributed. For a party of the 21st floor level, they would need to first destroy its arms or legs and then focus on the torso. It's a nuisance that such a creature appears in an already annoying maze. Arrows, unsurprisingly, don't pierce it. My magic hit it directly, but it doesn't seem to have done much damage. Trying to cut it with a sword might just dull the blade. We might need to consider blunt weapons against this one. The smooth stony body of the golem also repelled arrows and negated magic. This new monster is kinda BS. I genuinely don't feel like going to the 21st floor now. Maybe it's due to its elemental property. Maybe something like a water arrow would work. This feels like Pokemon, but it would make sense. Yeah, using wind against rock is kinda. Shouldn't we be able to find its weakness by trying different things? It wouldn't have appeared in such a suspicious maze without one. And looking at how it shatters with reflecting damage, it doesn't seem to have that much health. The orc warrior didn't shatter from reflective damage. The viewers are understandably taken aback by the sheer tenacity of the golem. It's fun to tease Han Seiya, but most viewers are also gamers, playing the world's first virtual reality game. They're likely worried about what's ahead for them. Still, the golem must have a weakness, as Han Seiya suggested. Excuse me, Hannah. Yes. After shattering its arms and legs, the golem and its torso remained, its red eyes staring vacantly. The party tapped it here and there, suggesting various theories like its potential weaknesses and moves. In the midst of this, Irene, noticing something, calls out to Han Seiya. Look, the debris from the shattered arms and legs isn't disappearing. Do you think these stone fragments will remain even after we deal with the main body? Why do you ask? If the fragments remain, they could be analyzed at the magic tower for any weaknesses, right? Is the mage being outsmarted by a nun? Forbes #1 smartest mage player. You're more of an alchemist than a mage at this rate. Is this to show that intelligence and wisdom are different? Han Seiya's puzzled reaction makes Irene second-guess herself. The viewers, sensing an opportunity, pounce like piranhas smelling blood. Come to think of it, with Ann Tenner and Charlotte Cavendish both taking on research roles at the moment, if Irene's assumption is correct, it might be worthwhile to have the fragments analyzed. Of course, that's only if the fragments remain after destroying the golem's body. Shall we see if there are any remains after we crush the main body? I held my warhammer up high in front of the fallen golem. I moved deliberately, waiting to see if anyone will stop me with another idea or suggestion. But no one intervenes. They all seem to agree with Irene. Thunk. With just the strength of my arm, I strike down on the golem's torso. The sensation reminds me of a time before I became an adventurer. When I accidentally struck a rock with a pickaxe while digging in freezing weather during my military service. This won't do. It's not something you can take down with brute strength alone. Its resistance is no joke. Is it that tough? Caden asks, concerned, watching me flex and massage my hand. For someone like her, who leans more towards agility, taking down such a golem would mean properly infusing her weapon with mana. Of course, just because it has high resistance doesn't mean it's invulnerable. After several repeated strikes, the golem crumbles into pieces, scattering stone fragments everywhere. The stone fragments are still around. And is that a red mana stone? Odd, mana stones are usually blue, not red. The stone retrieved from the creature is a somewhat faint red, similar to those from the full moon wolf and the orc chieftain. Goblins typically give almost colorless, faint blue mana stones, and stronger creatures yield clearer blue ones. This mana stone is certainly extraordinary. Huh. The wall seems to be shaking. Is the maze disappearing? As we picked up the few remaining pieces of stone and stored them in the inventory along with the mana stones, a rumbling noise echoed through the maze. The walls turned rugged again, and from the floor and ceiling, stalagmites and stalactites sprouted up like bamboo. On the 21st floor, there's a hidden mechanism that reacts to magic light. When you channel mana into it, stimulating the mechanism behind it, the cave transforms into a maze. Within this maze, there's a colossal golem. Only by defeating it can one exit the maze. Roland, you understand what I'm getting at, right? I do, we have the evidence right here. If it weren't for that, I would have thought you were joking around after a few drinks. Ellis, holding a magic stone, had a peculiar expression. While I've spent 10 years in the tower, people of this world have been with the tower for almost 30 or 40 years. This means they'd been studying beyond the 20th floor of the tower long before I arrived. Having spent decades with the tower, learning about a secret mechanism hidden on the 21st floor only now might be difficult to accept. Still, our genius mage Hansea brought both a piece of the golem and the mana stone as proof that it was no lie. It's hard to believe, but with such concrete evidence, we have no choice but to accept it. Are you going to submit the mana stone to the magic tower? No, not the stone. We'll only submit the golem's remains. I think we'll keep the mana stone. As Ella started gathering the golem's fragments spread out on the table, Hansea sneakily placed the faintly red mana stone into her inventory. Ella seemed to think it was a mage's privilege to do so, but I found it suspicious. While Hansea claims to be both a mage and alchemist, in reality, she merely uses the game system as a player. She only knows how to channel mana onto her staff, a basic feat any low-tier mage can do. What could she possibly do with the mana stone? Suddenly distracted, I turned my gaze to Hansea's live stream. Is there a golem to beat on every floor? How is maze solving content? Still, if you skip it, you might miss out on something. RPG player problems, miss a quest, get a heart attack. Hopefully, the next one won't take as long. Ugh, no one else has reached the 21st floor. Is the golem's appearance timed within the maze? Or was I just unlucky to encounter it after an hour? If it takes an hour each time, it'll be pretty annoying. Complaining like usual. Even with bad luck, should it take this long? But seriously, an hour is excessive. For real, if every floor requires an hour in a maze, that's a forced 10 hours. They're just trying to extend playtime. Seeing Hansea carefully placing the mana stone in a corner of her inventory, I suspect that the stone might be some sort of quest item. Perhaps collecting these stones will open a hidden passage. Some games often have a kind of hidden true ending. If you play normally, you'll get the normal ending, but if you gather all the specific items or complete some sort of requirement, an alternate ending is revealed. Hansea and the viewers believe that there must be a hidden maze on each floor. If they find 10 mana stones, one on each floor for the cave floors, they suspect there might be an additional reward on the 30th floor. So we're not entrusting this to the magic tower, you want to keep it with us. Well, this kind of feels like a magical key. So, couldn't these stones possibly open hidden spaces similar to how we opened the maze? The party nudges her for details. She seems to be formulating her answer on the spot, likely basing it on comments from the viewers, occasionally stumbling over her words. But the group nods in agreement. It's a mysterious mana stone from the maze, and while it could be sold for a good sum, no one in the party seems greedy for it. Seeing their nodding faces, I turn to address Ellis. So, I'd like to place a request. You, Roland, are placing a request. The sudden notion of me not taking but giving out a request makes everyone stare widely. However, while navigating the maze, I realized something: it would be more efficient to resolve things with money rather than wasting time like this. How long will it take us to find all the cave walls with peculiar patterns from floors 21 to 30? Let's say, find one of these unique patterns and I'll pay 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Are you serious? Yes. They can bring the golem's mana stone in exchange for the 10 gold coins. If there is another anomaly, securing the lead with 10 gold coins will be a profitable deal. It's better to invest the money and hire people. I had been saving diligently for a comfortable retirement. I had been planning to buy a mansion, magical tools, and hire servants. However, my goal now is to clear the tower. If Han Seiya and I clear the tower, see the ending, and somehow exit the game, even millions or billions of gold coins in this world would be meaningless. However many gold coins we have, once we leave the game, won't they just vanish as mere data? True, if you think about it as getting a head start on information, 10 gold coins is. What are you talking about? That's 10 gold coins. Roland, aren't you overdoing it? The lady raised in a duke's family nods in agreement, but Grace, who comes from a rural village, and Irene, who was born and raised in a temple, are shocked and grab my arms, trying to dissuade me. To common folks who haven't adventured much, even a silver coin is a significant sum, let alone gold. At the sight of the two of them panicking, I can't help but let out a chuckle. The mana stone that Han Seiya casually stowed in her inventory itself could be sold for gold coins. Why would you say it's too much? Do you really think someone who's been a senior adventurer for over 5 years, would fret over something like this? Well, that's true. You've been diligently saving all your gold, dreaming of buying a large estate in a peaceful, tranquil place. At my words, Ellis quickly chimed in. She wouldn't miss an opportunity to earn a hefty commission. After all, the Adventurers Guild primarily sustains itself on commissions from requests. After successfully coaxing Grace and Irene away from me, Ellis leans in and whispers into my ear. Roland, including the commission, it's 10 gold coins and 15 silver coins for each request. Isn't that commission a bit steep? Come on, the request starts from the 21st floor. I'll spread the word to the best scouts with sharp eyes. You want to monopolize it all quickly, even if it costs a bit more, right? And it's a commission per case. If they find nothing, I get nothing too. Alright, fine. Ellis grins widely at my consent. I give in because she is undeniably the best when it comes to getting things done. Ray Translations. One evening, after exploring the 21st floor for several days to complete requests from Ellis. Hey, I heard you're buying golem mana stones. A burly man with a scarred arm, broad shoulders, and, even without any visible gear, had the unmistakable aura of a party's tank. The way he enthusiastically approached, puffing through his nose, his excitement was almost overbearing. In his large, rough hand was a red-tinted mana stone. He could have submitted it to the guild and received the gold coins through Ellis, but instead, he had waited for our party. Trading without going through Ellis does save on the commission fee. But wouldn't this upset Ellis? If one just took the information for the request and then conducted a personal trade, it would be like going behind the guild's back. You were waiting for us? Yes. Thing is, I wasn't really after the gold coins. Feeling a tad overwhelmed by Ellis's sharp stare from the back counter and the fervent expectation in the eyes of the man in front of me, I tried to guess his intentions. He suddenly presented an old iron shield. While it wasn't rusted, it had numerous dents and scratches, indicating its long service. This is the shield I used back in my novice days. Since I'm now seriously aiming to be a senior adventurer, this old thing won't be of much use. And, if it's not too much to ask, could you grip this shield with both hands, to leave your handprints? Do people think alike even in different worlds? Never in my life did I think someone would ask for handprints, especially on their old equipment. His highly expectant eyes, oddly mismatched with his rough appearance, looked at me full of anticipation. Well, it's not difficult if he's just asking for handprints instead of 10 gold coins. Channeling mana into both hands, I gripped the shield and exerted force, causing the steel to deform as if it were soft clay. Haha. Thank you so much. Happily clutching the shield, now imprinted with the shape of my palms, the man's steps were light as he left the guild. His request was so unexpected that I could only chuckle. Seems like a lot of people really like Roland. Yeah, but who knew there would be so many golems? I wonder what they are used for. The collected golem magic stones from the 21st floor alone already amounted to 6. 1 per floor. More like 10 per floor at this rate. Before a week had passed, we had already gathered 6 mana stones. 2 were collected by our party, and adventurers who took on the request brought in 4. At this pace, we're collecting a mana stone a day. Could these just be ordinary mana stones? There are so many. I doubt it, Grace. For starters, the color is different. Right, the normal mana stones were blue, while the ones from the full moon wolf and the orc chieftain were red. If Hansea hadn't stored them in her inventory and verified them as quest items, and if the color of these stones wasn't the contrasting red to the tower's blue, we might have sold them off as ordinary tower mana stones. To our surprise, Hansea's, mine and even the viewers, there was an abundance of golem magic stones. Not just a few to unlock a hidden door, but possibly enough to exchange them by the hundreds. The looks Grace and Irene gave me grew increasingly somber. Every time a mana stone was added to Hansea's inventory, it was as if 10 gold coins melted away. Their eyes held a mix of sympathy and regret as they watched. It doesn't seem like we'll find much on the 21st floor. Shall we head to the 22nd? I wonder if these golems are on the 22nd floor as well. It's possible they're on every floor. After all, the request is still very new. We've handed in the fragments of the golem to the magic tower, so we should hear something soon. If there's a magic tower available, we should make use of it. No matter how much we brainstorm, we can't match the true researchers of the magic tower. The maze, the golem, the mana stones, and 10 gold coins. To grab the attention of our party, each lost in their own thoughts, I clapped my hands. Adventurers will collect the mana stones for us and the mages of the tower will analyze the golem's body. So, shouldn't we continue climbing? We also need to collect moss for the poor mage. We've put in a request to have adventurers explore the mazes, so for today, we'll head to the 22nd floor. We'll ignore the unique golems for now. We've confirmed that Hannah's magic works against the cave spiders and vampire bats, so let's proceed steadily. Using intermediate magic made a huge difference in destructive power. I'm curious if golems will appear on the 22nd floor too. I'm still not used to channeling mana into my weapon. Caden began to seriously contemplate upon the mention of golems again. If mages are divided into novice, intermediate, and advanced levels, each ascending with more complex and powerful magic, then vanguards like me and Caden differentiate our levels by how we imbue our weapons with mana. Novices can barely enhance their own bodies while those at the intermediate level can enhance both their body and weapon by infusing them with mana. Those on the higher levels, on the other hand, can project their mana externally, much like the sword aura often found in Korean fantasy novels. Even if Caden's rank is 4, her proficiency as a swordsman isn't yet at a high level. If she were to strike a golem with the sword she brought from her family, its blade would probably chip or break entirely. Caden, your sword has a unique design, so replacements might be hard to come by. Consider having a secondary weapon. It won't hurt to be prepared. Yes, I understand. Her curt reply and the slight nod that follows make me want to urge her to drop her act. Knowing that this behavior is entirely her portrayal of an ideal adventure based on Katie Wesley's standards, a mischievous urge begins to grow within me. I wish Hansea would progress with Caden's character quest soon. Speaking of Caden and weaponry naturally led Hansea to pick up the conversation and start briefing today's plans as the leader. We've received a request from the Magic Tower to gather moss, which can be done alongside our main goals. We'll collect cave moss and mushrooms while exploring the 22nd floor, and then camp in the caves for a day. Camping in the caves? I assume it'll be different from camping in the forest. Well, the air will certainly be different to start with. But if we find a good spot, we can get a good rest in. The idea of spending a night in the caves didn't seem to faze the group. Ray translations. After checking the food and tent equipment in Hansea's inventory, we set our sights back on the tower. A dimly lit corridor, musty air, pitch-black cave walls, and a subtle, damp humidity. This was certainly not an ideal place for anyone to rest. I hope no monsters come out from these walls. I doubt there would be any. In a corner of the cave, resembling an animal den, the entrance was narrow, but the path widened slightly at the end. We began setting up our tents in this confined space. The girls had taken their gear off, relaxing in comfortable shirts and casual wear. Hey, adjust the camera angle properly. How many times are you going to make this mistake? Damn, they're just setting up tents, but why does it look so good? I feel like I'm setting up a tent with them. Chat deleted by the mod. Come on, we're just setting the camp up and you're talking like that. If you keep this up, I might just fix the camera on Roland, who's on guard duty, until tomorrow morning. Han Seiya, while setting up the tent, warned the chat with a tone that could send shivers down anyone's spine. But with her experience in the forest, she proficiently anchored the tent, even on the hard ground. While I was blocking the only entrance and keeping watch, Han Seiya was setting up the tent, Grace and Irene were preparing food, and Caden was going around handling various chores. Amidst all this, Han Seiya gently tapped my back. Roland, I have a question. While I was blocking the entrance and sneakily enjoying some online content, Han Seiya unexpectedly came up to me with a question. Is it impossible to just break down all the walls in the maze and explore like that? LOL, is he construction equipment, or is he a tank? Honestly, I wish he'd just push through because it's so frustrating. Isn't it possible with his stats? If he can't even break through a cave wall. Walking for an hour every time, they must be pretty tired of it. But is it possible? It might just all collapse. Considering there were literal superhumans thanks to mana, it was a reasonable question. Like when I bulldozed through the forest, smashing through trees and traps to find the orc hunter, couldn't we just break through the maze in the same fashion? While the cave walls had become smoother, they hadn't become more durable. However, there was a problem with her idea. It's possible to break the walls, but what comes after is the problem. What comes after? If I recklessly break the walls, won't the ceiling collapse? Ah, I see. This wasn't a forest with an open sky. It was the interior of a dark cave. If I randomly destroyed things, there's no telling what repercussions there'd be. It doesn't matter how sturdy or resilient I am, if the cave completely collapsed, trapping me under tons of rock, I wouldn't be able to move an inch. Considering the capabilities of this cheat-like body, it might be possible to move by digging through the ground. But if I'm buried in a pile of rocks and lose track of the cave's path, I'd still be stuck. I've heard of adventurers evaporating the water during desperate battles in the marshes, but I've never heard of adventurers breaking through cave walls. No one knows whether there's land above or just endless rocks and mud. So, you're saying it's possible to force it like this, but why have people only tried it in marshes? Only senior adventurers can do this, and they are typically on the 31st floor and above. Whether it's using earth magic to fill the marsh or creating a shockwave to scatter the water, these methods are only used to make the fight easier. But it wastes mana, so they only do it against bosses or annoying monsters. I thought breaking through cave walls was dumb, but there's something even more ridiculous. So they hate the marsh field so much they just destroy it. LOL. Filling it up is one thing, but getting rid of it? Seriously, these senior adventurers, LOL. Looks like advanced magic is reserved for fire or earth elements then. This cave part is boring, move on and show us the marsh destruction. Nature's arsonist Han Seiya donated 10,001. For advanced magic, you're going to learn fire magic, right? Well, would it be a bit weird to say this? It seems like good content for streaming. If I were the first to go up and boil the marsh, the views would skyrocket. How to easily devour the 31st floor's monsters like cake. Something like that. Do the youngsters boil their cakes nowadays? If you boil a cake, it becomes a hot cake, LOL. Why aren't they deleting that chat? Is the mod not working? We're trying so hard to figure the cave out and she's over there thinking about clickbait content, crazy. I can't understand human nonsense. Han Seiya, who was initially trying to figure out how to break through the cave walls, was now lost in thought, dreaming of ways to boost viewership. As I was observing her in that daze, from a distance, Irene excitedly waved, holding up a ladle. "I finished cooking the stew. Oh, would you like me to bring it over there?" "No, I'll come over. It takes less than a minute for the chat to be filled with curses. Don't you guys have better things to do?" From the 21st floor to the 22nd, and from the 22nd to the 23rd. From 6 to 10, and suddenly to 20. What's the purpose of these mana stones? I thought collecting 10 was already a lot, but now we have 20. It's just the 23rd floor, so there's still a long way to go. No way you need that many just for the 30th floor. Looking at them stacked up like that, they actually look pretty. Minus 12 minutes and 37 seconds is the record time, huh? You kept track of all that? By now, the party, familiar with caves, mazes, and golems, efficiently gathers the remains of defeated golems and collects the mana stones. The magic tower is always hungry for research subjects, so they buy all the remains of the golems. Of course, it's too much to collect all the remains of a 2-meter-tall golem, so they only take parts of it. Still, the amount they earn is almost equivalent to taking on a single request. Thanks to this, mages from the magic tower conducted some tests and identified the golem's weaknesses. The golems were strong against physical attacks but surprisingly vulnerable to magic, especially non-offensive magic meant for construction work like softening rocks. At least when they're softened, it's easier. Swinging a sword at a pile of dirt is much easier than at a rock. True, I didn't expect that kind of magic would work on them. By using magic to make the golem's joints like mud, Caden could dodge the slow golem's attack and easily cut off its limbs. A joint turned to mud means that the heavy stone body can't support its weight, causing the golem to easily shatter. To put it in game terms, the golem, which has high defense but low health, suffers fixed damage due to the magic debuff, destroying its parts in an instant. It feels like that. Though our exploration of the tower is going smoothly. Roland, are you really okay with this? Okay with what? I mean, the financial aspect. I've heard that men often bear financial losses because of their pride. After wrapping up the post-battle cleanup and looking at the path leading back to the caves, Irene approached, tapping on the arm of my armor. As the number of golem mana stones in Hansei's inventory grew, the more her frown deepened. For Grace, who hails from a rural village, the amount of 10 gold coins was astonishing at first. But that was only initially. Our intermediate-level adventure party earns silver coins every day, so she got used to it when she realized senior adventurers must be making even more. But our saint candidate Irene has a background rooted in a religion similar to Christianity and Catholicism, valuing frugality. She seems to be feeling uncomfortable since I'm shouldering the party's financial expenditures alone. You don't need to worry about that. Oh. That's exactly what the nun said, word for word. A nun told you that? She said it's the wisdom of life that the elderly have. That men are like children and sometimes suffer losses because of it. No matter how shy and reserved Irene might be, we've camped together. The awkward distance has vanished, and now she looks after me as if I were a naive boy. Of course, with my resilient body, I've handled many requests related to the nobility, so there's no need to worry about my wallet. But her reaction is cute, so it doesn't really matter. I'm not so detached as to get upset about someone showing concern for me. Especially if it's from a beauty. As we chat for a bit, the rest of the party started to gather around us. There's been no instance of monsters appearing when going from the maze back to the caves, but there's no reason to be careless in the tower. Shall we head back? We secured a mana stone from the golem, collected its body, and on our way here, we gathered 2 kinds of moss and a mushroom, right? So, it seems we've completed all our tasks. The caves are starting to feel like a grind. Other than the screen being dark, it doesn't seem that hard. So, is there an actual reason behind the golem? It's smooth sailing, but too smooth. It's getting boring. Forget all that, I want to see our beautiful mage smiling again. And so, without any issues, we concluded another adventure in the tower. Ray translations. Roland? There's something that's been bothering me. What is it? After defeating the golem and stepping outside, it was surprisingly still early in the afternoon. The group decided to take a brief rest at a guild table before having dinner together. As they settled down, going over the results of their adventure, Ellis approached me discreetly. Her eyes, usually gleaming with mischief, were now narrowed in concern. The topic she brought up was rather serious. I've been in contact with an adventure party I know, but they haven't responded for several days. Why is that concerning? They're aiming for the 30th floor, a veteran party even among the intermediates. They specifically told me they'd go to the 21st floor to look for the golem, but I lost contact with them after that. Ellis has a wide network. She's the big sister of the guild receptionists and the most senior among the administration staff, handling request-related paperwork and also connected to the finance department. Thanks to her role, she knows countless adventurers, from greenhorns with potential to intermediates and senior adventurers. Unlike other receptionists, whose contacts vary according to the paperwork they handle, Ellis knows adventurers from all ranks. Given her vast network, her concern was pretty credible. If she remembers and personally relays information, it means the party in question is reliable. So they're taking longer than they should have? Yes. They're financially well off and use gates to travel. They would have used it to reach the 20th floor, but it's already been 4 days since. The party leader is very meticulous about planning, so there's no way they went above the 21st floor without notifying anyone. 4 days on the 21st floor for a party seriously targeting the 30th floor. That's indeed a situation to be concerned about. Parties that don't return for extended periods within the tower are generally presumed dead. The only suspicious thing in this case is the golem we've been hunting. It's highly unlikely that veterans targeting the 30th floor, having been briefed about the golem by Ellis, would let their guard down. So, there must be a detail we don't know of yet. Wow, is that a hint? Like a side quest hint suggesting the golem's becoming more dangerous or there's a hidden mechanism with the golems. We've been wandering that maze for, at shortest 10 minutes, at longest an hour, but we haven't found anything. Still, at least something might be happening. I get that something is about to happen, but when? If things continue this way, aren't we just emptying Roland's pockets? But if it's a red mana stone, wouldn't it be considered unique and we could sell it to the nobles? I hope something comes out by the 25th floor. Han Se-ah, after hearing Ellis's words, seems to be having the same thoughts. In the maze, there was always only one golem, and there hasn't been any variation. It's odd to think an intermediate adventure party struggled against a golem that's sturdy but not at all threatening. The grasslands and the forest had beautiful scenery, but the caves were so dark that viewers complained of eye strain. The real issue for many is the lighting. Beyond the live chat which is moderated by AI in real-time, more candid opinions could be seen on the internet. Some say the baton-shaped magic tool was too dim to see the party's movements, while others felt that the slight movement in the darkness was a better visual due to the illusion it created. These guys are odd. At this point, I wonder if viewers are tuning into Han Se-ah's stream for the world's fastest climb up the tower, or because the NPC party is the most attractive. Maybe a mid-boss will appear on the 25th floor and then we'll need to use the collected mana stones. If someone went missing on the 21st floor, could there be a special golem variant? Instead of rock golems, what if they've just been unlucky and haven't encountered, say, a golden golem? She wasted all her luck on character gacha, right? So, Han Se-ah's infamous bad luck is finally showing up again. Seriously, these damn comments. Are these the same people mocking me for having bad luck and calling me clumsy before Heroes Chronicle? While pretending to be deep in thought, I sneak a glance at the chat. All sorts of speculations are flying. The one theory I'm inclined towards is the mid-boss on the 25th floor. A boss monster with oddly high specs that can be weakened by a mechanic or collected items is a common trope in RPGs, isn't it? But surely, as the viewers suggest, we couldn't have been so unlucky as to miss event triggers in nearly a dozen battles leading up to the 23rd floor. Right? If, regardless of the probability, things never go as one wants, and instead the opposite keeps happening, is that good luck or bad? When you hope to win, you always lose, but when you're expecting to lose, you miraculously win. It might seem like you're always at a loss, but from a probability perspective, isn't it a miraculous hand that always beats the odds? Arg. How is it possible that I invest everything and not get a single item? As Grace and Hansea quickly devised another plan and rushed out, Irene worriedly watched me hand gold to the guild before heading out to go to the temple. Finally, with Caden disappearing without a word, I could once again browse the internet. While reading Hansea's chat, I became curious and started watching her past gaming videos. On her channel, before the emergence of VR games, she uploaded fitness videos and gameplay. Even before playing Heroes Chronicle, her channel had over 300,000 subscribers. Seeing that the difference in view count was based on her outfit rather than the content itself, it was clear her viewers were the interesting sort. Does this even make sense? If the item's drop rate is 15%, then how come I didn't get it even once after 20 tries? Is this even statistically logical? Videos of her stretching on a mat, collaborating with other female streamers, reactions to sudden game jump scares, balancing on a balance ball or a foam roller, and streaming game tournaments. However, the one that caught my eye the most wasn't the one of her working out and revealing clothes, but the one with the thumbnail of Hansea slamming her head onto the keyboard, keys flying in all directions. The messy black hair strewn over the dark keys looked eerily like tree branches with fruits. Or was it just my imagination? Without hesitation, I played the video. Unable to contain her anger, Hansea banged the table with both hands, accidentally smashing her keyboard. Is this even fair? Ouch. Wait, did I just break my headset? She probably didn't intend to hit the keyboard, clutching her hurt hand and letting out a painful cry. As she suddenly stood up, the cord from her headset got caught on the chair, causing chaos. The smashed keyboard, the chair being thrown back, the headset caught on the chair, and Hansea, who couldn't bear the pain. Beyond this chaotic scene, there was also her in-game character, which had died amidst the commotion. No wonder the viewers teased her with the nickname, Clumsy Hands. Videos of her in exercise attire working out actually had fewer views than those where she accidentally wreaked havoc on her desk. While leisurely searching through Hansea's embarrassing past in my room, there came a gentle knock. Is Roland there? Roland, you're inside, right? Perhaps because of the last time we went for drinks, both Grace and Hansea came together. They probably figured I'd pieced everything together and just decided to be upfront. A chuckle escaped me at the very streamer-like brazenness of Hansea. It's hard not to laugh remembering her exaggerated reactions and clumsy fails in her videos. I suppressed the urge with a light cough and opened the door. Drinking again today? Yes, we thought all of us should have a drink together. Well, all of us except for Caden. Standing at the door were 3 women, casually dressed and without their usual gear. I thought there were only 2, but Irene, looking slightly flushed, was also there. Their relationship was definitely closer than I thought, like sisters. Even if the religion valued modesty and integrity, it didn't necessarily require total abstinence. Perhaps she couldn't resist the persuasion of the other 2 and decided to join. Despite being usually shy and reserved, Irene seemed excited about sharing drinks with friends, her eyes gleaming brightly. Who would decline an invitation to drink when offered by 3 charming ladies? Why not Caden? Well, we don't know where he's staying. Hansea lowered her head as she replied, seemingly embarrassed. We had all become closer with her since we first met, and I even knew of her secret. Not knowing where someone lives despite this level of intimacy. Maybe the Caden that Katie thinks of isn't a stoic swordsman but a loner. With that thought, I left the inn with the group, who seemed intent on drinking even 1 member short. Hansea hadn't started her broadcast, perhaps because of her very personal hobby of matchmaking Grace and me. Instead of the Lucky Scoundrel, where the previous incident occurred, she led us to another place. After all, we couldn't bring a nun to a place where people were selling themselves. It's fortunate, really. Fortunate? What is? That there won't be any guys picking fights just to impress you today. Maybe because I just watched Hansea's videos, I felt the playful urge to tease. As we walked, pushing through the increasing crowd of adventurers, my casual remark drew varied reactions from the group. Hansea shot me a glare as if to ask why I'd bring that up. Grace playfully nudged my side, trying to stifle her laughter, and Irene, full of curiosity, tugged at my sleeve, asking what I meant. Even though we were closer now, Irene naturally grabbed my left sleeve. It seemed either she found it easier to communicate this way or had just grown accustomed to it. Last time, Grace and I went out for a drink. Ah. Roland. Are you seriously bringing that up? Everyone in the Adventurers Guild already knows about it, so why not? What? The whole guild knows? We treated everyone with my money. Of course, word went around. Looking at Hansea, whose face turned bright red even if it's just in the game, Irene gently laughs, guessing the situation. Hansea had unexpectedly become the talk of the tavern. Grace, eager to tease her younger friend, sidled up to Irene and began narrating on her behalf. When Hannah entered the tavern alone, a mercenary from outside the city sat down right in front of her and just dash. Ah, stop it. Oh my, what did he look like? Well, he looked every bit the mercenary. Scruffy beard, menacing look, and wore this loose. Interrupted by a hurried Hansea taking the lead, the two ladies followed, laughing happily. It wasn't just me who enjoyed teasing Hansea. Proving the point, Grace and Irene, arms linked, cheerfully chased after her. Some adventurers recognized our group or showed interest due to the beauties among us, but upon seeing Irene's nun robes, they respectfully turned away. Flirting with adventurers and flirting with a nun are two very different things, after all. Suddenly, a man stopped our group. Hey, isn't that Caden? Everyone, here, few you are. She seemed rushed, catching her breath as she spoke. For a swordsman of the intermediate adventurer level to be so winded, she must run quite a distance. What happened? Bravely stopping a group of beautiful women on the road with a nun among them, naturally, she became the center of attention. But seeing nothing happening, the attention eventually dissipates. If not, an adventurer on the street might have seen it as an opportunity to join in. You seem in a hurry, what's the matter? A golem. She huffed. There's a tip related to golems. Ellis wanted to pass it on. Lacking a proper communication tool, it seemed she had to sprint around Hansea and Grace's lodgings, our frequented restaurants, and taverns. After pausing to catch her breath, Caden elaborated further. When I went back to the guild's training grounds to practice my swordsmanship, Ellis told me she had a message for you. Apparently, an injured adventurer party returned with a unique-looking golem stone. Saying so, Caden fetched a mana stone, roughly the size of a fist, from her adventurer belt. Being part of our party, they trusted her enough to hand over the mana stone. Rock golems typically had rounded mana stones that were only faintly reddish in hue. However, the mana stone Caden held was distinctly angular. Unlike the rounded pebble-like mana stones, this hexagonal crystal looked as though it had been intentionally carved. It's not only a deeper shade but also appears as if someone has shaped the mana stone. Did you get to hear how they found this mana stone? The adventurer who handed over the stone seemed to have fainted right in the guild. We've administered first aid, but it seems we need to rush him to the temple. Hearing the explanation, everyone's attention was drawn to the word temple. It seemed they understood why Ellis had urgently relayed the news. Though the temple is renowned for its purity and healing adventurers following the goddess's will, it's inevitably entangled with politics in this medieval fantasy world. It would be difficult to knock on the temple's doors late in the evening just for an adventurer who'd merely lost consciousness, especially if the injuries weren't life-threatening. However, if a nun was accompanying the adventurer, it would be a different story. Especially if someone like Irene, who held the title of a saint candidate and had grown up in the city's temple, were to bring them. Ideally, Irene herself would treat them. At this hour, the high priest should still be there. I'll head to the temple, please bring the patients from the guild to meet me there. Right, we should go immediately. Unfortunately, due to Irene's specialization in protective barriers, her healing capabilities were limited. If I recall correctly, she excelled in protection and purification but was limited in healing and had no enhancement capabilities. As Irene, holding the hem of her nun's robe with both hands, sprinted away, the group watched her retreating figure for a moment before heading to the guild. Hansea, ever the streamer, swiftly took out her camera to capture the scene. When playing games, there's a mechanic one might occasionally encounter. Whether in an RPG dungeon, a dungeon in a mobile game for collecting resources, or even in various genres like FPS or survival games, there's a familiar mechanic, enduring for a certain amount of time against waves of attacking enemies. Damn, we weren't supposed to just kill them. This was also the case with the golem that appeared from the 21st floor. If you withstand 10 minutes against the rock golem in the maze, a larger steel golem appears. If you hold out another 10 minutes against the steel golem, an even larger golden golem emerges. How did you find that out? On our way back, we ran into it. An adventurer responded. We heard that no other monsters would appear, so we planned on slowly defeating the golem. However, after receiving first aid from Ellis and being escorted to the temple late at night through Irene's connections, the adventurers spilled everything without holding back. After all, they wouldn't dare hide anything from the nun who had selflessly helped them. Even though the golems were tough and slow, if you took them lightly, the mages in the back would be in danger. One person distracted the newly appeared steel golem while the rest destroyed the rock golem. But when they couldn't defeat the steel golem in time, a larger golden golem appeared, and they had to. How did you manage to escape the maze? We couldn't defeat them, so we lured them away and then fled. We thought that if an even stronger golem appeared after the golden one, we wouldn't be able to escape. Oh, and the middle-aged male adventurer, who seemed calm as he explained, had bandages wrapped around his head. Even though he was injured, he seemed composed, likely because he didn't suffer any significant damage considering his equipment was fully intact. In contrast to the calm man, a younger and clearly more excited adventurer piped up. While the older adventurer looked like a tank with his heavy equipment, the younger one appeared to be in scout or rogue, given his light gear. He enthusiastically elaborated on the experience, adding more details. When the golden golem appeared, there were changes on the walls of the maze. I couldn't see it clearly, but it seemed like magic circuits, similar to what we saw when we first entered the maze, started extending from where the golden golem appeared. The young man's cheeks flushed with excitement, perhaps driven by the romanticism of the unknown. Hansea nodded at his words. All of the adventurers' testimonies were captured on camera, but she might be mentally organizing the information to appear knowledgeable to the viewers. If you last 10 minutes after encountering the rock golem, the steel golem appears. If you withstand another 10 minutes against the steel golem, the golden golem emerges. As soon as the golden golem appears, changes happen to the maze. We'll have to learn what comes after that ourselves. We took the golem down very quickly, but, for most players, it seems fairly balanced. We need to check out the 21st floor first thing tomorrow morning. A golden golem? Why would the tower create such a thing? Everyone, let's meet at the Adventurers Guild at dawn tomorrow. The night grew late, so after making plans for the next day, we all separated and went back to our respective accommodations. Even if I don't take the lead in attacking, our party is significantly stronger than the average player's party. We have a 4 swordsman, a 4 archer, and a mage. Our defense is also solid even if all 3 focus on offense. It's also a monster where a mage is absolutely necessary. Without a mage, you can't weaken it to be penetrable. If a monster like this appeared in another RPG, the game's director would surely be cursed out on community forums. Looking at the online forums, the average rating of players' NPC companion starts at 2, reaching around 3 by the time they get to the 21st floor. When a newbie asks how to beat a specific monster, you can't possibly answer. Get a full 5 team, then you can beat it without doing anything happy face. What I have to do right now is clear. Ray translations. Watching Hansea hunt golems makes my heart ache. It's depressing to think that her only approach to monsters is to kill them without a second thought. There's a unique mechanism where infusing mana reveals hidden mazes, but to not have the intelligence to imagine golems might also have their own unique mechanism is so sad. Wait, how did this guy guess everything so accurately? Is BB Games secretly watching me? So, did you stream because you wanted to complain? At this rate, the guy should be paid an appearance fee, lol. Did you find a new mechanism, like he mentioned? Is that why you didn't stream? Just by how close she is with her party, she probably had fun off stream. What did you do with Irene and Grace last night? Show us too. Before even heading to the guild in the morning, a notification for Hansea's stream rang. As I shower, I have her stream playing in the corner of my vision. There she is, wearing leather armor and robes, interacting with her camera drone. Included was a post from the previous night by Mr. Heartache. Everyone suspected there was something hidden since the golem hunting was repetitive. Mr. Heartache, with his growing fame, wrote a post that quickly gained traction and recommendations. But what surprised Hansea wasn't the mechanism part but the kill them without a second thought part. After turning off the stream yesterday, I wanted to have some drinks with my teammates. But then we got a message from the Adventurers Guild about some adventurers discovering something. She's enjoying cheat days in virtual reality now. Without streaming it. Why did you leave us in the dark after turning off the camera? It feels lonely and cold. Chat is a mess. Get to the point quickly. So what did you discover? Stopping trying to milk money and say it already. Ah, you're all so impatient. I'm explaining from the beginning, okay? Why would I bait for donations? Expert Hansea translator donated 5,001. Info, here, the notification means a donation has been made. True. Look, just explain. Why sneak in excuses to get more donations? A true master at money making. Give more money quickly, or she'll keep diverting with random talk. Minus 5,001 probably isn't enough for her. Viewers furiously typed in chat as they watched her, with her staff in hand, preparing to leave the inn. Unable to withstand their sharp criticism, Hansea reluctantly played a recording of the adventurer's testimony from the previous day. A middle-aged male adventurer with a bandage on his head and a younger adventurer with flushed cheeks. The viewers were disappointed to see men in the video, but the testimonies immediately fired up the chat. After the rock golem, there were steel golems and even a golden golem. I've always thought that these guys are rather opportunistic, like hyenas. They conveniently overlooked the fact that it wasn't Hansea who defeated the golems, but me. To them, such details don't matter. Hello, Roland. Morning. I strolled in to find some of my comrades already at the guild. After Hansea joined us at the table, surprisingly, it was Irene who initiated the conversation. All the adventurers who came to the temple yesterday left this morning. They said they didn't have any lingering injuries and were headed to the magic tower. The magic tower, huh? It does sound like something worth going to them for. If the patterns are spreading from the golden golem, it's definitely the territory of mages. After our discussion, we began our usual preparations for exploring the tower. The middle-aged, melancholic mage requested more moss, and the guild contracted us to gather minerals and mushrooms alongside it. After inspecting our equipment and checking Hansea's inventory for camping tools and food, we also confirmed the lantern hanging by our hips and our adventure packs. Thus began another typical adventure. Based on what we discussed yesterday, we'll search for the golem on the 21st floor. After engaging it, we'll stall for time. From what we've heard, after the steel golem appears, even if we take down the rock golem, a gold golem will emerge. So, it's a system where, if you beat the later appearing ones, stronger and newer golems appear. Very interesting. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, our party headed towards the tower. A situation where a quest doesn't progress as expected because your teammates are so strong. I'm starting to understand why Hansea's nickname on the Heroes Chronicle forum is starting to be 18 asterisk. I wish we could have instantly found a maze and stalled a golem for a full 10 minutes, but where did all those golems go? Surely, we didn't clear out all the golems on the 21st floor. Should we move to the 22nd floor? Today's proverb donated 10,001. Better late than never, you don't miss the water till the well runs dry. But don't those two proverbs have completely different meanings? While Hansea is amusingly teased, the mysterious wall panels are nowhere to be found. After all, didn't the adventuring party that was brought to the temple claim they found one on their way back? Finding one on the first day would be considered an achievement, so we might not find any today, right? After hunting packs of cave spiders, examining walls, collecting moss, and fighting a kobold pack, we wandered the dim pathways of the cave for a while. Just as disappointment started to fill our eyes, Grace's triumphant voice echoed throughout the cave. I found it. It was behind a thin and wide stalagmite, a location easily missed. Yet, Grace, living up to her reputation as a scout, seemed to magically spot it from beyond the stalagmite's shadow. The previously dwindling chat room sprung back to life due to her discovery. I always believed in you, Grace. Hansea, why didn't you find it first before starting the stream? Only 20 minutes left to the golden golem, any way to speed it up? Dungeons where you have to wait are the worst. Even with good specs, you have to wait. Hurry up. I'm dying here. Hansea, as equally excited as the viewers, almost sprinted forward, reaching out to touch the broad panel. Soon, a familiar pattern of mana spread across the wall, creating a maze. As the mana spread, stalagmites and stalactites seemed to melt and get sucked into the floor and ceiling, and the cave's jagged walls smoothed out. Now, we just need to find the golem. Didn't we spend almost 2 hours looking for the golem last time? Ugh, don't jinx it by mentioning that. Finding the maze is based on chance, and so is finding the golem. It would have been nice if there were hints or hidden markers, but unfortunately, we haven't found such a thing. Since we don't know the layout of the maze, we'll have to wander around until we chance upon the golem. Imagining this grim future, and seemingly not wanting to hear more, Grace covered her ears. Seeing this, I chuckled, only to be smacked from behind by Hansea. Roland, seriously, stop with the ominous talk. Well, we'll bump into it eventually. At some point. Ah, seriously. Hansea seems to be a little superstitious. Players of various games, especially those like Heroine's Chronicle, where the main content is a gacha-style character collection, often hold deep superstitions. For gacha games featuring historic figures, there were even players that would go on pilgrimages to graves, historic sites, and museums in hopes of improving their luck. But I've always believed that with enough money spent, you'd eventually get what you wanted. Sometimes it was not due to the depth of one's luck, but due to the depth of one's wallet. Let's go find the golem. And don't say anything ominous, lead the way. Whether Hansea genuinely believed in these superstitions or if she just had a gut feeling, one typical of those with notoriously bad luck, she grumbled after just a small joke. Everyone naturally began navigating through the maze with smiles on their faces. After a monotonous journey to find the golem, without encountering any monsters or traps along the way. It's finally here. I can't believe we searched for a whole hour. This is all Roland's fault. After enduring an hour's worth of various complaints from the viewers, the rock golem finally revealed itself before us. Ray translations. The adventurers weren't lying. Seeing it like this, I kind of feel sorry for the golem. Do you have to tear off all its limbs like that? After wandering the maze for a while, we finally stumbled upon the rock golem. The condition to endure for 10 minutes without knocking it down was surprisingly easy. After all, even if I didn't join in, it was an opponent they could take down within 5 minutes. Why wouldn't we be able to hold out for 10 minutes? Apart from its sturdiness, the golem had no other strengths. I turned my gaze from the rock golem, flailing without its limbs on the ground, to the steel golem. When the rock golem first appeared, we tried various experiments given the 10-minute window. We tested casting spells on it and even searched for any slots or openings in its body. We'll learn more about it later. For now, let's just tie it down. You sure? I don't know any magic to manipulate metal. I can handle it with just strength. It kept struggling, so eventually, I just broke its limbs. Hansea applied her magic to its joints, and I, with a motion as simple as plucking a tomato stem, tore off the limbs of the golem. Even if we tore off its arms and legs, the golem's main body remained undamaged, maintaining its 100% health. As long as the rock golem was alive, the timer counted down, and after 10 minutes, from the dark depths of the maze, we heard the groaning sound of a steel golem, approaching with its heavy steps. At a glance, it looked slightly bigger than the rock golem, but not by much. Unlike the dark-colored rock golem, this one had a cold, gray hue to its body. It looked slightly larger and smoother, should be trickier to grab. We should be cautious, if we damage it carelessly, we might end up wandering the caves again. Please be careful. Maybe the Demon King lives here. A four swordsman can't even leave a scratch, yet he's tearing it apart with his bare hands. Bears tear apart humans, while Roland tears apart golems. The viewers, who had been empathizing with the flailing rock golem for the past 10 minutes, reacted to my words. Some asked for mercy, joking about the rock golem's gravel wife and pebble children. I almost burst into laughter at their antics, but held it in and began to approach the slow-moving steel golem. Its speed is at the level of an adult man's light jog, easy for adventurers to outrun. With no long-range attack abilities, if one turned and sprinted at full speed, it would be possible to run and leave the golems in their dust. This must be how those adventurers from yesterday managed to escape. Wow, would it be rude to Roland if I said I feel sorry for the golem? Well, I wouldn't say I feel sorry, but it's like watching the children of the temple play with a toy. It's not right to be so relaxed in such a place. The steel golem's attack pattern was identical. Facing me, it lifted its heavy fist to strike down from above. With the same posture and trajectory as the rock golem, its fist descended like a hammer, aiming straight for my head. The golem's fist had grown in size and hardness, but it was still just a golem's fist, not enhanced by mana but simply relying on its mass. I swiftly grabbed its wrist to prevent any reflective damage. It writhed, trying to yank its arm free, but escaping my grip was impossible. After all, this golem wasn't bolstered by mana, it simply used mana as fuel to move. Among children, there are mischievous ones who break the arms and legs of toy dolls or wooden soldiers. Well, it's a bit large for a toy, but hearing that, they do seem similar. Even though I was stronger, the golem's sheer size limited the things I could do. So, I chose to twist its arm. Grasping the golem's right wrist with both hands, I forcefully twisted it, over and over, reminiscent of unscrewing a bolt or opening a soda bottle. The resistance produced a grinding metallic sound. If I were up against a martial artist, they might have spun around using the wall for leverage to prevent their shoulder from being dislocated. But my opponent was just a golem. Look at that, it's coming off. I got one arm. Take a look. The same method worked on the other arm. Unlike the rock golems, this one seemed meticulously assembled. Something that looked like gears was visible from the torn shoulder joint. The problem is, I can't distinguish whether it's a bolt and nut or a gear since I wrenched it out with sheer force. Hannah, can that go into your inventory? Huh. I think so. Why? I think the steel golem has mechanical devices on the joints in its limbs. Since I've damaged the arms, maybe we can carefully remove the legs and sell them in the magic tower. One has to be quite cunning to succeed, huh? Selling monster parts instead of its drops. Is fresh the right term for a golem? I noticed something was different, but who would think to sell it? LOL. No wonder he has so much gold. Makes me wonder what he'd have sold if monsters left corpses instead of mana stones. Lol. My teammates stared at me, their mouths agape as if they'd never considered the idea before. If a monster leaves something behind, it's loot, no. The steel golem, having lost all its limbs, let out a mournful sound as it collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was most definitely different from the rock golem. While the rock golem looked like a rock with limbs attached, the steel golem, although similarly shaped, had gears and axles in its joints. I was tempted to dismantle its torso to compare the steel golem's mana stone with that of the rock golem's. However, with the golden golem appearing next, I held myself back. The rock golem was sturdy, but this one's even tougher. Most swordsmen probably wouldn't even scratch it. Whoa, it's heavy. We propped the bodies of the rock and steel golem against the corridor walls, while their detached limbs became playthings for the group. From Caden poking them curiously with her sword to Grace trying to lift one only to drop it in surprise. Hansea, too, struggled to lift a limb of the toppled steel golem. She then began examining its leg joints and started a conversation with her viewers. 10 minutes may seem short at a glance, but it feels rather long when you're just standing in an empty corridor doing nothing. The rock golem was just a pile of rocks, but this one is meticulously designed. I wonder if we hold out against the golden golem for another 10 minutes, some sort of mage boss might appear. Or maybe golems are related to alchemists. Aren't you both a mage and an alchemist? Shouldn't you know that? Even if you master magic and alchemy, creating a golem seems way too hard. Heard the US started a project to create mechas like those golems. Might take them 5 years. You chose your main class as mage and alchemist on the side and you're asking us. You're the number 1 player. We waited for another 10 minutes. Finally, the much-anticipated golden golem emerged from the end of the corridor. As the excited adventurer had described, with a deep resonating sound, the dark, sleek walls of the corridor lit up with magical circuits. If the rock golem was roughly 2 meters and the steel golem was about 2.5 meters, this one seemed to be at least 4 meters tall. It was clearly larger than the steel golem but somewhat smaller than an ogre. If that massive body was indeed made of gold, tearing its limbs could be a way to generate a lot of gold coins, unless the game developers put some sort of limit on that. Should we wait another 10 minutes with this one? There might be another golem after this. Sure. We can still break the golem after 10 minutes anyway. In the darkness, the golden figure shimmered menacingly. Despite its slow pace, its larger size produced loud, echoing footsteps in the corridor. After a long while, the chance to confront a giant-like creature had my fingers itching for battle. Of course, considering it appeared on the 21st floor, a few reflected hits could shatter it, so I have to be careful. It took an hour searching through the maze and another 20 minutes waiting. If I kill it by accident, we'd have to spend even more hours looking for patterns on the cave walls. I stowed away my shield, preparing to catch the golden golem's fist, and approached. Hey, don't you think even the scraps from that would sell for a lot? I was thinking the same thing. Listening to the chatter of Grace and Han Seah from behind, I stepped forward to meet the lumbering golden golem. While its headless, stout form, with only arms and legs attached to its torso, remained unchanged, its nearly 4-meter stature was rather intimidating. Even if it had grown in size and changed to gold, it seemed its built-in combat program hadn't changed. It raised its right hand high, to the point it nearly reached the ceiling, and then swiftly brought it down towards my head. Huh? What was that? Something flashed. After a brief glint, a shockwave followed, and the golden golem's arm crumpled horrendously. Roland, are you okay? It seems there was magic related to shockwaves on its fist. The trick against the golem was to catch its fist as if blocking a blow. Intercepting something mid-flight wouldn't count as a hit, so catching it wouldn't activate my reflexive passive. But with the golden golem, it was impossible. The moment I tried to block its fist, a light flashed, and something struck my palm. Although I didn't take damage, the problem was that the block-grabbing motion counted as a hit. The golem's arm crumbled to pieces from the reflexive damage. If its arms are gone like that, do you think it will kick with its legs? At least only its arms broke off. Otherwise, we'd have to search the caves again for a new maze. The silver lining, as Han Seah pointed out, was that only the golden golem's arms had been destroyed. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to wander around. As I approached the golem, attempting to dismantle its legs with minimal damage, it shuffled its feet as if hesitating. Its steps seemed much smaller compared to when it first appeared. Suspicious, I closely inspected the golem. Now with only its legs and torso left, it unmistakably flinched. Due to its size, even a small movement produced a scraping sound. Not only me, but the rest of the party also seemed to notice something off. Isn't its reaction kind of strange? Right. The rock and steel golems kept moving forward even when their limbs were gone. As the suspicious party members readied their weapons and gathered behind me, the golden golem stopped completely. Its behavior was distinctly different from the previous ones, and everyone looked up at the massive form with a mix of anticipation and unease. Let's talk. What the? It's speaking. Speak with me, humans. The golem speaks. Ray translations. If I report this back to Ellis, she'd probably ask if I've been drinking again. Well, given that this is a fantasy game, it's not too strange for a golem to talk. It's curious how something without a mouth or speakers is managing to communicate. Probably through magic. The rest of the party found this fascinating, as they fearlessly gathered around the massive golem. Because of its enormous size, our gathered group looked like kindergartners clustering around their teacher. What do you want to discuss? Your identities. I wonder if this is a subplot for the 21st floor or a main story related to the tower itself. As Han Se-ah, the party leader and player, naturally starts talking with the golem, everyone listens intently. Even Caden, who roleplays as a stoic, cool adventurer, seems deeply focused, lips slightly parted. Amid this strange tension, the conversation between Han Se-ah and the golem continued. We are the guardians of the labyrinth. However, we don't know where you intruders came from. A labyrinth? We are in a tower. What kind of plot twist is this? This is kinda random, no? The golem probably wants to negotiate because its limbs are going to be ripped off. Tower, Demon King, and now a labyrinth. What kind of mishmash game is this? But seriously, what's with the golem's voice? No, this place is a labyrinth. The place we were appointed to guard our entire lives. So you're saying this labyrinth is connected to the tower? Why is she debating the golden-headed thing? Just beat it up and get the info, damn. Obviously milking donations by making us impatient. Should I pay my dental bill? Or should I donate? Username 18 donated 10,001. Shut your mouth and listen to the golem, PPAK, asterisk. Han Se-ah, ignoring the viewers clamoring for more information from the golem, continues her line of questioning. Amidst the conversation, something crossed my mind. I realized it's been 10 minutes since the golden golem appeared. I shifted my gaze from the stream and moved quietly to Han Se-ah's side. Everyone's so focused on the golem's story that they've let their guard down. Perhaps they thought the golem, having lost its arms, wasn't much of a threat. Their postures have relaxed, showing a clear drop in tension. What could an armless golem possibly do? Our world was invaded by a demon king, leading to the creation of the last fort. Demon King? So, you're saying the Demon King invaded there as well? Wait, what? Goddess, grant us your protection. Suddenly, an explosion. Mid-conversation, a bright light erupted from within the golem. It didn't seem like a self-detonation, but... boom! A booming noise reverberated through the cave as the golem's golden body transformed into a magic bomb, igniting with a bright flash and causing a powerful explosion. Han Se-ah, caught off guard, was unable to respond as she was fiddling with the status window in the air. Fortunately, Irene, who had been paying attention, immediately cast a protective barrier. Once the dust and noise from the explosion subsided, what revealed itself was a shattered maze. The once smooth walls began reverting back to their rough, natural cave texture. As the protective barrier faded, the party members cautiously gathered around me, their eyes wary amidst the settling dust. You know what I'm going to say, right? Yes. No matter how reasonable the opponent is or how well we can communicate with it, you let your guard down too much. At the very least, you should have dodged or reacted. Apart from Irene, who reacted instantly, the rest looked down sheepishly. It made me think, perhaps a 5 really is worth its value. How could a priestess react faster than a nimble swordsman and a scout archer? Or maybe she never let her guard down, regardless of the wonders of the tower. And so, the golden golem vanished from the 21st floor, leaving behind an unsolved mystery and a single key-shaped mana stone. Does this mean that the mana stones of the rock golems, which I bought for 10 gold and 15 silver coins each, are now pointless? Caution, spoiler, rough summary of the story.txt. Han Se-ah's stream where the goddess appears.jpg. Han Se-ah talking with the golden golem.jpg. Based on what I watched in the 18th stream, I've fleshed out some details, though some parts are speculative and not confirmed. Close-up of the goddess and her collarbone.jpg. The goddess appears in the blessed forest, discussing the tower. She says that the Demon King suddenly intruded into the world she created. The Demon King, hailing from another world, is currently invading the world of the goddess, and the tower serves as the forward base for this invasion. Closer zoom in on the goddess chest.jpg. The goddess is more like the goddess of life itself, as she is the only god and creator, and even the monsters are her creations. Monsters, after all, can be healed by divine energy. Unless it's an undead, as was mentioned in a different post. However, the nature of the demon king is the opposite of the goddess. I'm not sure what to call it, but like an imposter. A doppelganger? Or maybe a parasite that inhabits human bodies. Or perhaps he's like the aliens in some foreign horror films, which consume humans and then impersonate them, seeming like a living being but not actually. So the monsters in the tower imitate the monsters outside, but they have no actual bodies. The goddess speculates that the demon king's intention might be to devour all living beings outside the tower and replace them with the monsters that spit out mana stones. Screenshot of a self-destructing golden golem.jpg. And then there's the golden suicide bomber introduced in the 21st floor. Although it might feel glitch, a certain pattern emerges. Screenshot of the golden golem declaring the last fortress.jpg. This demon king hasn't invaded just the world of Heroes Chronicle. He's most likely invading and consuming various other worlds, replicating his forces in the process. The sudden appearance of a maze within the 21st floor's cave might be the aftermath of the demon king devouring a world where the golem served as a guardian. To summarize in 3 lines. 1. The demon king invades various dimensions, consuming them. 2. Those consumed by the demon king transform into non-living entities, a mana stone being. 3. The tower likely houses remnants of various worlds, which might appear as in-game events. Multiple worlds would indeed make it easier to create events. So you think there are other worlds just because of the maze? If you think of it in terms of fantasies, it could just be a relic from a different era. If it's the demon king's second invasion, the divine energy bags would have said something. Are you nuts? Different worlds. That's possible. There's a popular, lengthy post on the forum. Although hundreds of comments are quarreling over who's right or wrong, speculating wildly or imaginatively, I feel the poster's hypothesis might be on the mark. Considering Heroes Chronicle is based on Heroines Chronicle, it's possible the game contains elements from the latter. When you reach the 60th floor, suddenly a ruined city appears. There could be an event where you recruit a new companion, like a 5 destroyed worlds android, female. Heroines Chronicle was that kind of game. Anyway, it's a game that showcases female characters and introduces all sorts of dimensions and worlds. Roland, your meal is ready. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Cooking is much more fun and easier than standing guard. As I read the extensive post, Irene's voice, accompanied by a savory aroma, came from behind. After the golden golem, the tower reverted to its original state. Goblins and kobolds were squawking loudly in the cave clearing, with cave spiders and vampire bats blocking the narrow passages with their large bodies. Every now and then, we'd pour mana into some panels hoping something would happen, but all that emerged were rock and steel golems. The golden golem, the one with enough intelligence to talk with us, never appeared again. So, what's the purpose of this magic stone? It's red, and I think it's meant to be used here in the caves. It's key-shaped stone and looks like it should be used to open a door. Well, it's a key, so that's obvious, right? LOL. They're worth 10 gold each, makes my mercenary gameplay feel pathetic. Players now might just be getting their first gold coins. So, that's it for today's stream. Yeah, that's it for today's stream. Honestly, who'd want to watch me babble on for hours while on night watch? So, in a corner of the 25th floor, Hansea ends her stream while sipping on her stew. Breakfast and lunch are usually light soups with bread, but dinner is a hearty meat-filled stew to replenish their energy. Irene's homemade dishes, like a mother's cooking, make me feel warm and comfortable. Her title might be Saint Candidate, but her cooking rivals a one chef. Of course, this is limited to the stews and soups she's familiar with. Perhaps her expertise comes from cooking for children at the temple. The other party members also seemed happy, munching on chunks of meat from the stew. We finished the request faster than I thought we would. I never imagined there would be a colony of cave mushrooms. I'm pretty familiar with forests and the grass plains, but it seems I need to study caves more. Such massive caves aren't places you'd stumble upon easily. If this tower is imitating things from the outside world, does that mean there are similar caves out there? I'm quite curious about that. I've heard there's a large cave somewhere in the southern part of the kingdom. Adventurers have been buzzing about exploring it for minerals and other resources. Oh, so it's based on a real place. Just as the goddess said. Grace, pleased with finishing the gathering quest for glowing moss and luminous mushrooms quicker than anticipated, and Irene and Caden, curious about the vast caves, chatted away as they dined. In the midst of everything, Han Seya, having ended her stream, discreetly approaches Grace and whispers something to her. She's scheming again. After their hushed conversation, Grace gets another bowl of stew from Irene and starts walking towards me. While she acts nonchalant, the mischievous Han Seya has taken out her camera drone again. Grace's cheeks turn a shade of red. She seems more serious about this than I thought. Why is Han Seya so passionate about pairing us? From the past videos I've seen of her, she didn't seem to have such interests. Maybe she sees the virtual reality game as a real-life drama unfolding before her eyes. Even Irene has started to catch on, as evident by her glances in our direction after serving the stew. Only Caden, either uninterested or acting aloof, continues to tend to her sword. Grace takes a seat beside me. Haven't you finished eating already, Roland? I'm finished, but I can still sit with you. Oh. Did I get an extra bowl for no reason? If you're full, let's split it. We can share. We sit side by side on the thick blanket laid over the rugged cave floor and I help myself to some of the stew Grace brought. To the others, our simple act of sharing a meal together seems to hold a different, deeper meaning. From behind us, we can hear muffled sounds of amusement and astonishment. Regardless, Grace starts to eat, sitting close enough that our arms occasionally brush against each other. We're close enough that I can feel her breath. Despite the slight discomfort from our closeness every time we move to eat, Grace seemed content. The Demon King. He's bound to be strong, right? Definitely. In the comfortable silence, Grace brings up the topic of the Demon King. Perhaps meeting the goddess imbued everyone with a sense of purpose. In Grace's mind, our mission isn't just exploring the tower but defeating the Demon King to save the world. She placed her stew bowl on her firm lap, twiddling her fingers. It doesn't feel real. She began. Not long ago, I was a hunter from a small village, hunting goblins on the lower floors of the tower, and arguing with the party leader over silly things. Ah, the female swordsman. And now, I've met the goddess, been blessed with divine energy, and am preparing to fight the Demon King. If someone had come to the village and prophesied this to me, I would have dismissed them as a fraud. As she spoke slowly, her restless fingers kept bothering me so I gently took her hand to calm her. When she's drunk, she throws off her clothes and goes on the attack, but when she's sober, she shows such a girlish side. I'd like to make a move, but the hovering camera drone above and the intense stares from the two spectators behind us were a bit annoying. Passing the 25th floor, moving to the 26th, 27th, 28th. As we ascended the tower, the enemies gradually became stronger, and larger groups began to emerge. Still, our climb was smooth sailing. While initially, we'd encounter goblins and kobolds in groups of about 30, now they roamed in packs exceeding 50. Cave spiders evolved to the point where their exoskeleton could deflect arrows, but our party, becoming more skilled as we climbed, could handle such challenges with ease. Regardless of increasing numbers, methodical elimination was the solution. And although the enemy's exteriors became tougher, their vulnerabilities remained the same. Han Seya's increasing magic proficiency, Grace's archery and Caden's swordsmanship improved day by day. They had become worthy of the title, Intermediate Adventurers. It's incredible how much they're growing. I mused. Yet, amid these peaceful days, I faced a personal challenge, an invasion of privacy. Even if Han Seya treated Grace warmly, like a sister, Grace remained an NPC. No matter how endearing or real she seemed, interacting with her differed from interacting with a real person. This isn't to say that Han Seiya disregarded or looked down on her. It's just that Han Seiya began to be straightforward to the point of inconvenience. Some behaviors, acceptable within the game, would be deemed rude in real life. Like secretly following someone on a date, or encouraging someone to drink and afterwards share a room at an inn. Her desires were becoming blatantly apparent. Should we take a break from adventuring this weekend? Take a break from? Either they're underestimating the heightened senses of a senior adventurer or they're so audacious they don't care if they're caught. The two of them cheekily whisper, just a bit away from me. With the two behaving like this, it was only natural for the others to grow curious. Irene, who first discovered this during one of our outings, and Caden, who pretends to be stoic but is deep down like a teenage girl, were sneakily eavesdropping. Grace, a little shy but never hesitant, and Han Seiya, who would find any excuse to be near Grace, made for an intriguing duo. Calling it a challenge isn't because I dislike Grace. It's because of this damn camera. I should have just streamed. Han Seiya is a professional streamer. A true professional. Instead of merely relying on her looks, she's authentic, even playfully interacting with her viewers and displaying her full unfiltered competitive side in games. So, while she's live, I'm safe from the camera. The issue arises when she turns off her stream during the monotonous parts since she promised her viewers to skip the boring bits. With nothing left to film, the camera drone stalks me like a relentless paparazzo, and it's extremely annoying. Han Seiya herself isn't constantly watching me. I just have the camera drone hovering by my side while Grace is nearby, guided in a purposeful trajectory by Han Seiya. However, due to that, there's the inconvenience of having to hide my fingers every time I secretly browse the internet, using being on the lookout as my excuse. Roland, after our adventure tomorrow, let's have the after-party we missed out on last time. Sounds good to me. Do you have a specific place in mind? While I was busily surfing the web at an angle where the camera drone can't see, Han Seiya, who was chatting with Grace while organizing her inventory, approached me. The aim is to reschedule the get-together that's been cancelled twice already. Our first gathering was postponed because Han Seiya got involved with mercenaries and it turned into some kind of adventurer drinking party. The second one got naturally cancelled when Caden came running with a tip about a golem. Glancing around, I noticed 3 people staring at me from a distance, their eyes gleaming. Grace, Irene, and even Caden seemed to be highly anticipating it. Maybe they're looking forward to enjoying a drink with friends after an adventure. We discussed going to the Lucky Scoundrel. I heard it's the best restaurant around in terms of food. It's worth the price, for sure. To find better alcohol and food than the Lucky Scoundrel, you'd have to look not at inns that cater to adventurers but at more formal restaurants. Irene might be a bit hesitant given that some of the women there openly sell their bodies, but it's better than having bland food during a get-together. In cities with temples, open prostitution catering to adventurers isn't considered illegal or blasphemous. So, Lucky Scoundrel it is? Yeah. To find a better place, we'd have to go to some high-end restaurant and sip wine. And dress up according to a dress code. Wearing expensive suits and dresses. Some places even check your social status. Oh my, places that won't accept you unless you're a noble. After discussing food and restaurants for a while, Han Seiya turns back to Grace. Just by watching her light footsteps, I can tell it's not due to our success as adventurers. She walks with a bounce as if she's a decorated general, and Grace greets her with a bright smile. Honestly, if she were to ask me out on a date, I'd accept without hesitation. But a woman's heart is always so complex. Maybe one day, I should be the one to ask. Ray Translations. After taking a brief nap, the responsibility of the middle watch fell on me, due to my sturdy stamina. Han Seiya, the mage with the weakest endurance, took the first watch. Irene, accustomed to rising early, took the last. Our watch schedule went from Han Seiya, to Grace, myself, Caden, and finally Irene. As dawn approached inside the dimly lit cave, we swiftly packed the golem mana stones and the items we gathered for a request before heading out of the tower. Venturing deeper into the 20th floors, the journey back was arduous. Unlike the plains or forests, navigating winding paths extended our travel time. Had Han Sea not activated her magic markers, we might have been greeted by a moonlit night as soon as we exited the tower. There seems to be a group of goblins up ahead. Should we ignore them and pass by? I think it might be quicker to avoid combat even if we have to take a detour. Right. In that case, let's keep moving and take the right path up ahead. Thankfully, our skilled scout, Grace, possessed an uncanny ability to detect monsters. I wondered if players who didn't have a scout in their party were regretting it now. Unless there are traps in the latter part where a rogue shines, the performance of a scout is overwhelmingly superior. Whenever Grace pinpointed the location of monsters, Han Sea would pretend to cast a spell and use the mini-map to adjust our route. Probably due to thoughts of our after-party, our steps are light. Since all our requests were essentially complete, we avoided any monsters we could, breaking through the path of as least resistance possible. Descending lower and lower, we exit the damp air of the caves and breathe in the fresh air of the forest. Ah, I feel so relaxed just being here. It's still inside the tower, though. Not just me, but the entire party seemed to feel the same. Everyone naturally stretched and took deep breaths. Leaving the dark caves and witnessing the sunlit beauty of the forest made everyone's lips curve into a smile. It helps that monsters are also scarce here. Curious, Han Sea murmurs. Aren't there almost no monsters between the gate of the 20th floor and the passage to the 21st floor? Is it just my imagination? It's likely because most of the forest monsters are beast types. They're probably avoiding areas with frequent human activity. Even orc hunters feel intimidated. Of course, newly spawned ones will still attack adventurers. Like right now. There's a moss wolf crouching ahead in those bushes. Responding to Han Sea's question, Grace casually pointed out. Given its proximity, it must be a freshly spawned moss wolf. Though I would prefer to ignore and bypass it, this new creature seemed unaware of humans. Growling and hissing, it lunged, instinctively aiming for the throat. The reward for aiming for a fatal point. Passive reflective damage. We picked up the moss wolf, now turned into a mana stone, and continued our way out of the tower. Following the damp and musty air of the cave and the refreshing forest air, a mouth-watering aroma of freshly baked bread filled the nostrils. As the setting sun dims the horizon, I wonder if there are any adventurers selling snacks near the gate. My hunger is almost unbearable. Let's quickly complete the request and head straight to the inn. At Han Sea's words, the women unanimously nodded in agreement. Because we avoided as much combat as possible on the way back, they all still had a lot of energy. With the 2-day adventure concluded, all that remained was to settle our dues and celebrate. Perhaps it was Ellis's day off. We were met by an unfamiliar receptionist who handed us a hefty pouch of silver coins. We then headed towards the lucky scoundrel, followed closely by that persistent camera drone. But why is it filming my face like that? As always, the lucky scoundrel inn was bustling with people. Its pretty waitresses and delicious food were a lure, making it a must-visit for any adventurer with a bit of spare coin. Add to that the fact that these attractive waitresses would generously reward adventurers with extra service if they had an exciting tale to tell, there was little reason to go anywhere else. Is there room for 5? Welcome. For 5, there's a table over in that corner that just opened up. Is a corner spot okay? Had they been a bit less lucky, they might have had to wait for a spot, but fate smiled upon them. Just as they entered, a spacious corner table freed up. Some boisterous adventurers, flush from the effects of alcohol, scattered, with a few exiting the inn and others heading upstairs with some waitresses. Our group took our seats, blending in effortlessly with the lively ambience of the inn. From the rosy glow on the girls' cheeks, it was clear they were soaking up the merry atmosphere. There's something infectious about a lively place, filled with laughter and warm energy. After the cold, dank atmosphere of the caves we'd been exploring, this place felt almost like heaven. What would you all like to order? We're all having drinks, right? We placed orders for hearty dishes like roast chicken and steak, each accompanied by a refreshing pint of beer. Seemingly in the mood for the occasion, even Irene didn't hesitate to order a drink. The waitress seemed to have taken a liking to me or Caden. With exaggerated sway in her hips, she headed to the kitchen after taking our order. Of course, no offense to her, but neither of us was interested. I had a high chance of spending the night with Grace, and the young man with curly brown hair was actually a beautiful silver-haired lady in disguise. The waitress's provocative movements might have turned the heads of adventurers at other tables, but they had little effect here. How about our leader gives a toast? Oh, come on. Though we briefly followed the sultry sway of the waitress, we quickly got back to chatting, laughing and sharing stories. Warm food was quickly served, most likely pre-cooked given how busy the night was. As soon as the food was on the table, Han Seao lifted her beer with gusto. It's clear why she has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, she has a certain charisma. She might have hesitated in front of unfamiliar NPCs, but in front of friends, she was quite the talker. To always smooth sailing adventures for us. Ahahaha. Hannah, you sound just like an old adventurer. Oh, seriously. You're the one who told me to do it. Grace and Han Seao had grown closer, most likely due to all the love shenanigans. As they exchanged playful jokes and laughed, Irene too couldn't help but join in, smiling as she gently clinked her beer glass with the others. When the viewers find out about this, they'll probably be stomping the ground, asking why she didn't stream. The next time Han Seao goes live, I'll slyly bring tonight up. Lately, she's been sticking that camera in my face, annoying me. Isn't a little petty revenge in order? If I can't tease her directly, I might as well use the viewers. Anyway, cheers. Clang. The coarse glass mugs collide with a refreshing sound. Of course, it's immediately drowned out by the boisterous chatter of nearby adventurers. In the time it takes to lift a glass for a toast, who knows how many exaggerated tales of adventure one might hear. There's one such story behind me right now. Hey, that golem, it's worth a lot of money. The one from the 21st floor. What happened there? A giggling, drunk adventurer from the table behind us raises his mug. He seems quite intoxicated, his face as red as a ripe date. The man with beer foam stuck in his beard, holding a familiar item in his free hand, is boasting about his adventures. Specifically, holding a part of a steel golem's shoulder. I only agreed to buy the mana stones from the rock golems. What he has in his hand is the loot of a steel golem. It seems like they hunted both the rock and steel golems, especially since the golden golem won't appear again due to us. If you look closely, very closely, at the walls of the cave on the 21st floor, you'll see a pattern. Really? There's something like that? Yes. That famous senior adventurer, the one who scours the lower floors, keeps finding things. Like that massive wolf or the orc army. He found something hidden in the caves too. His voice is loud and he's just behind us, so we can hear everything. We, who had been laughing and drinking, now quietly focus on the drunk's tales while munching on our food. Hearing about our adventures from another adventurer's mouth is a unique experience. It's a different feeling than when merchants or nobles approach us with personal requests. Is that story about Roland? Is that from a steel golem? He must be skilled. Our group whispers amongst ourselves, trying not to be heard by the table behind us. Even Caden, who has maintained a stoic demeanor until now, can't help but show a hint of a smile. Oblivious to the 5 pairs of ears listening in from behind, the bearded adventurer continues his story, sprinkling saliva as he speaks enthusiastically. He gulps down half of his beer, spilling the other half, as the noise of the inn surrounds him. Anyway, when you pour mana into that pattern, the cave starts to change strangely, and you find a huge golem there. No matter how much you try to cut it down, it doesn't get hurt. It just keeps coming closer with heavy steps, like thud, 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 oh. However, his story doesn't reach its conclusion. Perhaps due to the amount of alcohol he consumed, he suddenly groans and slumps forward. Noticing the scene, she seemed disappointed as she stealthily glanced around before helping the man up to the 2nd floor. Perhaps she was incredibly curious about the golem story, or she might have had plans to fleece a man who seemed flush with gold coins. It's no loss to her if she can hear adventurous tales in the process. Hey, is the waitress taking that man upstairs? Well, that's the kind of establishment this is. Irene's face flushed bright red upon seeing this. No matter how naive she might be, she probably knows what this establishment's waitresses are up to. Rather than gossiping about how embarrassing he looked drunk, or how he might be getting swindled by the waitress, the conversation shifted to a related topic. Speaking of the golem mana stones, has anything been found yet? I heard that during my request, the magic tower acquired a few of them. Research probably has just begun, but they'll find something soon. Various conversation topics followed, mostly trivial ones. It only took a few drinks for those unaccustomed to alcohol to become tipsy. Silent, Caden seemed ready to bury her head onto the table. Irene, who was muttering what seemed like religious scriptures, was given water to sober up. It was hectic. Thankfully, Grace and Han Seah weren't as drunk as the others. We should book a room upstairs for Caden since we don't know where he is staying. And we'll need to take Irene to the temple. I'll do it. I'll take her. It seems the drunkenness effect was accurately portrayed in the game, blurring one's vision and making things seem wobbly. Before I could stop her, a slightly unsteady Han Seah rose, supporting Irene as they headed toward the temple. She probably just wanted me and Grace to be alone together. Feeling slightly annoyed by it, I called over a waitress, roughly tucked Caden into an empty room on the second floor, and exited the establishment. As I stepped out and gazed at the high-hanging moon, Grace snuggled closer, seeking warmth from the cool breeze. I was feeling tipsy myself. It's been a while since I held a woman, and I don't care if someone sees or judges. Matching Grace's pace, I walked beside her. The damn player might be spying, but what can I do? Roland, where should we go? To my place. Together. As we strolled, I enjoyed the warmth from her arm. Perhaps it was the buff from being a gacha character, but despite all the alcohol and food consumed, there was no peculiar smell from Grace. Only a soft, sweet scent tickled my nose. Ray Translations. The next morning, after spending the night with Grace, I headed to the guild. Han Seah, wearing a full smile, was already there, looking at us as we entered. She was watching us after all. Sneaky woman. Wasn't there an old saying about how once you know the taste of meat, you don't leave even a crumb in the bowl? Having crossed the line asterisk, Han Seah delved even deeper into the virtual world. More precisely, her camera drone began to fixate on me with the intensity of a beast in heat. If the subject is merely a virtual NPC, there's nothing to hold a person back. Just like how players hunt thousands of monsters daily in a world of maple leaves asterisk, be a soldier with infinite lives in an FPS world to gun down enemies thousands of times, and constantly raid villainous bosses with tragic backstories to obtain items. In games, it's normal for players to unleash carnage on NPCs with guns and bazookas, or trap them forever in a theme park after putting them on a roller coaster star. So why would they feel guilty for peeking on NPCs? Thanks to that, the camera started moving in a weird manner. Is this meant to be some kind of naughty angle? Of course, the camera couldn't reply, but I felt its intentions. Not just when I was alone with Grace, but also during my visit to the magic tower discussing the golem's mana stone, when I met Charlotte Cavendish, or even when talking with acquaintances like the spear-wielding Lily Deb. The camera clung closely, intrusively. Alright. Today's the day we finally climb to the 30th floor. I wonder what awaits a colossal jewel golem surpassing the golden golem, or a cave boss monster unrelated to golems. That said, it didn't get in the way of our climb up the tower. When the stream was off, Han Seah might be as eager as a middle schooler discovering an adult website for the first time, but when on air, she transformed back into a serious gamer and streamer aiming for the world's top rank in tower climbing. Why she's so obsessed with the pleasures within Heroes Chronicle instead of real-world entertainment, and particularly fixated on me, I truly couldn't fathom. But as long as it doesn't interfere with our climb, there's no real need to raise a fuss about it. Yeah, *CK it. Just enjoy the view and get it out of your system. If some creepy, overweight old man were peeping, that'd be one thing. But being spied upon by a beauty? That's a different story. It's human nature to excuse pretty faces. There are fans who dub a hardened criminal an angel, and argue their innocence just because of good looks. In the grand scheme of things, a little peeping isn't worth getting worked up about. Not after all the bizarre experiences I've had in this fantasy world over the past decade. Pushing those thoughts aside, we began discussing our strategy for the 30th floor. We gathered around a table at the guild. Roland. Who's the boss on the 30th floor? On the 30th floor, we'll encounter the blind serpent. True to its name, it's a massive snake without eyes. It might not have sight, but its sense of smell is incredible, so it can detect and hunt prey from a distance. Likely, it will detect us before Gray spots it. The group widened their eyes at my explanation. Up until now, all monsters had been detected first by Grace's scouting. Thanks to her, we always had the element of surprise, whether the monsters were hidden or moving loudly in groups. But this time, things were going to be different, and understandably, that came as a shock. But of course. It wasn't just an average monster but a boss. No, any bosses appearing in the main quest storyline would be a named monster. Surely, adventurers won't have the upper hand against named monsters using just stats. Even if a naturally born 5 character is considered overpowered, they shouldn't be more powerful than boss monsters that require a full party to challenge. If a single character is stronger, then what's the point of the game? That's why a battle with the blind serpent is inevitable. It will track us down by scent, and Grace will likely only spot it during its charge. So, you're saying if we enter its territory, we'll definitely have to fight. Exactly. It might approach us while we're battling other monsters, or even when we're setting up camp to rest. Everyone needs to stay alert. The good thing is, the creature relies solely on its brute strength and speed. A massive snake about 8 to 10 meters in length. A snake so huge, it could be straight out of a movie, detecting humans by their scent and swallowing them whole. Its charge is exceedingly powerful, and the constricting attack that follows is formidable. But other than that, there's not much to fear. Its overwhelming charge might be scary, but a tank that's reached the 30th floor should be able to withstand it. If they can't, they shouldn't be on the 30th floor to begin with. From the perspective of a game, if a tank can't withstand a single blow, doesn't that indicate they're underspec'd? Once you fend off its initial reckless charge, it's just a large and sturdy creature. It's like the golem, with the addition of a single charge attack pattern. If the tank can hold it off, it becomes an opponent we can hunt without much risk. Think of it as facing a lanky golem. Unlike cave spiders or vampire bats, which attempt ambushes from above, the blind serpent will straightforwardly approach from the front. When you put it that way, it sounds a lot easier. A lanky golem, lololol. So, do you still have the golem mana stones? I've asked 1,697,874 times. Is this the might of a 6? Not sure about others, but for my own party, will probably fall like bowling pins. Fact, a scenario boss will surely appear other than the blind serpent. For viewers seeking information, Hansea set up a camera in front of me as if conducting an interview. Thanks to that, the viewers who heard my explanation began to let their imaginations run wild. After all, special bosses appeared on the 10th and 20th floors, so it would be disappointing if the 30th floor lacked one. Especially since a mysterious golem started appearing from the 21st floor out of nowhere. Would a snake boss emerge, similar to the enhanced versions of the horned wolf and orc hunter, the full moon wolf and orc chieftain? Or will it be an enhanced version of the hint-dropping golem? These two opinions began to clash tumultuously in the chat. And, of course, streamer Hansea wouldn't just ignore such a ruckus. Alright, with all this commotion, how about we stir things up a bit? Is Seiya Land finally opening its doors again? This is your first time doing this in Heroes Chronicle, right? I've been accumulating a lot of points for this. I'm ready to bet. Just trust your instincts, I never lose. It's been a while since I last bet, feeling a bit nervous now. In this world, there is a feature where viewers accumulate points the longer they watch. She tapped in the air a few times and then presented the viewers with a simple 2-option poll. Who is the main boss of the 30th floor? Blind serpent or another typical cave monster, 47.2%. Golem or a new maze monster, 52.8%. Immediately, the pink and sky blue bars start to move. Because the poll is straightforward, even foreign viewers seem to be betting points for fun. The chat rapidly fills with broken translations, English, and Russian comments. Seeing her viewers frenziedly placing their bets, Han Seo grins cheekily. She's not just fanning the flames but throwing logs into a house already on fire. Oh, speaking of which, I haven't updated it at all. Should I add something related to Heroes Chronicle in the point shop, aside from subscriber emotes? Like the Q&A vouchers I had before. Can we ask about Grace's 3 sizes? Release the video of you guys drinking after adventuring. I wonder when you became like siblings, really curious about that. Take all my 386,985,385 points. Just show us you guys in casual clothes. Please. Everyone's accumulated a lot of points since the last time. As so our party left the guild and headed towards the gate leading to the tower. Taking a deep breath, and savoring the fresh air of the forest, we entered the 21st floor. We passed a few adventurer parties seemingly searching the walls for golems and we continued upwards. It seems like every adventurer here is looking for golems. Well, I think that might be because of me. What? Why? Golems are notoriously hard to defeat. If you're unlucky, it can take hours. Compared to regular requests, hunting golems doesn't seem like a good use of time. Grace, always the first to detect fellow adventurers, tilts her head in confusion. Perhaps she believes that, despite the current profit for golem mana stones, the inherent toughness of golems makes them an unattractive target. Without Han Seo's magic and myself, our party wouldn't even be able to take on the rock golems. As for the steel golems, they're formidable enough that only senior adventurers can defeat them. That's the case if you're only thinking about the money. Oh, is it because of the magic tower? I heard they buy a lot. Grace still looked puzzled. It was Han Seo, joining the conversation from behind, who provided the solution. We were the first to discover them and also the notion spread that senior adventurers are collecting these unique mana stones for 10 gold each. If the rock golem's mana stone costs 10 gold, it's common sense that the steel golems would net even more money. 10 gold for a single mana stone may seem extreme. But when you frame it as, a mana stone, with a unique color, discovered for the first time on the 21st floor by a famous senior adventurer, its rarity justifies the price. Especially the steel golem stone, described as a unique color and shape, first ever discovered in the world, requiring a senior adventurer to obtain, the price soars well beyond 10 gold each. Moreover, mages from the Magic Tower are like enthusiastic scholars thirsty for new research topics. They don't hesitate to purchase such unique mana stones. While I hadn't intended it, setting a high initial price seems to have become the benchmark. If the 30th floor doesn't require the mana stones, I'll sell them all to the Magic Tower for 12 gold each through Ellis. The approximately 50 golem mana stones accumulated in Han Seo's inventory, which I told her not to sell, wasn't something hoarded for money. It's just that I had networking in mind. While the adventurers we ran into were glued to the cave walls, the viewer's attention was solely focused on the points gambling. Given the lengthy process of advancing from the 21st to the 30th floor, the betting panel was open for a long time. If we're heading to the 30th floor, we might have to spend 2 days inside the tower. 1 day to ascend, 1 day to descend, and another day to explore the 30th floor. If we want to complete all the requests, we might need to stay even longer. The journey to the 30th floor was still a long way to go. Mostly due to the nature of the caves, where one can't simply follow a straight path to go from floor to floor. Han Seo and Grace walked behind me side by side, chatting while checking the minimap. Perhaps because we hadn't reached the 30th floor yet, their tones were relaxed, without a hint of tension, even in the narrow pathways of the caves. Surprisingly, even the commonly found goblins made no appearances, allowing for a peaceful ascent. Ugh. It's been so long. I can't even tell if we're on flat ground or if we're going uphill or downhill. I'm watching because all the party members are beauties. If you were walking that long with gloomy men. LOL. I'd unsubscribe immediately. Stop showing the background, show the girls' faces more. So, when will Caden do a gender reveal? Man, we've been staring at the dark so long I'm starting to see things. I didn't mind repetitive areas in regular RPG games, but in VR, it's pretty annoying. Though the walk was peaceful, the narrow and dark nature of the caves led to many complaints. It was tough for both those walking in the darkness and the viewers who had to watch hours of this gloom, with many voicing their visual fatigue. Perhaps sensing the need to lighten the mood, Han Seiya discreetly approached me. After all, with no battles, we've done nothing but walk. I thought she was talking to me earlier, so I almost responded. Roland? How about we take a break? Do you have a marked spot where we can rest? There's a fork in the path ahead, and the left side is a dead end. Perhaps due to her experience as an adventurer, she naturally suggested resting in a dead end. While it's common for adventurers, Han Seiya is still closer to a streamer than an adventurer, so such things really show her growth. Of course, to the viewers frustrated by the encompassing darkness, such details hardly mattered. Some of the viewers, particularly discontented ones, stopped their point betting and began bickering amongst themselves. Hey, I said place your bets, not pick a fight. I know it's been a while, but why are you all losing your minds over this? We'll know who's right at the end anyway. Why mess up the chat over this? As we settled down on a fairly flat spot with our backs against the dead end, sighs of exhaustion naturally escaped from the party. Han Seiya, seemingly unfazed, energetically scolded the viewers. While streaming, she displays a professional demeanor, effortlessly managing her chat. In battles, she exhibits above-average adventure skills, and off-camera, she's playful and cheeky with some hidden desires. Doesn't she seem like a person who fully embodies the saying that humans are multifaceted? Once our break was over, we resumed our journey towards the 30th floor. Even though it's the 30th floor, not much has changed. It's the same old caves. Other than the monsters, there isn't much change, so I've often forgotten which floor I'm on. Just as Grace observed, the 30th floor, which they were seeing for the first time, didn't offer much to look at. The caves remained dark, the air was damp and stifling, and the pathways were narrow. Had this been a PC game and not a virtual reality one, there would likely be complaints about recycled backgrounds and reused monsters. Nevertheless, the viewers seemed intensely focused on figuring out who would run out of points soon. The chat in the corner of Han Seiya's stream had become incredibly active. While there were some toxic viewers fighting in the chat, most seemed to be taking a short break from watching the endless dark cave scream. However, as soon as Han Seiya announced they had reached the 30th floor, viewers quickly returned their attention. I glanced at her and she acknowledged my gaze. She naturally began to issue commands as the party's leader. We took quite some time to get here. Let's prioritize exploring the surroundings. We should set up tents and find a camping spot. We'll do a thorough search tomorrow. So, we should avoid combat as much as possible. Yes. Let's find a suitable open area or a dead end to establish as our base. From there, we can slowly scout the surroundings. Her directions were logical and by the book. Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at me and Grace, who held a baton-shaped magic tool. On uncharted floors where Han Seiya's minimap wasn't available, we had to rely solely on Grace's intuition. After a brief exchange of ideas, our party resumed our adventure. The viewers expressed their various expectations for this uncharted 30th floor. Most of the chatter was about the boss monster of the 30th floor, the Serpent Lord. Southern Citymerc's Foodscrubber donated 10,000 won. If you get distracted by the internet and get munched by the Serpent Lord, I'll donate 100,000 won. I hope the snake appears before they set up the tents. Won't she be hunting the snake off-stream tonight? The guy who donated 100% was ambushed while checking the internet. Happened to me 10 times. NPCs are very good at night ambushes. So, are we expecting a long, crawling golem? It could intrude during a fight, detect our camp or be lured by someone's scent. This meant Han Seiya's usually easygoing and peaceful stream could potentially face its first crisis. Viewers are eager to watch Grace and Irene in action, but they especially want to see Han Seiya struggle a bit. After all, even if they're beautiful and kind, they're just NPCs in virtual reality. Even if she struggles, gets hurt, or someone dies, a reset would bring them all back to life. Amidst the erratic and somewhat unhinged chatter of the viewers, the first enemies that appeared before us were a horde of cave spiders. The ones up front are cave spiders. But since it's the 30th floor, their numbers seem quite large. Judging by the sound, there are roughly 12 of them, and there's no way to bypass them. We'll have to fight. I'll use magic first to knock them down. This pathway is too narrow for me to engage directly. If any climb up and approach from above, I'll handle them. After a brief exchange of opinions, a distinct and unsettling noise reached our ears. It was the sound of the cave spider's sharp legs scratching against the cave walls and ceiling, filling the narrow pathway with an eerie ambience. The narrow pathway, barely spacious enough for two spiders side by side, was crammed by a group of 12, intensifying the feeling of revulsion. 3 were hit by a spell and fell, blocking the way. While it made it more convenient to fight them in such tight spaces, it was disturbing to see. Wow! Are they so tangled up that they can't move? Ugh, it really is disgusting. I'll shoot the ones in the back first. I'll approach once their bodies vanish. Han Seah briefly chanted the name of a spell and then gazed at the aftermath, massive spiders struggling with their bulging bellies, their long legs flailing haphazardly in the confined space. Not only Han Seah and I but also the others guarding from the back are repulsed by the sight. Maybe she didn't want to be disgusted alone. Over my shoulder, a camera drone whizzed past, positioned to capture everything. Why are you zooming in on that? Ew, look at those tangled legs. They almost look like worms. Damn, when spiders cluster like that, it's disgusting. Instead of the spider, show the disgusted face of the ones in the back. What is this? If we don't want to see it, do we have to pay? Defiant Bro doesn't yield to threats donated 5,001. If you don't turn the camera, I'll spam your embarrassing clips all over the forum. Spider Lover donated 10,001. Move the camera closer, I want to see them twitching. Hey! I'm not the one threatening people, you're the one threatening me, and the other donator, wouldn't it be better for all the viewers if we refunded and banned him? With the sight of numerous entangled spider legs flailing about, the viewers started attacking Han Seah, forgetting they were originally fighting on different sides. As the viewers got more involved in their bickering, the mood lightened, though it is unclear whether they did so intentionally or out of sheer impulsiveness. Anyway, the situation ended up being handled quite well, so I guess it doesn't matter. Han Seah received some curses but also managed to profit, so it might be seen as a win-win. With a side glance at the chat that had turned chaotic due to Han Seah's camera work, I pressed on with the others. We'll set up the tents. Roland and Grace, please keep watch for us. As soon as I forget about it, this happens. Even the most oblivious viewer would have noticed by now. From the moment I carried Grace around her village, to us sitting side by side whenever there was alcohol, to us eating together, and how Han Seah groups us up at every opportunity, it was quite obvious. Of course, looking at the 5 members of our party, this pairing seemed standard. The tank and scout were at the front, while the mage, priest, and the swordswoman were at the back. However, if you can't feel that something's off when the camera is so overtly focused on the 2 of us, you might be beyond oblivious and bordering on a concerning level of ignorance. Anything nearby? It doesn't seem like there's anything around. Judging by the lack of noise, I don't think there are any monsters nearby. Probably another party of adventurers passed through recently. Setting the hammer aside for a moment, I leaned on my shield like a walking stick, looking into the depths of the caves. Even if the camera was on us, it primarily focused on Grace's face. Thanks to that, I could fully see the look on Grace's face as she looked at me, without having to look away from the cave path. Naturally, the viewers saw this as well. What did Roland do that made him so popular with women? Just by that expression, she's smitten. LOL. Is Roland aiming to be a love guru instead of conquering the tower? After the character quest, something must have happened between them. Earning money while also enjoying your interests, good multitasking. Hey! Fantasy needs fitting drama to be enjoyable, right? How long are you guys just going to spam uus? Han3025_9980 donated 50,001. Then show me as well, the relationship drama between you two asterisk. Huh. You've made even a foreigner use a translator to donate. So all of this was a plot to milk foreign currency. Patriotic Han Seya. K-dramas are popular abroad too, huh? Soon, even the Redditors will learn the term 18 star. Fact, Han Seya was mistaken for AP asterisk Run star on Reddit because of the nickname 18. Ack. Roland, do you need some water? No, I'm fine. The cave's air just isn't something I'm used to. True, it's damp and musty. And if we weren't using magic tools but torches, we'd be inhaling the smoke too, right? That's why everyone prefers to buy magic tools or lanterns, despite their high cost. The reason Han Sea's community nickname 18, which jokingly refers to the combined total of 18 of our party, evolved to P*RNO girl, is because of these absurd messages from viewers. Seeing the ridiculous messages from the viewers, I couldn't help but burst into cough-like laughter. Thanks to my robust constitution, I rarely even coughed. Yet, when I did, Grace shot me a worried glance. However, the attention garnered by the term P*RNO girl saved me from being caught by the camera drone. But once we get to the marshes on the next floor, even though walking becomes tedious, the air quality at least improves a bit. It improves. The way you say it makes it sound rather unsettling. Well, whether it's the stuffy and damp air of a cave or the humid and sticky air of a marsh, the discomfort is the same. But the marshland does have a more open view, so it feels less oppressive. So, it's still only better than the cave. Seeing Grace sound somewhat weary from my descriptions, I couldn't help but give her a gentle smile. In typical RPG games, you start in peaceful plains or a village, but as you advance, don't you move towards lands of destruction or demonic realms filled with all sorts of ominous and terrible terrains. After the flat plains, there's a dense forest, followed by narrow, dim caves. If you're not careful, you step into quagmires in the marshlands. Rumor has it that the levels above 40, which I haven't visited, is a high-altitude plateau where even breathing is a challenge. As Grace and I discussed the treacherous terrains of the tower, Han Seya, who was teased a lot because of her P*RNO girl nickname, set up a tent after a mentally taxing journey. She then lit a campfire and began preparing our meal. Roland, Grace, come and eat. Ray translations. The battles on the 30th floor remained relatively unchanged, unless the blind serpent intervenes. While the forest creatures became slightly stronger, the cave monsters increased in numbers, albeit only slightly. However, uncertain of when the blind serpent might ambush us, Han Seya, as the party's leader, introduced a new tactical approach. Let's have Caden lead our front lines instead of Roland. I'll be at the very front. Caden and I will face the monsters at the front, while Grace and Irene handle our rear. If the blind serpent comes while Roland is occupied with another monster, it'll be a problem. So, it's better if Roland focuses on the blind serpent from the start. She recommended Caden to lead instead of me. With her 4 ranking, Caden was more than capable of holding the front line, except for the sudden charge attack of the blind serpent. That was an attack meant for a tank, not a swordsman, to handle. Seeing the logic in Han Sea's suggestion, the party accepted without objection. After all, during battles in the narrow cave passages against cave spiders and vampire bats, the vanguards hardly had anything to do. They just held their positions, watching Han Seya trap the monsters and Grace finish them off. Our strategy hadn't changed much, Caden was just at the front now. So, we began our exploration of the 30th floor without much trouble. I hear goblins up ahead. Sounds like they're fighting with cave spiders. We should join and deal with both. We have to check the area anyway. From a distance, a faint kayak could be heard. Grace, with her keen ears, quickly assessed the situation. Cave spiders wandering the narrow passages seemed to have encountered a group of goblins who had taken up residence in an open area. Even if monsters killed each other, the remains weren't corpses but mana stones. Having rested a day after reaching the 30th floor, there was no reason to avoid combat now. Caden, sword drawn, confidently strode ahead. Until now, she had been in the rear, protecting Irene. There had been little for her to do. Unlike creatures like the moss wolves, cave spiders and vampire bats were straightforward and would charge directly at them. Days went by where there was no need to draw one's sword unless fighting against smaller creatures like goblins or kobolds. Even while portraying a skilled and stoic adventurer, one might still secretly wish to showcase their abilities. Eager to flex her skills, Caden led the way as we entered the open area. Or, at least, we tried to. Dar. Wait, what's that noise? What's wrong? Is it a blind serpent? It seems like it, but something's off. Had it not been for Grace's sudden signal to stop, we might have walked right into danger. With all eyes on her, she gave me a serious look and asked with a firm expression. Everyone, struck by the gravity in her face we hadn't seen before, keenly listened to our conversation. Roland, can you explain about the cave snake again? It's a large snake, about 8 to 10 meters long. As its name suggests, it's blind but has a keen sense of smell. If it catches a scent, it comes looking. So you mean its length is up to 10 meters? To be precise, its length is. Rumbly. Before anyone could further question her, a loud rumbling echoed, growing louder. Everyone immediately realized why. Along with the rumbling, we felt vibrations under our feet, causing a few stalactites to shake and eventually fall to the ground. Fortunately, the source of the sound didn't seem to be directed towards us. Luckily, just as the brawl between dozens of goblins and cave spiders had drawn our attention, something else seemed to have diverted the attention of that ominous rumbling. Once the noise subsides, let's enter the clearing. I wondered if this is how it feels when a train rushes past you while standing next to the tracks. It reminded me of a children's song about living by the railway star. We stood still in the cave corridor until we no longer heard any noise. The rumbling was alarmingly loud, and Grace's concerned expression made us all the more apprehensive. Once the surroundings went silent, we ventured into the open clearing. Oh my! This must be the work of the cave snake, right, isn't it? The clearing looked more like the ruins of a destroyed world than a part of the cave. Like a collapsed basement after an earthquake. Both stalactites and stalagmites were shattered into pieces, scattering rock fragments everywhere. On the hard stone floor, there were deep, elongated marks. These are the mana stones. They've been destroyed. Were mana stones capable of breaking like this? They're solidified from concentrated mana. They're tough but not unbreakable. Among the debris, mana stones, once monsters we knew as goblins and cave spiders, were crushed or fragmented. The sheer scale of destruction left our group speechless. Damn, it was just supposed to be an anaconda-sized snake with a mana-enhanced physique. Not some excavating transformer that could rip apart the cave's floor and walls. After witnessing that shocking scene of destruction, our party returned quietly to the dead-end path we had set as our base, assuming that no matter how sturdy and massive the creature was, it couldn't possibly come at us through the walls. Seeing traces of the creature, I felt that I might be able to hold it off, but, can our party even deal any damage? Given its size, Caden's sword probably won't even make a scratch on its skin, and Grace's arrows might be as effective as toothpicks against a grown man. The most promising form of damage could come from Han Sea's magic, but she has mostly learned wind-type spells designed to deal with cave spiders and vampire bats. It would be weaker in raw damage compared to fire or thunder magic. I'm not sure if that thing is a cave snake, but it seems to have a poor sense of smell, doesn't it? Seems so. We were right next to the clearing, and it didn't notice us. Maybe it relies more on its hearing. It's strange that the marks on the ground are perfectly straight. Shouldn't a normal snake leave a winding trail? Despite seeing such overwhelming traces, our party, chosen by the goddess, isn't about to cower and retreat. Led by Grace, the members discussed various theories, and since no one had seen the creature itself, Han Sea's viewers started pouring out their opinions too. Considering its straight tracks, could it be some kind of burrowing golem? Instead of a snake, maybe it's a worm. If it wriggles back and forth, it'd leave straight marks. It sounds like the giant worms from fantasy stories, detecting vibrations with their hearing. Is there a third choice for the betting? How are they going to kill that? It looks massive. Having only encountered medium-sized monsters till now, the appearance of a large one made them very energetic. This chat room ignited, with users debating over what the monster might be. If Hansea was seeing it for the first time, it meant this was a world-first encounter. In the outside world, even if there were players enjoying the game as mercenaries, knights, or other roles, they wouldn't easily come across such a large monster. Whether it's an ogre, worm, or wyvern, such large creatures can't hide from human eyes. Once they were seen, adventurers and knight orders would quickly exterminate them. No lord would tolerate a 5-meter-tall man-eating giant roaming around and eating their peasants. If left unchecked, it would be like allowing a monster to deplete their wealth by 1% every day. Roland, do you know any way to hunt such a large monster? Mostly, luring them into narrow spaces or traps is the method. It minimizes the risk and makes the hunt easier. Setting up a trap might be hard. If it only reacts to sound and is virtually blind, can we bait it to ram its head into a narrow passage? First, we need to confirm what it looks like. Guesswork alone won't get us to the answer. Everyone nodded in agreement with Caden's suggestion. If we're not planning to run, we have to confront the cause of the massive noise. This decision was further supported by their trust in me. If a party's tank can't handle the situation, the standard approach would be to retreat to a lower floor and grow stronger. However, with a 6th senior adventurer like me as the tank, it's okay to be a bit ambitious. Roland, can you handle it? Of course. I'll definitely hold it off. You should think about how we're going to finish that creature off. Targeting a vulnerable spot on such a massive creature won't be easy. Dealing with creatures like ogres or wyverns that somewhat resemble humans or beasts is simpler, even if they are large. Knock them down and destroy important organs like the heart or brain. But with elongated creatures like these, I find it challenging when I'm on my own. The brain might be too small, or the vulnerable areas might be towards the back instead of near the mouth. This would mean I'd have to work my way through, starting from its snout. Could I potentially kill it with reflective damage if I got inside it? A seemingly clever trick crossed my mind. However, nobody would want to be drenched in the bodily fluids and digestive juices of an unknown creature. I felt the same reluctance. Ideally, I just want to cleanly smash it with my warhammer and retrieve its mana stone. Let's go then. Ray translations. Thus, the exploration of the 30th floor began. As we pondered how to defeat the boss, an unmistakably alien space appeared before us. At one point, the walls of the path shimmered smoothly, even though no mana had been infused into them. It resembled a fusion of the cavernous pathways of the tower and the pathways of the maze where golems appeared. We couldn't ignore this suspicious corridor, so we ventured inside. This path is just like the maze where the golems appeared. Do you think there might be golems here too? I mean, like that golden golem we talked to. Indeed, the corridor, like someone had combined the caves and the maze, was eerily quiet with not a single monster in sight. Remembering our search for the golem, our pace quickened. There were no inexplicable loud sounds around, and the absence of monster noises lowered our guard, making us more impatient. Instead of an anaconda-sized blind serpent, a huge creature appeared capable of destroying the cave path. And polished maze walls instead of the rough caves filled with stalactites and stalagmites. In comparison to the 10th and 20th floors, the completely different progression of the 30th floor had the viewers spamming the chat with comments. No main quest, no clues WTF. Shouldn't the quest start after meeting that massive creature? A golem NPC might give us a quest. Damn, I bet it all now. I'm scared. Should we close the betting soon? Just in case we get a hint and someone goes all in. You're really honest, huh? But I like that honesty. I'll be closing the bets now. If you saw that scene where everything was ripped apart, you should have placed your bets by now, right? Those of you who haven't, just continue watching. With no monsters around to disturb the tranquility, Hansea cheekily teased the viewers. While some viewers spammed the chat with complaints, we continued to forge ahead. However, unlike when we searched for golems, this time we didn't need to walk for hours. After a few turns, a vast open space appeared. Unlike the cave chambers filled with dripping stalactites and stalagmites, this spacious area had perfectly smooth walls, ceiling, and floors. It felt like a storage or cargo area, especially with the massive doors at the far end. Should we try opening that door? There might be a golem inside. Should we break it open? This place feels so foreign. Like we're not in the tower. The unnaturally polished chamber stood adjacent to long, towering doors. To me, it resembled a storage or hangar, but that's from a modern perspective. To NPCs living in this fantasy world, it might seem like a bizarre and eerie place. A golem hangar, could that be a possibility? The golden golem dropped a key-shaped mana stone. A key-shaped quest item and rows of doors. Even someone unfamiliar with games would try the key here, right? Has someone been here before? It looks like they tried to break the door. It appears a skilled swordsman was here. The sword clearly contained mana. Although it's unbelievable that only this much damage was done. Across the clearing, large doors stood confronting them. On the cavern walls, 5 massive doors resembling storage shutters were tightly closed. And there were marks of fierce attacks on them. Perhaps a senior adventure party happened upon this place. The damage was intense. Fierce gouges far exceeding thin cuts, shearing off stone and unknown metals. On top of that, there were also scorch marks that clearly seemed to be from magic attacks. Someone tried slashing with a mana-infused sword, tanks smashed the seams of the doors and walls with blunt weapons, and mages scorched with powerful magic. Yet, they couldn't get past the surface. They used up a lot of mana, seemingly confident in their ability to take care of any monster that appeared here on the 30th floor, even with less mana than usual. However, the doors that withstood all their confident attacks remained firmly locked. Should we find a keyhole? Grace, how about looking for something like a keyhole on the walls? I think we need to use the mana stone key that the golden golem dropped. This place does look similar to where that golem came out from. I looked around for a keyhole, but there was nothing. Han Seah must have had the same thought, or perhaps her stream viewers gave her the idea, and she asked Grace to search. The party, seeing the key-shaped mana stone that was taken out of the inventory, nodded and began to feel along the wall. While scouts may have the upper hand in monster tracking, it seems a rogue is needed for structural features like this. As I pondered the pros and cons of each class. There's something. True to her role as a scout, Grace found something. Thud, thud, thud. The ground reverberated, filling the spacious hangar with noise. At the center of it all was Caden, who flailed around with the excitement of a puppy seeing snow for the first time. How did things come to this? I couldn't wrap my head around what I was seeing. Wow, this is really amazing. What on earth? Caden, momentarily forgetting her stoic adventurer persona, laughed heartily like a mischievous boy. Her boisterous laughter echoed throughout the hangar. Not only was I stunned by this unexpected sight, but so were Han Seah and the rest of our party. We all looked up at her, mouths agape. Even the viewers were baffled. Yes, we all looked up at her. Why the hell is there a mech all of a sudden? LOL. Was that talking golem a hint? What's the name of the girl and the robot? Reddit's going crazy since this clip was uploaded. Weebs are really enjoying themselves right now. Inside a golem, Caden was manipulating the controls, her silhouette visible through the cockpit. But should it even be called a golem? Unlike the traditional golems made of rounded rocks with metallic arms and legs and devoid of a head, this was different. Slender arms and legs, fingers on its hands, and human-like joints. Indeed, the term mech suited this towering steel giant more than golem. Caden had used a golem mana stone to board and control it. It seems the gimmick of the 30th floor is that golem, or should I say mech. I've seen this in many RPGs. I want one. So it runs on a mana stone. LOL. You better explain how you got that. Now. Wow, the chat's so flooded it's lagging. So many translations. The expansive hangar turned out to be just that. Once Grace inserted the mana stone key into its slot, the heavy doors rolled up, revealing 3 broken golems and 1 perfectly intact knight-type golem. The boss seems huge, so I guess we'll have to fight it using that golem. The colossal boss monster, big enough to fill the cave's passageway, and a huge night-type golem ready to confront it. It felt like a scene from another RPG dungeon. I never thought I'd witness something like this firsthand. As Han Seiya murmured, it seemed likely that the golem was indeed the gimmick of the 30th floor. If the 10th floor's theme was a city invasion and the 20th was an orc army, then the 30th might be a showdown of giant monsters. The mana stone from the rock golem acts as fuel, the one from the steel golem works as a battery, and the golden golem stone starts the mech. Luckily, Roland collected enough mana stones. But if the fuel costs 10 gold each, its cost efficiency seems worse than a sports car. Other players can't get mana stones for 10 gold apiece, you know. People like us have to hustle for them. Chat deleted by mod. How can someone naturally troll like this? Is it a talent? Is this the 30th floor of the tower? I can't believe it. Usually, the strategy would be to lure the boss into this wide area, and then fight it using the night-type golem, powered by the mana stones from the rock golems we've collected, albeit for a limited time. However, Han Seiya's inventory is comfortably stocked with roughly 50 rock golem mana stones and about 20 steel golem mana stones. We have so many that there's no need to stop Caden, who, with childlike enthusiasm, is performing sword dances with the night-type golem. Every time the night-type golem swings its arm, a steel sword about 3 meters long slices through the air. It seems to have strength comparable to an ogre. Well, even without a natural-born 6 tank, the game must provide a way to confront such massive boss monsters. Phew. I'm embarrassed by how I acted there. I want to try it too. While Han Seiya and I were contemplating the 30th floor's gimmick, the rest of our group was having a blast with the golem. After Caden, who had been passionately showcasing her swordsmanship on the night-type golem, finally settled down, Grace eagerly took the key-shaped mana stone. Although she didn't swing a sword like Caden, she was enjoying herself by hopping around and flailing the golem's limbs. Whether it's because there's less mana consumption when not in combat, or perhaps the game developers designed it so one rock golem mana stone lasts longer than expected, both Caden and Grace had their fill of fun. Irene, do you want to give it a go? No, I'm fine. Then I'll try. She couldn't resist. How could she? It'll boost stream viewership too. Where did you find this amazing robot? Breaking, Han Seiya is now a trending topic on Reddit as a mech enthusiast. LOL, maybe Heroes Chronicle has an 18+ rating because of this? Unlike the golems attached to the rocks, the night-type golem had slender limbs with intricately designed fingers. It wore armor, and its thick chest had a cockpit-like space for someone to sit. When you insert the mana stone into the orb in the cockpit and lift your hands, you could move it as if it were your own body. From Caden to Grace and then to Han Seiya, the group learned how to operate the golem. Regrettably, the night-type golem couldn't be moved out of the area. So, to exit, we need to crawl out. It seems we have no choice but to lure that creature here. Given its role in blocking the massive boss, the night-type golem boasted an impressive size, almost 6 meters tall. Even though the pathways were spacious, its height was about 3 meters, so there was no way to get the golem out. Han Seiya tried to store it in her inventory, a suggestion from the chat, but that too was impossible. It seems the intention was for us to use the golem only for the boss battle. Neither the damaged golems nor the night-type golems could be removed. Maybe after defeating the boss, we can call the magic tower for assistance. Ah, one of the mana stones has lost its light. It must have run out of mana. It lasts about 10 minutes for each rock golem mana stone. Indeed, as Han Seiya mumbled, the night-type golem operates using mana stones from golems found between the 21st to 30th floors. There's a component on its back, like a battery pack slot, where you can insert these mana stones. Where a person might sit, at the chest part, there used to be a keyhole. In the center, there's a slot for the night-type golem's mana stone, which looks like a polished crystal. Surrounding it are slots for the round mana stones from rock golems. Just like inserting batteries into a toy robot, I climbed onto the golem's back and directly inserted the mana stones. How about it, Caden? Think you can block it? Yes. It seems entirely possible. With that, Han Seiya started to formulate a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be an overstatement since it's so straightforward. Caden is the one to ride the golem, and I'm in charge of luring the boss monster. Because, simply put, I'm stronger than that knight-type golem. There's no need for me to dramatically ride the knight-type golem, so I'll lure the boss monster to the open field on foot. Caden will then take over by mounting the golem to block the boss. After that, in the spacious field, I'll tackle the elongated boss from head to toe. I've been using the excuse of simply being the guide for Han Seiya's party and leaving most of the combat to them. However, there was no reason for me to expect them to handle this unusually massive boss monster with their strength alone. Grace, Irene, and Han Seiya all remained with Caden, who boarded the knight-type golem, while I walked the out alone. More precisely, I walked with the camera drone attached to me. Looking at Han Seiya's live stream, one camera was busy filming the knight-class golem while the other followed me. It seems she wants to skip the part where I look for the boss monster, but she's keen on streaming the scene where I lure the boss monster to the hangar. After all, a knight in armor luring a giant monster is a scene as exciting as a humanoid giant robot. There's no way the stream monster Han Seiya would pass up such a valuable moment. And for some viewers, the scene where I lure the boss would be very important. Where did Roland go? He went to find the boss monster. What if he's too lazy to bring it back and just kills it? I want to buy this robot. Why is this in a fantasy game? Please, Roland, bring back another giant robot. Some viewers, who bet all their watching points on whether the dungeon's cave snake or the maze's golem would be the 30th floor boss, began discussing their stakes. No matter how much Han Seiya tried to control the chat or divert the topic, viewers who went all in with their points wouldn't stay silent. Thanks to that, Han Seiya's chat was in chaos, filled with translated questions about the golem and Korean viewers discussing their point bets. Yet, the majority of the topics were still about the robot. Seems like Han Seiya's stream is going crazy on Reddit. Screenshot of Han Seiya's stream posted on r/mecha. Look at the recent post by u/mclove, lol. There's a heated debate on Reddit between those who are questioning why a rideable knight-type golem exists in a fantasy world and those who argue that if you can shape and ride it using mana, then it counts as a mecha. P*RNO girl is a global talent now. Plus 18 mecha girl now huh? LOLOLOL. Lol, what's with the oil jokes? Some anime fans on Reddit are even thinking of making figurines out of it. Should we view this as a hyper-realistic god-tier game? While I was tapping my shield, instead of watching Han Seiya's stream, I checked the Heroes Chronicle forum. Word has spread incredibly fast in less than an hour. Plus 18 mecha girl, huh? Somehow, Han Seiya's nickname feels like it's getting longer. Although the sudden appearance of a knight-type golem seemed to shift the genre of the game, in my view, this game is unmistakably a dark fantasy. Before I accumulated a decade's worth of experience, the amount of people that have died before my eyes is uncountable. I guess it chased them directly since no crossroads appeared. That was also the case for the 30th floor. As I walked, tapping my shield rhythmically, I came across remnants of adventurers scattered haphazardly along the pathway obliterated by the massive boss introduced for the main scenario quest. To call it remnants felt almost too generous, more like pitiable fragments. From the crushed fragments of armor to the measly remains of a bow, torn cloth, and bloody flesh scattered about, it was evident that this creature did more than just crush, it devoured. Considering one reaches the 30th floor as at least a party of 4, the remains barely equate to 1/3 of a person. The adventurer's badge must have also been completely disintegrated, making it impossible to even report to the adventurer's guild. Is it a worm type, not a snake? Maybe even a mecha worm? With no way to even collect the remains, there was nothing left to do. The lingering scent of blood suggested the boss monster had passed this way not too long ago. The pathways twisted and turned, but I hoped not to encounter the mecha worm before returning to the clearing where Mecha Caden was waiting. I simply pressed forward. As I continued, ensuring my shield's rhythmic tapping echoed through the cavern, an urgent voice reached my ears. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there. From a large pathway, fit for the wandering of a boss monster, two adventurers crouched in a small offshoot, more like a tiny cave than a pathway, and called out desperately to me. They must have hidden from the boss monster's rampage and heard my shield sound. They might have been part of that unlucky party. I looked at them calmly, and the two of them, a man and a woman, stared back with despair evident in their eyes. Their faces were dirty even in the dim light of the cave. The man, with short, scruffy hair and a neatly trimmed beard, appeared to be a warrior. Yet, he had discarded his weapon in his flight. The woman, with her hair flowing down to her shoulders, might be a rogue, given the various tools hanging at her waist. Didn't you see it? There's something bizarre roaming the 30th floor. You seem confident wandering alone, but don't push your luck. Our tank was fighting against a cave spider and was torn apart in an instant without even a chance to react. Their attempt to whisper yet emphasize their urgency was almost comically endearing. They must have been part of a four-person team with two warriors, one for offense and one for defense, a scout for guidance, and a rogue to detect traps. They may be trying to dissuade me out of concern for their own safety, but, in this medieval fantasy land where the concept of human rights doesn't exist, this would rank them among the kind-hearted. They're concerned about others even when they're scared out of their wits. Did that creature just pass this way? Yes, it did. That's why we need to leave quickly. Can you sell us a lantern if you have a spare one? Or guide us to the passageway leading to the 29th floor? Obviously, we will pay you generously. It seems this party, perhaps due to overconfidence, only had a lantern with their scout. I didn't tell Han Saya about the one lantern per person rule for nothing, Heres a perfect counterexample. Their faces showed concern. Perhaps they feared I would keep tapping my shield like a madman, or maybe they worried I would abandon them. Seeing their desperate expressions, I handed them a lantern from my waist pouch. Normally, I would escort them to the gate and earn some reputation points, but right now, defeating the main scenario's boss monster is my priority. Hey, are you sure you'll be okay? That thing is so massive it fills the entire corridor. Don't worry. It's about average size for a large monster. Judging by how you're traveling alone, you must be a senior adventurer. We intend to compensate you through the guild. May I ask your name? I'm Roland, senior adventurer. I'm familiar with large monsters, so don't stress too much. I'll handle that creature. Just make sure you get out of the tower. Thank you. Contrary to the fearful warrior who continued to voice his anxieties, the rogue calmly accepted the lantern. She may not be a scout, but as an adventurer, she should be able to avoid the monster. Once they reach the 20th floor, they can use the gate to escape, and their chances of survival are much higher than in the days without gates. The rogue, lantern in hand, glanced around and started walking towards the lower floor passage with a hunched posture. The warrior, having discarded his armor, followed silently. He seems to have good judgment. Since they're not planning to fight, shedding the armor and making a run for it makes sense. Watching their scared, prey-like figures, I noticed an update on Han Sea's stream. A refreshed quest window appeared. A massive unidentified monster has began wreaking havoc accompanied by a deafening noise. Adventurers fall victim to the monster that doesn't differentiate between monsters and adventurers. They say the monster is drawn to the noise of battle. Oh, looks like Roland ran into something. The quest window just updated. Will it refresh again when he encounters the boss monster? A 6 natural-born tank, being used for quest shuttling. So we need to find the boss first now before progressing. Quests involving robots are needed outside too. We're ready to work, BB Games. If something's happening, we should change the camera perspective. Right, let's check out what Roland is up to. Reacting to the viewer's comments, Han Sea pretends to gaze down a corridor while discreetly manipulating a hologram. At the same time, her stream started showing me instead of the rest of the party in the hangar. Of course, the adventurers responsible for the new quest logs had already vanished into the darkness of the cave. All that was reflected in her stream was the back of me, walking over fragments of bodies and rhythmically tapping my shield while holding a baton-shaped magic tool. It's like a whole different genre over there. Are those red lumps, adventurers? Wanted to see other adventurers, but all I see are those who used to be adventurers. Pick mecha or gore, stop flip-flopping damn. Seeing that, getting my gut stomped out by goblins feels pretty mild. No matter how many gotcha characters and beauties there are in Heroes Chronicle, it's a game filled with bloody combat, not suitable for minors. Viewers watching the stream, who probably had their fair share of in-game deaths, began sharing all sorts of experiences. Of course, it's not like some fantasy novel where senses are 100% linked, making it a death game. But even without feeling the pain, seeing your avatar get slashed isn't a pleasant experience. Some have had their bellies torn by goblins, while others were turned into minced meat by orcs. Hansea has never died once and now, she's riding robots all by herself. Naturally, it's an opportunity for the chat to berate her. Why am I suddenly getting cursed at here? These guys are harsh. Really harsh. Watching that, I continued on my way. But this boss monster, is it not hearing the sound of my shield because its own movements are too loud? It's huge, so it must have moved quite a distance by now. Damn it. Ray translations. Argurk. I screamed at the top of my lungs, the cave echoing with the mana-infused roar. Why did I silently follow the boss monster? I should have just lured it out with noise from the start. No matter how many times I bang my shield, the chittering sounds of dozens of goblins will always drown it out. The baton-shaped magic tool isn't designed to make noises like a drumstick. Another problem was the boss monster's mechanics. If it reacted to even the smallest noises, the players would be ambushed long before they found the hangar. Then, they would repeatedly fail without ever realizing what they needed to do on this floor. Come on, over here ye. I hurriedly followed after it, banging my shield, but the long boss monster ignored me and went after the cave spiders. Could it be that noise isn't the way to lure it, but some other trick? They said it responds to sound, right? The source of the noise turned out to be a gigantic worm with a rock-like hide. Adventurers claim it's native to the desert. Why is it in a cave? Hansea's quest log was updated on the stream. Despite the update, the long, giant worm ignored me and sped off into the distance. That's why I now look ridiculous. Desperately trying to catch the worm, I run around the pathways screaming like a madman. I would have preferred to charge at it head-on, grab its tail, and either drag it back or even beat it to death. But in reality, that was impossible. Damn it. Why are you so fast? With mana enhancing my physique, I can run faster than a horse. I searched online and found out that a horse's average speed is about 88 km per hour. So, I should be able to run at a steady pace of 9100 km/h without getting tired. Yet, that damn boss monster was just slightly faster than me. That's why, before the adventurers could even react, they were caught by the boss monster. My enraged screams echoed throughout the cave. The creature slaughtered every nearby monster before it finally responded to me. But if that bastard's a tad faster than me, what do I do when it finally starts chasing me? Did I, Hansea, and even the other members expect it to come to this? It looked like I was dangling in front of the massive worm's maw, dragging the boss monster in a somewhat unflattering posture. Their eyes seemed to ask, "Why on earth are you doing? Should I attack it now?" "Yes, please do, Caden." Thankfully, the boss monster, a giant worm, was exhausted from its continuous squirming. The moment Caden, in her knight-type golem, drew her sword, I released the worm's sharp teeth from my grasp. Ignoring me entirely, the giant worm, with its slightly crumpled mouth, fiercely lunged at Caden. Perhaps it was more bothered by the noisy golem than by me, who had been holding its maw. The creature's round mouth was packed with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, menacing enough to reduce an armored intermediate adventurer to minced meat in seconds. However, rather than being alarmed, the party members seemed oddly relaxed, cheering Caden on. It seemed so powerful, but to Roland, it's just another large monster, isn't it? Is it like the giant worms outside? It is, but it's easier to deal with since it doesn't hide underground. That's because I dragged it here. It was faster than me, pushing me with its massive body. I only steered its direction. Those hundreds of sharp teeth couldn't chew me up, and our party now knew that. It's easier since it can't suddenly emerge from underground and gobble us up. It felt like a tutorial on how to handle a large monster. The viewers also seemed to recognize this as some sort of tutorial. They showed little interest in the fierce contest between the knight-type golem and the giant worm, chatting about other topics instead. When we were watching Roland earlier, there was a tunnel on the path the boss was taking, right? Seems like you were supposed to use that. Maybe that tunnel is a hideout for when the rocks start rolling, like in Terran. If it charges, just block it with your body. Prerequisite 6. What's Terran, old man? This isn't Indiana Jones' star. How are seniors watching this? Bet they're watching with magnifying glasses. Yes, the chat was right. The sprint of a 6 tank was outpaced by the boss monster's charge. If we assume its speed to be around 120 km per hour, it's as fast as a speeding car. How can you expect a player to outrun that? Normally, players would first encounter the massive giant worm, then, like the warrior and rogue pair we saw earlier, explore the 30th floor while hiding in the tunnels. Eventually, they'd find this golem hangar. But we, thanks to the freedom of this VR game, took the opposite route. We discovered the golem hangar before the boss monster, didn't lure the boss here the normal way and lagged behind in quest updates. Assist Han Sei in finding the hidden place on the 30th floor 1 first. Assist Han Sei in finding the hidden place on the 30th floor 1 first clear. Reward, fragment of an unknown dimension. Like now. Han Sei's quest window appeared a beat later than mine, as if the guy who sent me to this world is telling me Hero's Chronicle is based on Heroine's Chronicle. Furthermore, the quest was automatically completed as soon as it appeared, and the reward was given immediately. From what I recall, the last reward I received was something similar, a fragment of information. When I visited the temple, it was automatically read, and a portion of my mana was replaced with divine energy. But this time, instead of a fragment of information, it's a fragment of an unknown dimension. Where on earth can I use this fragment of a dimension? This guy, it seems like it's clearly hostile to the golems, right? Should we help? No. I'll handle this. While Han Seiya and I discreetly checked our quest windows, Caden, be it from a swordsman's pride or fascination with the knight-type golem, fiercely battled the giant worm. A sound more reminiscent of a grinding stone than an engine became increasingly intense as the two behemoths wrestled. The giant worm, which looked like a massive lump of clay, tried to wrap around the knight-type golem like a snake and bite it. However, Caden's agile movements kept thwarting its attempts. Sometimes with footwork, sometimes with sword skills, she deterred and pushed back the giant worm, striking it with powerful blows. Facing off were a monstrous creature large enough to swallow a grown man in one bite, and a 6-meter-tall steel giant. To some, this scene might be more captivating than even the sight of a beautiful naked woman. Perhaps that's why Han Seiya seemed a bit flustered. The viewer count just increased by 1 digit, right? It's not just me. Your stream is all over the subreddit now. All sorts of machine enthusiasts are drooling and flocking here. Honestly, I do like the look of that knight-type golem. So sleek. Isn't that the same dude who was looking for the spider's bristles? You're not just famous domestically anymore, you're becoming a global star. Some Western influencer posted a picture of Han Seiya's stream on social media, giving a boost to her viewer count. Japanese fans also mistook her for a Japanese streamer due to the combination of an Asian face and a mech and started sharing her stream star. The sudden surge of tens of thousands of viewers just for riding a golem and doing a few stunts, even the ever-composed Han Seiya was taken aback. Thanks to that, I could comfortably check my quest window alongside Grace and Irene, who were cheering for Caden. Do I need to visit the temple again for this, just like the fragment of information? While I pondered the purpose of the mysterious quest reward, the battle between Caden and the boss monster began to tilt. Even if it's called a giant worm, if it can't burrow into the ground and launch a surprise attack from below, it's hardly different from a large snake. It lacks venom and only has a few more teeth, its primary attacks are to constrict and bite. And a 4-sword princess who learned swordsmanship from the Northern Frost Wolf Knights division wouldn't lose to just a large snake. Caden, who had gotten used to the armored golem, began to unleash not just the giant golem's sword, but also bare-handed combat techniques. Wow, with that kind of power, she could probably handle it alone. Don't just watch, help. LOL. Interrupt a mecha versus monster fight. Seriously, some people don't know how to read the room. Don't interfere. The moving one is bait for the Demon King. So what's the connection between the giant worm, the maze, and the golem? The storyline is so confusing, I can't understand it. Did we miss something? As the worm tried to coil around its lower body, the golem's steel legs stomped on the tail. When the worm opened its mouth to bite the golem's arm, a steel fist promptly shot into its mouth, forcefully yanking at its gums. Kaden wasn't just skilled in swordsmanship, she also knew how to actively utilize her sturdy armor, showcasing an aggressive armored martial arts skill. At her dazzling performance, both Grace and Irene, as well as the viewers, were entranced. Still, they couldn't just continue to spectate. I gently tapped Grace and Irene's shoulders. Ah, yes. Should we assist Kaden? No, let's search this area again. Search? Is there something we need to find? It seems Irene was quite focused on the battle between the massive monster and the steel giant, as she was startled by my touch and began to prepare a spell. Seeing this, Grace chuckled and subtly moved closer to me. The two didn't object, even when I suggested we inspect the seemingly empty golem hangar once more. Hansaya had her mouth agape due to something in the chat, but they just assumed that being a mage, she must have sensed something. They chose to leave her be and assist me. That giant worm usually resides in the southern desert. We know the tower has caves, and the golem claimed to be the guardian of the labyrinth. But isn't it strange for a creature from the desert to suddenly appear here? True, up until now, the Demon King produced monsters that matched their environment before releasing them, right? I'm looking for something we might have missed. Given the viewers' comments, it feels like our quest line got tangled and we overlooked something. Having hiding places in a wide passage doesn't solve everything. There must be something that can lure out the boss monster, right? They surely wouldn't expect players to shout with a mana-infused voice as I did. In truth, with Kaden beginning to dismantle the giant worm, missing a few things didn't matter too much. That's the perspective of the adventurer Roland. As an adventurer, I believe that one simply needs to tackle the issues on the 30th floor and smoothly rake in the cash from the magic tower. However, the gamer side of me felt quite dissatisfied. It's a quest involving dimensional travel and life stakes. If the progression doesn't add up, I get uneasy. What if something overlooked here becomes a crucial clue in the showdown with the Demon King? Such thoughts began to flood my mind. It's definitely strange. Why is it solely targeting the golem? Do worm-type monsters usually target the larger creatures? Not exactly. While that thing might look like an insect, it has a certain level of predatory intelligence and instinct, preferring to ambush the weaker. For example, when attacking caravans, it knows that a fleeing camel or human is more appetizing than a massive cart. I see. Well, the monsters in the tower are modeled after outside monsters, so that giant worm's behavior is clearly unusual, and so is Hannah's. Could she be sensing something? Thanks to the sudden influx of oddly lustful foreigners, Hansea's expression has become notably peculiar. I wonder how she'd react if she knew she was being judged not by viewers but by a colleague and a kind-hearted one at that. Grace, Irene, and I headed once more to where the golem had been dormant. The most suspicious thing in this empty space was the other broken golems. Something seems to be going wrong. That's probably what Hansea was thinking. The influx of foreign viewers had lagged the stream to a crawl, and the chat was filled with various languages, untranslated. Tens of thousands had suddenly joined, bringing the live viewer count over 100,000. Hansea must have been overwhelmed, even if she was used to managing millions of subscribers and tens of thousands of live viewers. Some Koreans were shouting out patriotic cheers, while some Westerners, somehow only knowing profanities, responded in kind. Then there were the fans obsessed with Japanese pop culture, spammers using translation tools to spew out insults, and viewers simply commenting on the situation. Even if half of those 100,000 plus viewers were causing chaos, it would still mean dealing with 50,000 rowdy individuals. No wonder Hansea was flustered. Doesn't this broken thing look like it can be fixed? This golem is holding a bow, not a sword. While all this was going on, I led my party back to examine the damaged golem. Han Seah must be wondering what's going on. Although she was gesturing at thin air, trying to manage the chaotic viewers, and not even sparing a glance our way, the rest of our party entered the hangar. While Kaden continued to swing her sword. Seems our stoic adventurer harbors some robot fantasies deep within her heart. Trusting in the piles of mana stones, Kaden eagerly displayed her sword skills. Leaving Kaden behind, Han Seah approached me with a question. Roland, what are you doing? I feel like we missed something, so I'm checking again. Missed what? As I mentioned to Grace and Irene, that worm usually attacks merchants and nomads deep in the southern desert. Why does that matter? It's inconsistent with what we know of the Demon King. The full moon wolf, an evolved version of the horned wolf, the orc chieftain who can command orc hunters and orc shamans. In both instances, the Demon King's ability was related to duplicating outside monsters. Right. The 30th floor is a cave, and the golden golem claimed to be the guardian of a labyrinth. It doesn't make sense for a desert creature to suddenly appear. So, what about my points? This boss wasn't on the list, right? The answer between the cave and the maze was the desert. Well, since it's a bug, can we say the cave, sort of one? Damn these foreigners. My memories are fading, and now this mech nonsense. Chat deleted by mod. Only then did the viewers, focused on the robot, remember about the points. The chat became noisy once more. It seemed they were lamenting the anticlimactic end to the long-awaited points gambling. Has a cave monster mutated, or has a monster from the labyrinth become the boss? Everyone had expected it to be like the 10th and 20th floors and offered two possibilities in the points gambling. Then, out of the blue, a giant worm from the desert appeared. Perhaps because the point betting system had just opened, everyone eagerly bet all the viewing points they had accumulated from watching the stream. Even though these points are simply earned by having the stream on and aren't linked to real money, the stakes felt high. There doesn't seem to be anything here. I've scanned the walls and floor, and not even a tiny scratch can be found. Maybe they built it super sturdy for that massive golem. It's the same over here. No keyholes or tiny slots. So, other than the lights on the ceiling, there's really nothing. Even with Han Seah joining the search, scouring every corner of the golem hangar yielded nothing. Maybe, instead of in this hangar, the gimmick is hidden somewhere on the 30th floor. Should they just give up and defeat the giant worm? As these thoughts crossed our minds, a familiar tune rang in my ears. In the corner of my vision, someone was flooding Han Seah's stream chat with donations. Gaming Refugee has donated 5,001. The RGB value of the wall to the left of the door, or right from the golem's perspective, is different. Gaming Refugee has donated 5,001. The RGB value of the wall to the left of the door, or right from the golem's perspective, is different. Gaming Refugee has donated 5,001. What the? Why isn't it working? Did my donation lag because of the server? Gaming Refugee has donated 5,001. There's a panel on the side wall, about the size of the entrance to the golem maze, that's a different color. Oh, thank you for the donation, Gaming Refugee. Should I refund the extra 10,001? Wait, a panel on the right wall. So, like in the maze, we need to channel mana into it. The emphasis and repetition of the viewer's donation seemed to have stirred something in Han Seah. Seeing the previously tired Han Seah suddenly perk up and charge towards the wall with her staff suggested that the motivation of financial gifts was indeed powerful. The sudden burst of energy from Han Seah made Grace and Irene, filled with anticipation, hurry after her. After all, Han Seah had now become the genius mage chosen by the goddess. What's going on, Hannah? Did you find something? I'm not entirely sure, but this part here seems different from the rest. In the dimly lit golem hangar, even with the overhead lighting, discerning a subtle change in the RGB value of the wall's color was no easy task. After some fumbling around, Han Seah seemed to have identified something. Is this it? It feels like magic is flowing here. Seems right. Wait, what's different? I don't see it. Can't you just show us the robot again? If it's a bug, just refund. Ban it even. We want to see the giant monster versus night golem. The cave wall is February 7th, 21. There's an area that's just 0.0.0, you know asterisk. How can you even tell in this darkness? LOL. The vast hangar, built to house a giant golem, was incredibly sturdy. From the door that can't be penetrated even by the magic and swordsmanship of senior adventurers, one would realize how advanced the technology of this world is. Certainly, creating a golem with joints that can move like a human using axles and gears is impressive. However, a knight-type golem won't possess everlasting durability. To begin with, some of them were already damaged, either because their arms and legs were broken or their control seats were shattered. Therefore, it was only natural for a maintenance facility to be attached to the hangar. Is this where they repair those golems? It's so empty everywhere else, but this place is packed. Upon activating the magic panel they had finally found on the hangar wall, and not the cave wall, Hansea infused her mana into it. The wall opened, revealing a room full of machinery and various heavy equipment. Anyone could tell it was designed to construct and repair golems. Simultaneously, a booming noise echoed. Screech. Whoa, what's that? Is it making its last stand? Was the opening of the door some kind of trigger? The sound of the creature writhing and roaring in response, coupled with Caden's startled shout, echoed through the area. It seems the night-type golem might have a speaker of sorts, possibly for communication with troops on foot. Irene seemed worried about the noise and looked towards Caden, but the three of us were busy examining the equipment in the maintenance room. If a four-swordsman like Caden, riding a night-type golem, were to be defeated as soon as the maintenance room door opened, it would be an issue in game balance. Phew, did he take it down? Kaya. While marveling at the golem speaker's ability to pick up and amplify even muttered words, sudden hurried footsteps approached. Caden seemed alright, but something seemed off. I quickly headed outside to check. What first caught my eye was the giant worm's corpse sprawled out on the cold ground. For some reason, it didn't turn into a mana stone and just remained as a corpse. I thought maybe Irene screamed because of that, but the golem turned Caden into a woman. What if this is an ancient relic with a curse? Hold on a moment, Irene. Quickly, purify it. Beside the night-type golem stood Caden, but there was a problem. To be precise, Irene was shocked to see Caden, now looking like Katie Wesley. She was so surprised that she began to release divine energy, even brighter than the dim lighting of the hangar. Is this a real curse? Grace murmurs beside me, leaving me uncertain of how to reply. Just what's happening? The corpse of the giant worm, facilities that seemed capable of repairing the enormous golem, and viewers suspiciously sensitive to color nuances. All these trivial facts were instantly pushed out of our minds due to Caden's true identity. Caden, or rather, the Sword Princess, Katie Wesley. She's the daughter of the Northern Duke, Arthur Wesley. To pass the title of the Duke to her older sister and more precisely, to avoid getting involved in politics, she disguised herself as a man using a family artifact and ran away. While the curves of her figure, concealed beneath a man's shirt, might be less prominent compared to some, there was no denying her beauty. A slender beauty, sculpted by swordsmanship, looking like a model with sleek silver hair. Oh, so Caden, I mean Katie, isn't under a curse. Yes, I've always been a woman. Her radiant glow, the result of an excessive divine energy baptism, was bound to send the viewers into a frenzy. Naturally, the chat went wild, but Katie herself looked deeply troubled. There were reasons I changed my appearance and continued life as a male adventurer, but why now? Her expression was like that of a teenage girl who had made a mistake and was anxiously awaiting her parents' return. The fact that her male disguise unraveled the moment she descended from the golem suggests something had gone awry with the magical artifact, her family's treasure. It must have either malfunctioned, run out of mana, or something similarly troubling happened. The artifact wouldn't just spontaneously upgrade and disrupt its own magic. Due to the heat of the battle or perhaps her anxiety, a bead of sweat trickled down. It was indeed a chaotic situation. The large, gaping maw of the dead giant worm remained, the area now sullied with its viscous fluids. Caden, who had jumped off the now inactive golem, had somehow reverted to Katie Wesley. Moreover, they had cleared the floor without even using the broken golems. When addressing issues, it's best to tackle them one at a time. With the dead worm lying around and a half-panicked Katie Wesley, it seemed best to start there. What, why, how? So, you were Katie Wesley, not Caden. Perhaps Hansea had the same thoughts, as she began to share with Grace and Irene the story of the Duke we had met in the Blessed Forest. But technically, wasn't I the only one who had heard that story? I should be the only one who knew the secret. How are you the one explaining it? The saving grace was that Katie was visibly panicking while holding the necklace. I realized that Hansea knowing her secret seemed the least of her concerns. After all, it's only natural for a runaway lady to panic when the treasured heirloom from her household might be damaged. The magical armor Katie Wesley had was an old, worn armor passed down by her ancestors. It's equipment that can be repaired and upgraded. However, the necklace she had, a magical disguise artifact, was a different story. What happened, exactly? Roland? Do you know a mage from the tower who specializes in magical artifacts or tools? She was fidgeting with the necklace, and then suddenly lunged at me as if a drowning person grasping for something. Regardless of her stoic adventurer cosplay or anything else, the current crisis seemed to be her top priority. Her urgency was evident in her changed tone. Seeing her desperation, I subtly gestured towards Hansea. Though she may play a genius mage by utilizing the game system and questions from her viewers, she should at least be able to read the effects of an item, right? Only then did Katie recall that Hansea was a mage and swiftly approached her. It seems the inner magic circuit has completely disappeared, so I think it might be impossible to restore. Eek. For Katie, it was like receiving a death sentence. Her legs wobbled as if she might collapse at any moment. Redirecting my gaze to Hansea's stream. The faded essence of the ancient aurora. A magical artifact that was once the treasure of a nation. Crafted from a gem formed from condensed mana in the treacherous northern mountains, its inherent magic circuit has somehow vanished. But its value as a gemstone remains. The description of the necklace reminded me of a quest item or quest window. It's the Runaway Girl character quest. A girl whose home was threatened by monsters and now a runaway girl who broke her precious heirloom. Isn't this about increasing mental age rather than increasing stars? This quest looks fun. Let's go get scolded by Dad, the Duke. It does seem to be an actual character quest. So, there's no magical circuit left inside. Don't you think it might be okay? If we go by what Hannah said, the circuit disappeared, but the interior isn't damaged. If we ask the mage who made it, they might be able to fix it. Well, it's an incredibly ancient artifact. There's a legendary tale that says a dragon, smitten with the kingdom, crafted it. Well. Katie, looking dejected, seemed pitiful. Irene, who had been trying to console her, went silent, unable to respond. The others must have thought of it as just an expensive magical tool, but in its backstory, it's a treasured artifact of the kingdom handed down from antiquity, and a gift given to the Northern Duke's family. The weight of this tale incomparably overshadowed the simple story of a girl who ran away from home. The scale of this quest was undeniably larger. Katie, her eyes pooling with tears, evoked such sympathy that Irene gave me a pleading look, as if urging me to do something. But my specialty is physical combat, I don't know how to handle something like this. What if, instead of trying to repair it right away, we first uncover the cause? The fact that this massive corpse hasn't disappeared and that the artifact malfunctioned right after coming down from the golem seem connected. Yes, we definitely can't do anything about the artifact here. While Katie was in despair, Irene trying to comfort her, and Hansea checking the character quest were momentarily distracted, Grace voiced her logical opinion. After all, as a player, it makes more sense to prioritize an ongoing scenario quest over a character quest that can't be completed at the moment. With the broken necklace stored in her inventory, Hansea approached the giant worm's corpse. The hulking creature, which had spat out a mana stone but hadn't vanished, looked to be about 15 meters in length and its gaping mouth about 4 meters wide. A quick online search revealed that an anaconda is typically around 4 meters, so this was nearly 4 times that size. I can't tell if it's covered in stone or just feels like stone, but it's incredibly hard. Well, I guess that's why it could withstand the blade of the golem. It has so many teeth, it's kind of creepy. Does the corpse remaining mean it's a creation of the goddess? Wow, it's huge. At this size, it could have swallowed all 5 of us in one bite. The party members shared their impressions of the giant worm, the intimidating corpse looming with a mouth height of 4 meters. When I tapped on its rocky skin, its tough resilience could be felt. If it weren't for the Knight-type golem's massive sword, the monster, with its tough skin, would have been too much for an intermediate adventurers party to handle. To tackle a creature like this, a coalition of dozens of adventurers from the 30th floor would need to set up a trap. This doesn't seem like a boss monster one can take on alone. Did the golem absorb the mana from the artifact? Of course, the monsters in this world also possess mana. They are creations of the benevolent goddess, so they naturally have mana within them. This is also why adventurers target the horns and hides of horned wolves outside the tower, even if they don't turn into mana stones upon death. As a result, these large species of monsters not only have thick and sturdy hides but also naturally enhanced physical abilities. When a large species monster appears, it's not a knight who steps forward, but entire knight divisions. Even I, a naturally born 6, would have to exert all my strength to smash an adult ogre's limbs with my hammer and break its skull. In game terms, it's absurd for a mere tank to solo a raid monster. Yes, a raid monster. Large monster species require the cooperation of a party, or even a raid party. They're not something a single knight-type golem can easily defeat alone. I might be able to kill it myself, but not easily. Plus, there was a broken gigantic bow inside the hangar, as if to suggest the presence of a golem with the damage-dealing role. The corpse isn't disappearing, and Roland also mentioned that this monster is from the southern deserts. Let's inspect the hangar. Right. We should hand over this golem and the worm's body to the magic tower. Grace and Irene examining the giant worm wasn't out of hope that they might find something. Naturally, I thought that perhaps Hansea might discover something or that the system might update. But since nothing was found, it seems the giant worm's corpse is just Theta corpse. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, I avoided the dripping slimy fluids and headed back to the hangar. Oh, there's a place like this on the hangar wall. Hannah discovered that she could infuse magic into the inner walls of the hangar. Katie, who had been silent in front of the giant worm's corpse, spoke up. Whether Irene's comforting touch had calmed her, or she was just naturally curious about the knight-type golem, was unclear. Should we start by fixing the broken golem? The boss is already dead, aren't we done here? Instead of showing the machine arm, can we see our northern brat asterisk? Calling her brat is a bit harsh, no. But the behavior is just like those of a brat, so does it matter? It seems Katie has earned the nickname Northern Brat. With a lineup of P***RNO Girl, Teacher Roland, Nana**, Mammon**, and now, Brat, we fiddled with a mechanical arm inside what looked like a workshop inside the hangar. Ding ding. Initiating Golem Repair Station B-301E. The voice of an unfamiliar woman echoed. In the silent hangar, an emotionless, mechanical female voice resounded. Initiating Golem Repair Station B-301E. Identified 3 damaged golems inside the hangar. Warning, insufficient mana within the facility. The monotonous voice, reminiscent of a voice synthesizer, relayed the lack of mana and then fell silent. Not expecting the sudden announcement, we were startled. As we began to recompose ourselves, Irene slowly raised her hand. When I touched this part, a woman's voice suddenly echoed. Irene remarked, pointing to a panel before her. The entrance might require mana, but it seems the inside doesn't. To Irene, a native of this fantasy world, the device in front of her looked just like the panel used to open the entrance. From a modern perspective, it's unmistakably a monitor. Pushing aside the many mechanical arms obstructing the view revealed a clearer sight. A desk buried under dust, 3 monitors held in place by side-mounted arms, and large mechanical appendages surrounded the workspace. Though there wasn't a keyboard or mouse since golems operated by a control sphere and used mana as fuel, anyone could tell it looked like an office desk, or perhaps more fittingly, an engineer's workstation. Hey, if there was just a keyboard on this desk, I'd believe it belonged to my editor. Not implying my editor is messy or anything. I mean, there are 3 monitors, right? People can be so quick to misunderstand. Aren't you the one always giving the editor a hard time? It looks weird without a chair. Someone find one quickly. Is this a human's room or a golem's? Irene always finds something. Does she have a luck stat or something? If there's not enough mana, maybe we need to use the mana stones. While the group was trying to figure things out, Hansea, naturally, approached the desk. Everyone turned to her with hopeful eyes, thinking that as a mage, she might understand the setup. Was this going to solidify the theory of Hansea being a genius mage because she recognized a monitor? Standing before the desk, absorbing the expectant gazes, she started to interact with the monitors, tapping them like touchscreen kiosks. Considering Irene accidentally activated it, it seems this device operates even without imbuing mana. Perhaps charging it with mana is more of a security measure. Just like you need a key to open the hangar door, but once inside, anyone can turn on the office computer. Ugh, what's with these hieroglyphics? This isn't ancient Egypt. Are we supposed to guess what they mean just from the pictures? She lightly tapped, and a monitor displaying the characters instantly activated. Naturally, there wasn't a manual conveniently written in Korean. Hearing Hansea's grumbling, everyone peeked over her shoulder to see drawings accompanied by what looked like hieroglyphics. If you ignore the characters and focus on the drawings, it showcased a large tank-like structure connected with numerous pipes, some of which were colored red. Even without the text, it seemed like the drawing was indicating that fuel needed to be filled into the empty tank and that there might be some repairs needed for the pipes. That big container in the drawing is probably for storing mana fuel, right? We should check the walls for those pipes. But if those pipes are inside the wall, it might be impossible to repair them. The party, huddled behind Hansea with curiosity in their eyes, seemed to get the general idea. Even though it's a medieval fantasy game, the presence of magical tools that enabled heating and plumbing systems made it somewhat familiar to them. With a basic understanding of the drawing, we began rummaging around again. Trusting her instincts, Hansea started touching various drawings, while the rest, including me, began inspecting the surroundings based on where the desk was. Hey Hansea, call the brat over to check the floor. Aren't you too old to be playing picture matching? What are you doing? No matter how much you touch there, the pipe will not magically fix itself. This is frustrating. Can you just stick the camera on Irene? However, as expected, we couldn't find anything more. It was impossible to spot any pipes, and it was unrealistic to expect a nun, a ranger, and a swordsman to have the mechanical or architectural magic engineering knowledge to locate them. In that case, we should visit the magic tower. Then what about the worm's corpse? I don't think anyone can easily pick it up and run away with it. Can't we just leave it behind? True, who would try to run off with something that huge? Ray translations. It got nabbed. Boss Monster Donator Hansea donated 10,001. I thought you'd hog it all like usual, but thank you for generously sharing the boss monster of the 30th floor. If you feed Hansea she spits in your face donated 5,001. How about sharing with the viewers rather than giving it away like that? Genius Hansea Disrespecting Heroes Chronicle donated 10,001. I can't believe you pulled a disappearing act with the boss for donations. You're truly a streaming genius. Wait, who took that massive thing? And the golem's still perfectly intact. The pathway was just big enough for the boss monster. They salvaged the mana stone from the knight-type golem's back. The real money in the tower is in the mana stones and loot drops, not in the gigantic corpse. So, they confidently headed outside the tower to call Charlotte Cavendish. Hannah? You're saying there was a corpse of a giant worm here from the southern deserts? Yes. Look here, there are drag marks and even bloodstains on the ground. The giant worm's corpse disappeared without a trace overnight. All that was left were sticky bloodstains emitting a foul odor, shattered shell fragments from the worm, and broken teeth. The unprecedented situation of a boss monster's corpse being stolen made the viewers tease Han Seiya even more ruthlessly than usual. The rate of donations was almost double the usual. It's clear this rocky shell is from the giant worm, but it's odd that it appeared here, and that its corpse didn't disappear. And that such a huge thing got stolen overnight. Do you think it was stolen? If it was, shouldn't there be traces of its movement on the ground? I see only signs of a battle. Yes, ma'am. There are no traces suggesting the worm's corpse was moved by a vehicle or anything. If someone physically moved it, the pooled bloodstains would have smeared all over. While Charlotte and Han Seiya stood in front of the night-type golem, Maid Mari, who had meticulously inspected the surroundings, reported to her mistress. Neither the scout nor the rogue found any clues. To top it all, it seemed Han Seiya's quest order got messed up. When dealing with the 20th floor orcs, hints appeared one after another in a logical order: the shaman, the warrior, the forest altar, and the orc chieftain. This situation was completely different. Since we defeated the giant worm first, perhaps the quest didn't update. If it had progressed normally, there would have been a hint like, "There's a way to lure out the giant worm somewhere," in the quest window. Ironically, it was a toxic viewer who came to Han Seiya's rescue. Giverl and Ifioregoing Toblakethis donated 5,001. Breaking news: Kim Suk-hyun entered the 30th floor and was killed by the worm. Talking about other streamers is allowed. He's already on the 30th floor. Got an additional teammate with 4. That guy is now at 16 star. A battle between 18 and 16. I'm at 8, damn it. He just entered but got killed by the worm while showing off. Catching up. Only a full floor gap now. Nice, Kim Suk-hyun. After throwing away the worm's corpse, the gap might not be as wide. Since mentioning other streamers was temporarily allowed, the chat began to buzz with viewers eagerly sharing their knowledge and opinions. Charlotte looked at Han Seiya with a puzzled expression, but Han Seiya, oblivious to her gaze, stood motionless in front of the holographic internet window. She was probably considering watching Kim Suk-hyun's stream. Would it be okay, even if it feels a bit like eavesdropping? The horned wolf that pierced Kim Suk-hyun's stomach donated 10,001. Maybe donate about 500,001 and kindly ask to see his quest window. Should I? We should see how his quest window looks, right? Viewers seem to have similar thoughts as donations and opinions poured in. Judging by the nicknames, his stream seemed to be quite popular, and their advice wasn't wrong. Watching someone else's stream wasn't illegal, and Kim Suk-hyun had even mentioned watching Han Seiya's streams before. As Han Seiya was getting ready to donate to her fellow streamer in exchange for information, Charlotte, who had been studying the tracks of the worm, quietly approached me. "Excuse me, Roland. What's up? Is that lady from the north? Where did that merc swordsman go, and why is she in the party now? Come to think of it, Katie hasn't fixed her artifact yet." And Charlotte, being from a noble family, was well versed in basic etiquette and knowledge. Recognizing the distinct features, silver hair, and the long one-handed sword, she probably had an inkling of which family she came from. Charlotte Cavendish is of noble descent. Born into a noble family, she's been educated with culture and knowledge. It's only natural for her to recognize the daughter of a duke. As Han Seiya listens to her viewers and tunes into Kim Suk-hyun's stream, Charlotte, with a more serious expression, leans in and begins to whisper to me. Naturally, the topic is about Katie Wesley, the daughter of the Northern Duke and the so-called Sword Princess of the North. There were such rumors in the capital's social circles. She murmured. What were they? The Northern Duke has 2 daughters. The elder one serves as a knight, but the younger one vanished after her coming-of-age ceremony. She was cursed, or her exceptionally talented elder sister got rid of her. That's not the case at all. Charlotte's gaze shifted back to Katie, who stood in front of the inactive night golem, looking disappointed. Fidgeting with her long silver hair, she seems distressed recalling her broken artifact. There was a certain softness in Charlotte's eyes as she observed Katie. Despite Katie's mature and graceful appearance, her inner self was still of a naive and innocent girl. Perhaps Charlotte's socially honed instincts picked up on that. It seems so. Can you tell me what's going on? When we leave the tower, I'll explain everything. With her permission, of course. For now, how about checking the golem repair station? I'm not one to blabber about a noble lady's personal matters. Even when it's so blatantly obvious. It involves the Northern Duke too. Charlotte frowned as if she'd imagined a grave scenario. The truth was, the naive daughter had stolen a treasure from her family and run away. The doting Northern Duke just wanted to see her and bring her home. But I couldn't possibly spill that out. For Katie's sake, or perhaps for the honor of the North. Especially since I didn't want to sour my unexpected relationship with the newly introduced Northern Duke. All right. Charlotte sighed. If you say it's that serious, there must be some reason. Thanks for understanding. Although she misconstrued my reason as serious when it was merely embarrassing, Charlotte, with her maid, Mari, entered the hangar. Their focus now was on the pipes, mana tanks, and other facilities, making Maris' rogue skills quite handy. Feeling no need to follow them into the cluttered area filled with mechanical arms, I wondered if there were other panels in the hangar. Just then, I noticed Hansea, nodding vigorously at thin air. Seeing Grace and Irene pass by without any particular reaction, it seems that Hansea is having a one-on-one chat with the streamer, Kim Suk-hyun. Ah, Suk-hyun, thank you so much. I couldn't read the updated quest window properly because the worm snuck up on you. Could you possibly show me the quest details? Kim Suk-hyun was also streaming in real time and seemed to readily share his quest details. A glance at Hansea's stream showed the camera focusing on some dark-skinned men, not Grace and Irene. From their conversation, it appears Kim Suk-hyun isn't as lucky despite his skills. Or maybe not, given he has acquired one more 4 ally, making it a total of 4. Kim Suk-hyun's story unfolded as follows. Unlike Hansea, he didn't have a senior adventurer like me, Roland, to guide and pace him in combat training. Moreover, all his allies were at the 4 level, having basic adventuring experience. Hence, without spending time getting accustomed to the caves like Hansea, he just kept advancing. He barely farmed golem mana stones in his rush to catch up to Hansea, reaching the 30th floor. Just 10 minutes after entering the 30th floor, his quest window updated. As he momentarily paused to read the updated quest window, hamburger steak lover Kim Suk-hyun donated 10,000 won. Stream turning dark as Kim Suk-hyun is hit by a giant worm. GIF. He was ambushed by the giant worm while reading his quest log. The moment his quest updated, he died instantly. Is this a good or a bad thing? Considering the glitches in Hansea's quest, it might be better this way. LOL, Hansea's 500,000 won dono seems small now. Just from that one clip, donations surged into millions. Totally worth it, LOL. Even without Hansea's donation, this blew up big. Kwang. The charge of the giant worm, which should be blocked while riding the night-type golem, wasn't something a tank player could handle. A video clip played, showing Kim Suk-hyun being abruptly killed while reading the quest log, then resetting to the morning save point. However, the morning reset only wiped the memories of NPCs, not the player's quest logs. The blind serpents living in the caves don't leave such traces. What could this be? Adventurers say that although they were sure it passed by, it charged from a different direction. Its movements seem like it's desperately searching for something. Combining the insights from the viewers, Hansea, and Kim Suk-hyun, they arrived at a conclusion. Hey, are there multiple giant worms? Is that why there are 4 golems? This is driving me nuts. So we're not luring and killing it but looking for its nest maybe? Cave plus maze plus desert setting. Seems we'll have to search the entire 30th floor. Damn it. I'm only on the 20th floor, but after watching the stream, I just want to build a hut in the woods and live there. LOL, thought I'd lose all my points, but this changes things, right? Chat deleted by mod. Fortunately for the viewers who bet their points, the giant worm wasn't the boss monster. And then, Charlotte approached the momentarily stunned Hansea to share what she had discovered. I think I know where the giant worm's body went. Really, Charlotte? Did you notice the dense presence of magic circuits on the walls and floor? Ah, yes, magic circuits. Unlike Han Se-ah, who merely pretends to move mana with her staff by cancelling skills, Charlotte Cavendish is one of the researchers from the Magic Tower. Perhaps intrigued by this place, she starts explaining with sparkling eyes. Despite Han Se-ah clearly being unfamiliar with magic circuits, Charlotte continues her explanation undeterred. This place can be considered a kind of furnace or perhaps an incinerator. To put it another way, it's a facility for refining mana. It wasn't merely built for the operation of those massive golems. But somehow, even after listening to the explanation, it feels complex and dizzying, doesn't it? Not sure if it's just me being slow, but the others in our group also looked at Charlotte with eyes filled with questions. Fortunately, there were no deserts appearing on the 30th floor. The giant worms, which couldn't burrow, were initially monsters that roamed the labyrinth. If you had to categorize them, you might call them a subspecies or a variant of the giant worm. In other words, the giant worm was a monster that came over with the golems, not from a desert. Charlotte figured out where their bodies went, although the reason why the corpse stayed remained unknown. So, you're saying this place is a factory that converts monster corpses into liquid mana? The giant worm corpse we left behind was transformed and absorbed into mana. Charlotte seems to be right. If you look again, it looks fuller than yesterday. If you check the monitor, the bar has increased slightly, from 1/5 to 1/4. And now, even the corpses are getting snatched up by Han Se-ah. So, who's the boss monster? The antagonistic relationship between the giant worm and the night-type golem seemed to have existed even before they came to our world. It's possible that the golden golem had been fighting against such an opponent. I now understand why, instead of attacking me, the giant worm recklessly charged at the night-type golem. The golem, which used the bodies of its kin as fuel, would have been recognized by the worm's keen senses, unique to large species. Thanks to Charlotte's repeated and patient explanations, Han Se-ah, who finally got a grasp of the situation, lists the quest details on her fingers. So after arriving on the 30th floor, being chased by a giant worm, receiving a hint about the worm, discovering a night-type golem, hunting one worm, and based on the previous hint, using the worm to repair the other golems was the sequence of events. So you completed step 1 then jumped to step 4. There were no logs for steps 2 and 3, that's why it's confusing. Chat deleted by mod. So, are you saying we used the 4 mechas to take down the boss? So we're hunting with just one night-type golem? Feels like we still have some steps missed. For now, should I ask Roland to lure all the giant worms, to fill the mana tank, but how should I explain this to the girls? If I hint that I have an idea based on Charlotte's words, they'll probably understand, right? However, even with all this figured out, there remained an issue. We knew that the giant worm was essentially battery material for the night-type golem, but we still had no clue about the true boss monster. Han Se-ah looks at me with a slightly anxious expression. I stifle a laugh at someone making a joke about bioenergy with the giant worm. As our eyes meet, she gives an awkward smile. Since the quest got twisted, it seems the job of luring the remaining giant worms will fall to me. But wait, if this facility melts things and absorbs its power. While watching Katie Wesley combat the giant worm atop the night-type golem, I couldn't help but think. Isn't that overpowered? Even if it's a gimmick just for a boss fight, she dealt with the giant worm too effortlessly. Would it make sense for a monstrous creature, with a mouth diameter of 4 meters and a body length of about 15 meters, with the ability to wrap around one's ankle, to be easily shaken off? I mean, I could do that too, but considering the game balance for players, something seemed off. It's not like swarms of giant worms attack at once. Wouldn't it have been a more normal play to need at least 2 golems to deal with a single giant worm? The mana stone attached to the golem was also depleted less than expected. Wah! I feel heavier than I did yesterday. After reporting the 30th floor's happenings to the guild and setting out to find another giant worm, Katie, who had once again boarded the golem, murmured in a distressed voice. Perhaps it was true, this place absorbed mana. The invaluable treasure of the kingdom, and the pride of the North, a treasure beyond monetary worth, had been consumed by the golem, transformed into a one-time use enhancement stone. Did I really, on the golem yesterday? The psychological shock was so great, Caden's way of speaking and Katie's voice seemed to mix in her disarray. Even Charlotte, seeing her pitiful state, was at a loss for words. Neither adventurers nor mages could have dreamed that a golem found in the tower would melt down a family treasure. The northern princess, who vanished only leaving behind baseless rumors, was now piloting a giant golem with a devastated expression. Even the socially savvy Charlotte seemed to struggle to keep her composure in the face of this. Look on the bright side. What? At least you didn't wear the magic armor being repaired, or that would have turned to scrap too. Eek. The night-type golem seemed to prefer the mana contained in the kingdom's treasure over the mass-produced mana stone attached to its back. And the worst part? Its effects wouldn't even last a day. What kind of inefficient mechanism was this? Note. When riding a golem, deactivate artifacts. An incident caused by a teammate being too strong, Isn't this kind of a gift in its own way? Info, to solo hunt a giant worm, equip a natural-born 4 character with the magical artifact of the kingdom. Even if you hunted the entire worm family, wouldn't you still be at a loss? Viewers who grasped the situation laughed and teased Katie through the chat, though they were milder than when teasing Han Seiya. Some even seemed to delight in seeing the beauty's gloomy expression. Those guys are truly passionate. While I alternated my gaze between Katie and the chat, Charlotte, who had been talking to Han Seiya, approached me. So, what will you do now? We have to eliminate the giant worms for the sake of other adventurers. This isn't something that can be resolved by waiting for a guild expedition. If we take down the giant worm, we might be able to fix those golems as well. True, if large-scale monsters have emerged in such numbers, intermediate adventurers won't be able to handle it. Charlotte had a point. Small to medium-sized monsters can be likened to animals at best, but when it came to large monsters, it was like comparing them to a tank. When distinguishing between the levels of adventurers and knights, novices and intermediates are separated by skill and knowledge. However, the senior level is defined by their ability to manifest and control mana. So, while a novice adventurer might somehow hunt a medium-sized monster, an intermediate adventurer can't take down a large monster. It's like asking a martial arts champion to fight an oncoming train. It's not a duel, it's a disaster. Still, we should warn others. Is the magic tower here in this floor's safe zone? Of course. Mages wouldn't ignore such a unique environment like the caves. Then let's go and report to the guild and the magic tower. While Charlotte is trustworthy as a researcher, as an adventurer, she's not skilled enough for the 30th floor. So it's best we stick together. Especially since there might be numerous giant worms roaming outside. I'd love to bring that night-type golem outside, but given its size, it seems likely it would get stuck in the pathways. Perhaps once the quest of the 30th floor is done, and the magic tower makes the gate to dismantle and transport it, it might work. If I tried, it would probably end up broken. In this respect, good game design by BB Games. Alright, let's head to the safe zone. Mari knows the way, she can lead. Yes, ma'am. With Katie, still wearing a gloomy expression after descending from the golem, Grace and Irene feeling awkward about Katie suddenly appearing as a female, and Han Seiya receiving a barrage of hate from viewers for Katie's solo clear, the group gathered once more and set off for the safe zone. Ray translations. Certainly, they seem to be wandering around. A few more people must have died. Navigating toward a surprisingly nearby safe zone, Grace and Maid Mari led the way. They utilized the narrow pathways, where the giant worm couldn't enter, to get to the safe zone. Despite this, there were several instances when they felt vibrations and a distinct thudding noise resonating in their ears. The caves of the 30th floor, which should have been quiet, were unbearably noisy. There definitely wasn't just one giant worm. Isn't it quite inefficient to lure them one by one? It would be great if there was a way to attract them. A beacon? Some kind of scent to lure them? We have something to attract wolves, but not for worms. At this point, I think Han Seiya should take responsibility and write a strategy guide. Thankfully, with a rogue, a scout, and a player who could check the mini-map in the party, we reached the safe zone without encountering a giant worm. If the forest safe zone was a wooden fortress made using logs, this place was a large tent village in a low-ceiling pathway that I had to slightly crouch to enter. Given the narrow entrance, it must have been nearly impossible to transport construction materials. Maybe they only brought experimental tools. Being inside a tower and in a cave, there wasn't any need to shield from rain and wind. Frankly, there might not have been a need for tents either. What is it? I need to contact the magic tower. Since Charlotte, who openly had a maid attend to her, was leading the way, the guards at the safe zone lowered their guard immediately. After all, among our group, there was only one man. We had two beautiful mages holding staffs, a beautiful maid, and another beauty in nun's attire. It would indeed be strange for them to remain wary. Charlotte's makeshift lab was on the 20th floor, but she seemed familiar with this branch of the magic tower as she headed towards a certain tent. Just as there was a communication magic tool in a shack on the 20th floor, there seemed to be one in a tent on the 30th floor. A mage, who looked oddly familiar, was seated outside the tent reading a large book. He looked up with a puzzled expression. Adventurer. I am Charlotte Cavendish from the Magic Tower, here to investigate the anomalies on the 30th floor. Ah, I see. Are you here to report to the Magic Tower? The communication mage, who initially looked puzzled seeing an adventurer with a maid, nodded understandingly upon hearing she was a noble mage. Mages were known to have peculiar tendencies, and nobles in the city of adventurers were a notch above the rest in eccentricity. With Charlotte and the mage heading inside the tent, we who were left outside were engulfed in an awkward silence. Understandably, the cause of the tension was Katie Wesley, who had been forcibly unmasked. For a girl from a rural village and a nun who grew up in a temple taking care of orphans, knowing that she was the daughter of the Northern Duke was a lot to digest. Han Seao was, of course, portrayed as a talented commoner who traveled to the capital city from the countryside in a carriage. As for me, I just dropped into this world with no background. I might have connections with nobles, but I'm not one myself. In many ways, Katie Wesley seemed to be the outlier in our group. Ah, Katie, you're from the north, right? Yes. I came here to climb the tower and become an adventurer. Due to her somewhat tearful appearance while holding the artifact, Irene approached Katie with a motherly sense of care. But Grace appeared confused, coming closer to my side. Roland, did you know about this? I didn't know until we were in the forest. The Northern Duke suddenly summoned me for a conversation. Really? The Duke knew. He knew. It felt like he was quite protective of her. Of course, I'm not sure how to address the broken artifact issue. It's a bit surprising to see her so distressed. Was that item very expensive? Not knowing much about the artifact, Grace's comment drew a small chuckle from me. It seems she just thinks of it as an exaggeratedly priced antique related to dragons. I wanted to see Grace's surprised face, so I whispered in her ear, lowering my voice. That artifact would require thousands of gold coins to make. What? That's just the manufacturing cost. If sold, it would fetch well over 10,000. Having become an intermediate adventurer and now spending silver coins, and even occasionally spending gold coins, a sum in the tens of thousands was an amount Grace could scarcely imagine. Hearing about such an astronomical amount, her eyes changed in an instant. She broke something that valuable. How will she? It might be nice for them to become friends, even if it starts from sympathy. With the help of Charlotte, we reported the anomalies on the 30th floor to the Magic Tower and the Guild. From a knight-type golem powered by the stones of other golems, to the appearance of the giant worm that left corpses, and even a different world's factory that melted bodies and magical tools to extract mana. On top of that, there were the hangars and the hidden golem repair facilities inside them. These hard-to-believe claims were vouched for by both a noblewoman and an intermediate mage, along with a senior adventurer. The testimony of the two surviving adventurers I handed a lantern to, further confirmed our story. Adventurers will leave, but the mages will probably flock to the 30th floor in large numbers. Why? Adventurers value their lives. If they lack the skills to face large creatures, they'll likely stay on the 29th floor. On the other hand, mages value knowledge more than their lives. They'll just think of avoiding the danger and they'll all ascend to the 30th floor. This revealed the entirely opposite approaches of the two groups. Whether adventurers earned money on the 29th or the 30th floor, there wasn't much difference since both were cave levels. Those with the capability to reach the 30th floor should be able to distinguish between bravery and overconfidence at that point. None of them would consider challenging a creature 15 meters long, preferring the relative safety of the 29th floor. Conversely, mages, always thirsty for new discoveries, were drawn to the worm that moved above ground, the non-disappearing corpses, the machinery extracting mana from corpses and magical tools, and even the giant golems big enough for a human to ride. The floor was filled with elements that would drive a mage mad with curiosity. One consolation might be that, after the previous orc incident, supplies to the higher floors have been plentiful. So there was no need yet for an expedition to wander around the 30th floor caves. Though players might soon see escort missions for these expeditions appear as side quests. So, what should our party do? I think it'd be best to stay on the 30th floor for a while, as long as we have enough provisions. I want to see if there are any other creatures besides the giant worm, and we also need to negotiate the ownership of that golem. The golem's ownership? Our group, gathered in the corner of a research tent, looked at me with questioning eyes. Especially Katie, who was deeply fascinated by the knight-like golem. Her gaze sparkled with such intensity that I couldn't tell if she was addicted to the golem or regretting the loss of her family's treasure. Nevertheless, everyone in our group had witnessed the might of the knight-like golem. Though its might had come at the cost of melting Katie's magical artifact, which was incredibly inefficient. As you all know, that golem melted the family treasure Katie had. Right. Katie lowered her head as if my words had reopened a wound. Irene, trying to console her, responded on her behalf. While I felt a bit guilty bringing it up, Katie's actions did give us a claim to the golem, so it might lessen the backlash she might face. Under normal circumstances, adventurers would sell the golem to the magic tower. But doing so might earn the ire of the Northern Duke. If things go awry, she might get detained for re-education, due to the financial loss she caused the family. Worse, she could be forced to take successor lessons and would have to leave the party. So, the reason the golem could function is thanks to the magic artifact of the Wesley family. What? The artifact of the Wesley family awakened the golem that was dormant in the tower. So, this golem shouldn't be sold to the magic tower but sent to the Frost Wolf Knights division of the Wesley family. To prevent Han's AHS party from downsizing from 18 to 14, a significant favor should be granted to the Wesley family. After all, we accidentally wasted a priceless magical artifact, one that cannot be equated to mere money. The party members, unfamiliar with how nobles operated, blinked in confusion. Charlotte then approached from the tent, her face adorned with a sly smile, as if she had just heard an entertaining story. Oh my, trying to keep the princess by sending a golem in her stead? Exactly. A precious necklace sleeping in the family vault isn't something that can be shown off. But a giant steel knight leading the charge of the Knights division can become something to be proud of. Is that so? In short, it's a bribe for the Duke's adventurous daughter. Your daughter, the adventurer, has awakened the dormant steel giant on the 30th floor. So, use it in the name of the Frost Wolf Knights division to subjugate monsters in the north and earn renown. That's the gist. Isn't it like a child who broke a plate, avoiding a scolding by presenting a perfect test score along with the broken pieces? Since we've reported our findings, it's now time to roam the 30th floor, exterminate the giant worms and locate the real boss. Our two main objectives on the 30th floor are: first, to lure and annihilate the giant worms, thereby repairing the 3 damaged golems. Second, to locate and confront the true boss lurking somewhere. Of course, this is from Han Sea's perspective, the rest are unaware that a true boss exists. Once all the golems are fixed, won't the log update? Let's do it properly this time. We were told to walk the flower path, but you're trying to fly off it. After repairing all golems, we'll likely face the true boss with all 4 of them. We have a knight golem and an archer golem. What about the remaining 2? The viewers also began to express their desire to see the real boss, thinking the party's approach made sense. Given the betting stakes and it being turned on its head by the giant worm, they seem a tad on edge. It's not like you can convert them into real cash. They're just points that naturally accumulate over time, so they aren't exactly valuable star. The only uses for these points are to pose questions or add color to chat messages, so they aren't particularly valuable. Yet, the viewers who already placed their bets didn't seem to care. Why did you want to become an adventurer, Katie? Maybe because it seemed freeing. Or perhaps it's because of the fairy tales I read as a child. Fairy tales, huh? Well, even the children at the temple read fairy tales and dream of becoming adventurers. Some even argue about whether it's better to be a free-spirited adventurer or a glorious knight. A knight? Well, watching them train with the soldiers, I wouldn't say it looks particularly glorious. Regardless of what the viewers think, Irene and Katie were lost in their own conversation. In contrast to Grace, who was still slightly awkward, Irene seemed to lead conversations with her quite well. With the encouragement of numerous viewers, we decided to return to the hangar, lure a giant worm, and defeat it. I wanted to carry around even a broken arm of a golem, but decided against it, just in case. After all, the quest progression is already twisted. If messing with the golems causes issues in its repair, it would be quite bothersome. While I could forcibly resolve issues involving physical strength, repairing a golem falls into an entirely different domain. It's like if you forcefully try to attach a missing arm or leg to a toy robot, you'd just break it. Especially when dealing with the delicate parts of a golem that's filled with gears, you can't just use brute strength. So, do we have to wait for Roland to bring a worm all the way here? Seriously, don't just stand around. Find a way to lure it. Just because you have a 6 doesn't mean you can exploit them to the bone. If you've got nothing else to do, maybe work on getting closer with the Northern Duke's daughter. Han Seah shouldn't force things. Let it happen naturally. Still, recalling my previous experience, instead of traveling far, I bellowed out with mana-infused shouts while watching Han Seah's stream near the pathway connected to the hangar. No need to go far when they're even faster than me. Just pouring mana into my voice should be enough. While intermediate adventurers would get pulverized upon impact, all I'd experience is the unpleasant sensation of getting dragged through the dirt and dust. I felt like a fisherman waiting for fish to bite, moving back and forth between the massive pathways and letting out long screams. Should I venture a bit further out? Is there nothing nearby? The echoing sound seems to be Roland's scream, there's no vibration. This is why I told you to make some bait for the worm, you fool. Why does this person just sit and complain? I really don't get it. If there's nothing to do, help Grace and the Northern Duke's daughter become friends. With Roland gone, Grace is gone quiet. Please fix the audio. Seriously. If I go out, I might end up getting hit by the giant worm and reset to the morning. Then I'd have to report to the Magic Tower and Adventurers Guild all over again. But I just got an idea. Han Seah the Roland Backbreaker donated 5,001. Saying you had an idea is the funniest joke you've made recently. Hey, anyway, can't we just make something that baits it in? Unable to bear the viewers nagging any longer, Han Seah seemed to have thought of something as she pulled out a golem's mana stone from her inventory. After I spent 10 minutes loudly screaming in the caves, Han Seah seemed to have come to a realization. Maybe the mana stones of a rock golem are also processed from the corpses of giant worms. If the corpse of the giant worm is needed to repair the broken golems and the liquefied mana tank of the golem repair facility also requires the corpse, then the mana stone of the rock golem might have been crafted using the mana extracted from the corpse, or so she speculated. Mommy dash. Until just now, you were a pretty cool mage. Our Han Seah. If Roland hadn't been there, the giant worm would have snacked on you. How did he run that fast? Using taunt in a narrow pathway with no escape, very wise. Her speculation might have some truth to it. The moment Han Seah scratched the mana stone she took out from her inventory against the cave wall, a giant worm appeared, charging toward her. If I, who was watching the stream, hadn't pretended to notice something and moved towards her, she might have ended up as minced meat just like Kim Suk-hyun. But other than that, the experiment was a resounding success. Behind me, a crazed giant worm chased, and in my arms, a terrified beauty. The whole scene looked like something out of a movie, causing the viewers to pause their debates to watch my sprint. After being lured into the clearing outside the hangars, it seemed more attracted to the large golem than the single mana stone. "What are you doing?" I was curious if we could lure it with just the mana stone instead of the night-type golem. "You could have tested it within the hangars, couldn't you? Or somewhere safer." Regardless of whether the strategy succeeded or not, she deserved the reprimand. As the party's leader, she had acted impulsively, nearly resulting in her death. Even in a game where she can respawn and roll back time, this shouldn't be a gamer's behavior. She took action without explaining it to her teammates, almost dying in the process. Such reckless actions shouldn't come from a party leader. As I gently placed down the Princess Asterisk, she bowed her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Just ready your magic now. You were talking smack before, look at you now. Right, a teacher should scold to be a teacher. If this was before meeting the goddess, Roland would have probably left the party. I thought he was into Grace. Why is he tailing you? Seriously, be more careful. Fortunately, the mana stone's aggro range was wide, so I was able to react sooner to the giant worm. As I carried Hansea into the cave in a hurry, our teammates, who looked at us confused, couldn't get a warning before the giant worm charged in, causing chaos. Thankfully, no one died or got hurt. Hold it tight. Got it. Katie, our northern brat, controls the weaker-than-before night-type golem to grab the jaws of the giant worm. The golem, perhaps because it wasn't enhanced, wobbled each time the lengthy body of the giant worm writhed, trying to coil around the golem's body. While the golem didn't fall or get pushed back, it was unable to throw or slice it off like it did on the first day. Seeing this, I lift my rarely used warhammer, concentrating my mana into it. It's starting to feel like a boss monster-only weapon. That shell, it's just like a rock. Hannah. Use the magic you used to weaken the golem's limbs. Oh, okay. Being in a game means she wouldn't panic even if she nearly died. Even before hearing my command, Hansea, who was preparing her rock-melting spell instead of an attack spell, quickly casts her magic. Her combat intuition is exceptional, but her judgment can be off at the weirdest of times. When the spell hit, parts of the giant worm's rock-like armored skin began to melt, sticky and dripping. Looks like it's not rock skin, but actual rock fragments attached to its skin. No magic resistance. It'll blow that part away. Be careful. Immediately, an arrow from Grace struck the now exposed weak spot. I initially doubted if a few arrows on that massive body would help, but seeing the arrowhead glow red and then explode changed my mind. She had coated arrows with some potion, turning them into what looked like explosive arrows. As her earnings as an adventurer increases, she invests more and more into her gear. The explosion engulfs the melting rock shell, revealing the creature's true fleshy skin underneath. Irene wasn't just standing around either. As the giant worm thrashed, she perfectly shielded everyone from the shrapnel-like flying pieces of its skin with a protective barrier. The three of them seemed to work really well together. If it weren't for Hansea's earlier blunder, it would have been close to perfect party gameplay. With that thought, I swung my mana-infused warhammer down onto the giant worm's waist. Crash. Ray translations. The giant worm, resilient even with its body severed in half, finally stopped its struggles after I crushed its head. It's strange, a thrust through its mouth would kill it instantly, yet it remained alive even when split at the waist. It wasn't some kind of zombie that only dies when its brain is destroyed. If it weren't for that barrier, we'd be in quite a mess right now. Thanks. It's only right that I help. This stench is unbearable. Should we cleanse it? Let's purify the area after the corpse is completely gone. Thanks to the chaotic movements of the halved worm, the spacious field was now drenched in sticky green bodily fluids. If it weren't for Irene's barrier, our party would be smeared in this goo. Though unfortunately, the shield did not cover me or the night-type golem. Do you need more water magic, Roland? How's your mana? Don't worry. I didn't use any offensive magic, remember? Hansea was diligently washing herself with the water she had poured into a pot. As for me, removing my armor and washing it should be enough, but the massive night-type golem can't exactly take a human-type shower. We left the golem as it is for now. Because of this, Katie, who had come out of the golem's cockpit, looked at the golem with sorrowful eyes, like a child staring at their broken toy. The golem wasn't broken, it was just covered in stinky, viscous fluid. Yet she hovered around it, her face as if the world had ended. Despite the overpowering stench, she seems to care deeply about the golem. This fight went well, except for Hannah's rather reckless move. Oh, really? It's commendable as a mage, but not so much as an adventurer. Only after getting a direct hit from Han Sea's water magic, did the giant worm's fluids finally clear. Still soaked from the waist down, I continued my earlier reprimand. You should have communicated with the party if you were going to try something out. Especially since I was away. If I wasn't on my way back, and if Katie hadn't already been in the golem's cockpit, our party might have suffered significant injuries or worse. He's right on all counts. LOL, you completely missed the mood. Have you never lived in society? LOL, how did you mistake reckless as a compliment? Seeing my reprimand, Han Sea lowered her head, while the others subtly nodded in agreement. She wasn't only sorry to me, the NPC, she had to consider the chat too. Overly immersed viewers get genuinely upset at streamer mistakes after all. I wasn't actually angry, so I easily accepted her apology with a nod. Compared to hitting party members in the back with arrows or knocking down your tank with magic, this was pretty tame. Next time, if you're trying something, make sure you discuss it with the group to strategize beforehand. Even if I'm not around, Irene should be ready to deploy her barrier, or Katie should be positioned to block any threats. I understand. Han Sei-ah, under a scolding, instinctively reverted to using more formal language. The viewers certainly wouldn't let this moment go unnoticed. Did someone just clip that? That's the highlight of the week. Acting after getting scolded by Roland to get a hug. What a schemer. Whether she gets scolded or hugged, it's a win-win, right? Oh, Roland, Han Sei-ah and Grace asterisk. Is this new content? The morning drama of Grace Roland Han Sei-ah. That moment when your friend who promised to matchmake you with a guy starts flirting with him instead. Oh man. Han Sei-ah, who unintentionally found love, donated 10,001. Is your marriage with teacher Roland next? Or a love and war arc with Grace? Ugh, With her head lowered in front of the group and teeth clenched, she mumbled. Leaving aside Katie, who was more focused on the golem, the kind-hearted Grace and Irene quickly tried to console Han Sei-ah. Then Katie chimed in. Hannah? Is the golem repair station working yet? Watching the gradually shrinking corpse of the giant worm, she alternated her gaze between Han Sei-ah and the golem hanger, looking as restless as a puppy. I'll have to remember to go to the north for her character quest later. Because of Han Sei-ah's unexpected antics, I found myself reprimanding her. However, this led to a crucial discovery. The giant worms appeared to be attracted to the mana stones within the rock golems. These stones might have been formed from the remains of other giant worms, judging by the frenzied behavior when the mana stones shattered, releasing their mana. Typically, one would investigate the golem's mana stone at a location like the magic tower, to craft a lure. Thankfully, we already had an abundance of these mana stones in our inventory, sparing us the hassle. I had planned to sell the mana stones at a premium, but it seems we'll end up using them all. The primary drawback was the rapid consumption of these mana stones. Using the mana-laden stones by breaking them to unleash their magic was wasteful, but faster than any other method. After making such progress, it wasn't smart to waste days in a lab creating a proper lure. Not only was such a meticulous process out of character for Korean gamers, but it was also impractical for a streamer like Han Sei-ah. Another one's coming. Got it. This marked the beginning of our hunting strategy. By crushing a mana stone at the entrance, I could draw the giant worm's attention. As it pursued me, the night-type golem, supported by my party, would swiftly deal the fatal blow. Given the worm's weakness was its head, I wasn't crucial to the strategy. Riding atop the night-type golem, Katie would block the giant worm's advance. Han Sei-ah would then weaken its protective shell, setting up Grace to land the final hit with her explosive arrows aimed at its head. Any debris flung by the struggling giant worm was effortlessly blocked by Irene's protective barrier. A textbook example of team synergy. Katie's relaxed tone is so damn cute. She looks like a cold beauty, but when she opens her mouth. Once they repair the archer golem, they might be able to defeat the giant worm without explosive arrows. But with a pathway that narrow, do we really have to crawl out? The golem might fit height-wise lying down, but its shoulders look too wide. Viewers cheered at this thrilling scene. Some foreign viewers, particularly those interested in the mechs, were uneasy about how we were using the golem. Still, most were satisfied as long as the confrontation was thrilling. With the knight-type golem restraining the giant worm, even a player mage teamed with a naturally born 3 archer could effortlessly take it down. Many lamented that they only had an average of 2 allies. But, honestly, that's on the lower side. I've seen discussions suggesting that serious players aiming for the 30th floor consistently use the reset feature to get allies with higher S. This prompted players to initiate a kind of reset challenge, utilizing the reset function, which restarts the game without saving, sending them back to the start of the day. Each evening, they'd ask the Adventurers Guild receptionist for potential party members. Come morning, they would revisit the guild, relying on the reset feature until they secured a 3-member or better. The virtual reality aspect made this grind somewhat monotonous, the repetitive cycle of waking at the inn and trekking to the guild, but it wasn't impossible. After all the effort, I'm kicking off the game with a 5 Snow Witch. 5 Snow Witch Oksana's status window.jpg. Beautiful Oksana adorned in a blue cloak.jpg. To all the bastards who laughed at my 4 reset, look who's laughing now. No way I'd settle for just a 4. Huh, you finally did it. How long was the grind? After my day job, I'd spend roughly 6 hours just on the inn circuit. What's this, inn circuit? Head to the guild, listen to adventurers, race back to the inn, and if you get under a 4, hit the reset. Damn, is it because she's a 5? That figure under the robe impressive. The game's been out for 3 months and you're only starting now. Crazy LOL. Gamers can be quite extreme, even in the mobile gacha game, Heroines Chronicle. They are determined to begin with the highest tier characters, some even resorting to software to automate the reset cycle for months on end. People restart the game until they get the character they want. This trend isn't limited to Korea. It's prevalent in Japan and even among Westerners acquainted with Korean and Japanese gacha games, thanks to extensive coverage by gaming news platforms. Of course, I didn't stumble upon this out of sheer boredom. I was on the lookout for the release of another natural-born 6 character. Roland. No need to lure any more in. They're starting the golem repairs. While I had delegated most of the combat to my party members under the guise of gaining experience, I was preoccupied with both luring the giant worm using a mana stone and surfing the web. Grace's lively voice resonated from the corridor. She approached quickly, her steps light and nimble typical of a scout, and clutched my arm. She appeared awestruck by the sight of the autonomous mechanical arm repairing the golem. Especially because that golem she's looking at is the archer-type one she'll be operating. We'd been using the golem's magic stone to attract the giant worm, and our knight-type golem played the role of exterminating them. As we took down more and more giant worms, mana pooled in the hangar, progressively activating different facilities. Through this, our knight-type golem, having shown signs of wear and tear from numerous skirmishes, underwent repairs. Simultaneously, the previously broken archer-type golem was repaired. If you look at just this part, it feels more like an SF mechanic game than a fantasy one. If this is what's at the 30th floor, wonder what's above. We live in the age of BB games. We live in the age of BB games. When I grow up, I want to be a mecha pilot. So, where can I get a mecha pilot's bodysuit? I'm not sure about others, but please put our Snow Witch in a bodysuit. Please. With the sturdy knight-type golem defending the front and the colossal archer-type golem firing projectiles more reminiscent of siege equipment than arrows, our progress accelerated. It unleashed 3M long steel bolts at staggering velocities, effortlessly penetrating the giant worm's mouth. The rate at which the giant worms are dying now exceeds the speed at which I'm luring them, resulting in a disturbing mound of their remains in a corner of the vacant clearing. Could those two golems be a mage golem and a priest golem? Are those kind of golems even possible? Considering they're from another world, it might just be possible. Though the rock golem mana stone's consumption rate, which served as fuel, has doubled, Han Se-ah and Irene remain idle. They chat, eyes on the two yet-to-be-fixed golems. The odor emanating from the decaying giant worms was becoming unbearable. Fortunately, the workshop, separated by a wall, shielded us from the nauseating aroma of their bodily fluids. While I checked the internet while luring the worms, Grace and Katie were riding the golems to handle them. Irene chatted away with Han Se-ah, who was entertaining the viewers on her stream. This one's relatively large, but considering its proportions, it's probably using a dagger, right? This golem only has a shield. Guess mage and priest golems was a stretch. The repaired golems turned out as follows: a knight-type golem brandishing a longsword, an archer-type golem equipped with an imposing steel longbow, a rogue-type golem clutching twin daggers, and a tank-type golem carrying a shield as vast as the hangar's entrance. Clearly, even in this world, it's impossible to forge golems with the capabilities of mages or priests. At that moment, a metallic female voice echoed. Message from Golem Hangar Beat 301F. Warning, anomalies detected at Golem Hangar Beat 301F. An abnormal mana leak has been confirmed from Beat 301F. The voice rang out, clearly indicating progression in the quest. Those who had boarded the four golems, trying out their movements, turned their heads, gazing into the depths of the hangar. Warning, threat of explosion due to abnormal mana leakage. Warning, risk of structural failure due to mana explosion. Golem pilots are urgently advised to address the situation. A massive secret door, big enough for a golem to walk through, began to creak open. Ray translations. Beautiful pilots, rideable golems, colossal monsters, looming explosions, and a secret opening. Viewer enthusiasm was reignited by the quest narrative teeming with fantastical elements. The chat bubbled and boiled, like an active volcano. From confessions about their attraction to the women controlling the golems to mecha enthusiasts having serious debates about the differences in the golem's design. From viewers eagerly speculating about the boss monster to those debating the probability of Han Se-ah's explosive demise, the chat was alive with speculation. How is it, Irene? Can you move the golem well? Yes, yes. Holding the shield and walking was a little awkward, but it moves more naturally than I thought. Han Se-ah was in the rogue-type golem with a dagger, while Irene was piloting the tank-type golem with a shield. And I had positioned myself atop the spacious shoulder armor of the tank-type golem. We brought all four golems in case anything unexpected showed up. Among us, the least adept at physical movement was Irene. Grace and Katie naturally had good physical abilities. Han Se-ah was also known for her fitness content, so her motor skills were pretty good. Though she was looking at me disappointedly as I perched atop the golem piloted by Irene. We proceeded through the suddenly discovered secret passage toward an unknown area labeled B301F. The heavy footsteps of four massive golems echoed through the dark, secret path as they marched in line. Ever since the launch of the virtual reality game, I owned the world's only 6 NPC, and became the world's top player. Now I'm suddenly piloting a 6-meter-tall golem. Quite an unexpected turn for someone famous for workout streams and the occasional gaming stream. Had someone told my past self, "You'll become the top-ranked player in a virtual reality game, easily breaking 100,000 live viewers as a global streamer," would I have believed it? 9 p.m. news, Game Goddess Han Se-ah donated 10,001, *. News interview edited. GIF. Has Han Se-ah made it from internet news to mainstream media? Hey. I don't know about other stuff, but stop making those fake edits. Of course not. It's hard enough to believe in a virtual reality game that features NPCs moving as if they were real, not stiff AI. There's the children from the temple, graceful Irene, and the unpredictable northern brat, Katie. But the most fascinating of all is Grace. She's fun and relaxed with other women, but in front of the man she loves, she becomes a shy girl. Such deep and multidimensional personalities. Created from mere text-based programming. Their very human-like behaviors, like acting impulsively when drunk, are eerily realistic. I thought the next section was close, but this passage is quite deep. Right? I hope the explosion didn't block our path. That's unlikely. If the situation was that dangerous, that voice would have told the pilot to run. They wouldn't haphazardly risk someone skilled enough to operate such a massive golem. True, anyone who can operate such an incredible thing would at least be a knight or a mage in any world. Adding to the confusion is the NPC named Roland, who's talking behind me. He was the first NPC I met in this game, the very reason I became the world's top player. With his dazzling golden hair, jewel-like blue eyes, and youthful face despite being over 30. It's no wonder grace fell for him. Just the other day, there were reports of Roland's pictures floating around not just in gaming communities, but in regular internet cafes. Some viewers were using them in clickbait posts, claiming he was a new idol or a recently debuted Hollywood actor. Roland, it seems like the passage is ending. Did you hear? Everyone, get ready for battle. Lost in these thoughts, the dark and vast passage finally came to an end. On one side of my view, viewers were buzzing with anticipation for the real boss monster, while on the other side, there was a quest window open for the viewers. I moved my golem, which made a groaning sound. Ironically, in front of these 6M steel giants stood a human in armor who barely reached 2M. Some might find it peculiar, but the thin plate of armor worn over that muscular body is stronger than a 6M tall, several tons heavy steel giant. Is he a tank or a dealer for this? Looking down from the golem, Roland looked so tiny lol. Did those over 180 centimeters always look at me like this? It's not about being over 180 centimeters, but over 600 centimeters, look at the camera height lol. Can the camera only be attached to a character? Can't we go check the boss with it? Compared to his usual imposing figure, Roland appeared quite tiny. No matter how tall or strong Roland might be, next to a 6M steel golem, he would barely reach its knee. Of course, it took less than a minute for the viewers to shift from laughter to throwing insults. What's this? Roland? In the darkness beyond the passage's end, where an empty area like Sector 301E is, something discreet yet threatening flew towards us. Before Katie could react and draw her sword, or before Irene could cast a protective barrier, something sparked and vanished in the darkness. Before we could grasp the situation, Roland's deep voice, filled with mana, resounded in our ears. Hannah, if you can use magic while on the golem, light up the area now. Okay. Ignoring the chat messages popping up in the corner of my vision, I followed the command. After all, when it came to ability, Roland was outstanding. I swiftly removed my hand from the control orb of the golem and grasped the staff I had placed aside in the cockpit. Just because it wasn't a mage-type golem didn't mean magic couldn't be cast from within it. Still, our girl listens well. Wow, your shining moment. The whole place is nicely lit. Our lighting team is doing great. Streamer's going to debut as the top lighting technician at this rate. Chat deleted by the mod. Thus, the dark arena was revealed, along with the identity of the boss monster that the viewers had been eagerly awaiting. The vast clearing of floor 301F, similar to where the golem was on 301E, looked identical, save for the broken lights. From the smooth open space, to the hangar doors on the walls, to the sporadically damaged lights on the ceiling and walls. The problem was the massive monster coiling its tail in the center of the arena. Is that a snake? Is what flew its tail? Victory! 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 Mom, all my memories are gone. Why are you all laughing when I'm so cold and in the dark? Hey, hold on. That doesn't look like a snake, wait a sec. Lighting team, what are you doing? Get the lights right and aim the camera. Bet you wish you could turn back time now, huh? But you can't, can you? 47% had bet on a cave monster being a boss while 53% bet on a maze monster. I've learned from years of streaming that once viewers start going wild like this, they won't calm down, even if you ban them. You have to wait until they cool down a bit, then filter them out and move on. So, now's not the time to focus on the chat. We need to deal with the boss monster in front of us. Roland, I'll cover you. Hold it back. Find its weak spot. The massive snake in the arena, with its glowing red eyes shining in the darkness, was clearly not a typical one. Its eyes emitted a more terrifying aura than any ghostly face I'd ever seen in a horror movie. I've played a variety of horror games, but I've never seen a ghost scarier than the eyes of that snake. Is it even possible for a virtual reality game to produce such an intimidating atmosphere? Watching Roland act helped me to momentarily push away the creeping fear. The enormous snake, probably about 20 m long, was wriggling like a worm, struggling against a mere 2 m tall human. Is this game balanced? It's unfair for Roland to forget damage and just tank. To make it more entertaining, he should be running around in just his underwear. He's holding it with his bare hands, what's the difference if he's in his underwear? I hit the subscribe button 3 more times after seeing this, thank you. Han Sea the Roland Spinebreaker donated 10,001. Stop spacing out. Please check the quest window. Why aren't you showing it? So annoying. Thanks for the 10,000 Spinebreaker. The quest? Oh right. But honestly, how can you not be amazed when a person is slamming a 20 m long snake on the ground like it's a noodle? The golem made from the giant worm's corpse seems to excite them greatly. But the worms roaming the 30th floor seem more scared than angry. Who or what could have terrified the giant worms? With a variety of sounds, the massive snake flailed pitifully on the ground. Following a viewer's advice, I checked the quest window. I should at least skim through this so I can piece everything together and play my role as the mage of the party. Ray translations. A tangled questline, an overly powerful NPC companion, and the national treasure-level magic artifact that Katie possessed. Thanks to the boss monster of the 30th floor that was dealt with after many twists and turns, I can roughly piece the story together. After briefly pausing the game due to viewers causing a ruckus with their questions, I opened a notepad for some organizing. 30th floor story summary.txt. 1. A world destroyed by the Demon King merged on floors 21 to 30. 2. The humans of that world were wiped out, but the golems and monsters inside were transported with it. 3. Why? Perhaps because golems aren't living beings, they weren't affected by the Demon King. As for the monsters, who knows? 4. The giant worm is some kind of mid-boss that came with the golem, similar to the orc shaman and the orc warriors. 5. The huge snake at the end was the real boss monster. 6. It seems to be a predator that feeds on the giant worms. 7. Golem equals snake snack. Worm equals battery. 8. The boss, hungry for some worms, bit into the facility's mana reservoir. Roughly this? Roland would probably understand if I summarized it like this, right? Why are you asking us? Does it even matter? I've lost 3 years, and you're worried about this? My points are gone. It's obviously a snake, you idiot. Even if it's from the maze, the first option is still correct. Chat deleted by the mod. Summarizing like that should be okay. I doubt Roland will nitpick every detail. Maybe just hand it over to the magic tower. Pretending to know everything might backfire. It was a snake, so I thought the first option won, but according to the quest window, the snake actually came from the maze with the worms and the golems. So shouldn't the second option win? Some of them can't accept this and are causing a scene, but what can I do? It was cave monster versus maze monster, after all. Anyway, that wraps up the lengthy explanation of the 30th floor quest. Well, if there are any mistakes in the details, you'll probably find out from someone else's stream. Knowing your personalities, you guys won't hold back from pointing them out, right? There were still many noisy viewers, but I chose to ignore them and ended the stream. There was no need to stream the aftermath of the battle. There are things I want to do without them watching, after all. This chapter is 19 plus, therefore, the full chapter is posted on my Ko-fi. If you are 19 plus, read/post/140 someone's hobby 2L3L2POBS9. After finishing something outside of the game, I had to finish something inside the game as well. Ah, this must be the rideable golem. The craftsmanship of its joints is exceptional. I don't know who made it, but I'd want them as an assistant. A swarm of eager mages had gathered around the still here giant snake boss and the rideable golem. Last time, without much thought, I started a donation-driven Q&A session for my viewers. The aftermath of that was rather heated. Normally, most viewers just send playful messages with questionable intentions, but in front of a mage, they spouted all kinds of expert knowledge. Donations, not just the usual amounts of 5,000 or 10,000 but even 50,000 and 100,000, accompanied by questions flaunting obscure physics knowledge. I wasn't sure if these questions were genuine, but one thing was clear. Since then, mages have been flocking like bees to honey. Hannah. You've made another remarkable discovery. It's not just my discovery. Our group found it. In fact, our nun was the one who activated that device, and Roland was the one who discovered the hidden pathway and held off the monster. Even now, despite clearly showing that I didn't want to talk, they approached, invading my space. Maybe they've been so focused in their research that they can't read a woman's emotions, or maybe they just stubbornly chose to ignore them. Thankfully, Charlotte intervened. She was already here on the 30th floor. Compared to the mages who just arrived, she seemed to hold a greater authority. The night-type golem belongs to the north. This golem is in this laboratory. If the monster's corpse remains, the gate. There may be an empty hangar. It seemed Roland also didn't want to deal with the mages. After whispering a few words to Charlotte and her maid, he quickly retreated to our group. The chat didn't care for the bothersome aftermath either. Naturally, the stream had been turned off a while ago and the camera drone aimlessly hovered above my head. With the stream off and our adventure paused, the exhilaration from the battle had everyone eager for a celebratory drink. Perhaps this is the charm of a virtual reality game. A medley of scents intensely imprinted itself on my senses, the sizzle of hot oil, the aroma of well-cooked meat topped with its accompanying sauce, the warmth of various stews and soups, the sharp tang of strong alcohol, and even the faint, musky odor of an adventurer's sweat from the next table. All right. We've conquered the 30th floor. To our adventures blessed by the goddess Dash. To our adventures. The usual after-party at the Lucky Scoundrel. Steaming dishes are set on the table, glasses clash and froth spills over. In reality, such a messy scene would have been irksome, but here, it simply added to the festive atmosphere. If this were the real world, I wouldn't have indulged in such greasy food. Spicy chicken with strong beer, steaks dripping with butter, and chops thoroughly marinated in spices. From the perspective of someone who maintains their figure with regular exercise and diet, eating this would mean sticking to chicken breast for a week. Actually, given how accustomed one's body becomes to a cleaner diet, it might be harmful to eat like this. Hannah. Our mage. Expert at finding golems and handling mysterious devices. You were truly amazing, Hannah. Amazed by the quality of the virtual reality game, we chewed on an array of dishes. But why are my companions already so drunk? Why does the game simulate all senses but not the sensation of intoxication? I felt slightly warm, but compared to my peers, it was nothing. Grace, who kept lifting her glass in drunken toasts, and Katie, who with flushed cheeks, began praising the night-like golem, seemed truly drunk. As for me, I felt as if I had only drunk water. Ah, the effects of alcohol. A thoroughly drunk Grace began clinging to Roland's arm. Roland, being a natural six-tank, seemed unaffected by alcohol. Instead of beer, he was chugging some fierce-looking liquor and easily supported Grace. Irene, about Katie. Yes, just like last time, he'll take her to the temple to rest. Ah, now that I think of it, since it's Katie and not Caden, I might need to adjust the guest accommodations a bit. Roland was already on his feet, assisting Grace. Irene, on the other hand, was guiding Katie toward the temple. Naturally, I knew who I needed to follow. Ray translations. After defeating the boss monster on the 30th floor, we were forced to take a break. The mages needed time to create a gate to transport the golem and boss monster's remains without damaging them. Well, thanks to the game's system, the break wouldn't last more than 3 days. Regardless, a break is a break. Even if our party members are filled with a sense of duty, they're not tireless worker ants. Continuous adventuring without rest would break them. So, what's the plan for the golem? As discussed, the night-type golem will be brought north, and the magic tower will purchase the other three. Apparently, they intend to dissect them for research since the mana stones needed aren't infinite. Since the rewards from the 30th floor still needed to be settled, we gathered around a table at the guild. I informed them of the negotiations I had with the magic tower through Charlotte. As decided, the golems were sent to the north and the magic tower. After the orc chieftain on the 20th floor was killed and the altar destroyed, no more orc warriors or orc shamans appeared. Similarly, the rock golems vanished. Without the mana stones from the rock golems to fuel them, the large controllable golems are pretty much useless. BB Games probably didn't want players to continuously use these massive golems. Even if mages managed to extract it from the caves, it would be of no use without fuel. Well, thanks to that, we managed to sell the remaining mana stones to the magic tower at a premium price. We used a lot, so selling all that remained barely broke even. And, Katie. The Northern Duke is coming to the magic tower. What? Katie's eyes widened in shock. She might have been more surprised about this than the boss monster or the golem. It's not surprising, she is a runaway after all. Grace's eyes lit up. Looks like she's interested in her story. The stoic man in our party turned out to be the cross-dressed daughter of the Northern Duke, and the fact that a noble of such stature someone commoners might never see in their lifetimes is traveling all the way here for her, naturally piqued everyone's interest. But, why? Because the mages saw your face. Like Charlotte Cavendish, many mages are of noble birth. Born into nobility, they're able to realize their talents, be it in swordsmanship or magic, early on, thanks to the considerable resources of their families. In a medieval fantasy land where the terms equality of opportunity and human rights are as discarded as trash in a back alley, it's a given that wealthy and high-ranking nobles have more access to education. It's impossible for these noble mages not to recognize the well-known features of a lady from the north. And your artifact was brought up when we were discussing the night-type golem. Ugh. A silver-haired lady possessing a magical artifact, a treasure of the north. Plus the fact that the night-type golem is being sent to the Knights Division directly under the Northern Duke. Anyone with a brain would recognize that Katie is the rumored second daughter. As Katie lowered her head, looking like she was about to slam it on the table, Irene naturally comforted her, continuing the conversation. We've sold our rights to the golems and its maintenance facilities. At the very least, we would each earn hundreds of gold coins. Who, hundreds? Oh, my. From what Charlotte said, each of us could get hundreds of gold coins, the total amount could reach into the thousands. While Grace and Irene seemed stunned by the incredible sum, I'm more worried about the situation. In horror games, when there's an autosave followed by a massive amount of bullets and healing items, it typically means there's an extremely difficult boss ahead. The rewards of the 30th floor, incomparable to the 20th, and the background of the floor, another world destroyed by the Demon King. I worry about how badly the marshlands from the 31st to the 40th floor might have changed. It was already brutal back when I climbed all the way to the 37th floor. What if it's become even worse? Anyway, since a lot of money is coming in, consider further upgrading our equipment. With hundreds of gold coins, we could even custom order from the magic tower. Roland, oh, were you in the middle of something important? Just as the conversation seemed to wrap up, a familiar voice came from behind. A woman with shiny brown hair tied tightly into a ponytail. A slender figure with an impressive long spear, Lily Depp. I hadn't seen much of her since I left the higher floors. What brings her here? Upon the entrance of this unfamiliar face, all the heads at the table turned in unison. Ray translations. For firm-footed * Lily Depp star. A vanguard who wields a long spear, she skillfully suppresses monsters from a distance while positioned behind the tank with the shield. Her gentle puppy-like appearance is due to her downward-looking eyes, but she's the type who fiercely dives into every challenge. In a positive light, she's hardworking; negatively, she could be seen as overly aggressive and obsessive. Grace was the first to react as the brown-haired beauty, whose appearance seemed to have been enhanced by her star rank, approached me. Perhaps she remembers how Lily Depp acted when high-ranking adventurers gathered here last time, as she subtly clings to my side. Should I pretend I didn't notice Han Saya swallowing hard amidst all this? Roland, you just came from a job, right? I'm sorry if you were planning to rest, but I have a request for you. A request? From you? A somewhat anxious-looking Lily Depp continued. A 4 from birth who had climbed up to the 35th floor. I wonder why someone of her skill would give a request rather than handle the situation herself. Even though both are 4, Lily Depp, who has been adventuring in the tower for over 8 years, certainly has more experience than Katie Wesley, who's been adventuring for just over a year. Unless a large monster appears, she should be able to handle things on her own. My party may have had an accident. I'm not sure what happened. What? We had some mana stones left over due to the gates. There were plenty of horned wolf and orc mana stones, we had plenty left to sell. Some of us went west to sell them, and now we've lost contact. However, her explanation made me nod in understanding. Those who've adventured with her for 8 years are naturally near her skill level. Unless they're joining lower-level adventurer parties like mine to mentor them, it's natural for adventurers of similar skills to team up. Lily Depp was saying that a group of senior adventurers who usually operate around the 35th floor had disappeared, not in the tower, but within the kingdom. Considering that these senior adventurers wouldn't just steal orc mana stones and run, something bad must have happened. Whether they encountered a large monster or were ambushed by a powerful and mysterious group, one can only guess. Damn this fantasy world. Why do we have to worry about such things? It's not like they traveled a huge distance. It's a week's journey by carriage. Though a week by carriage sounds long, if you consider that a carriage travels around 50 kilometers a day, it's roughly the distance from Seoul to Busan. A person from Seoul went on a business trip to Busan and either got bitten by a wild beast or was robbed by a gang. It's frustrating when incidents like these happen. It reminds me why I was so keen to save money. I wanted to buy a peaceful territory and enjoy my retirement surrounded by magical tools. Honestly, those guys aren't the type to desert, especially just for an orc's mana stone. A senior adventurer wouldn't covet an orc's mana stone. Right. They've made so much money, a reputation for themselves and valuable connections in this city. They wouldn't resort to such actions for a mere mid to low grade mana stone. I think I should turn this one down. I'm a tank, not a manhunter. In a world without CCTV and IDs, being asked to find someone in the West sounds ridiculous. Lily Depp herself, the one who gave the request, seems embarrassed, her face scrunching up in discomfort. However, these two. Oh, a side quest. What do you think, Roland? Han Saya whispered just loud enough for me to hear. She was probably checking out Lily Depp's character window and unconsciously mumbled it out. Even if the stream is off, the system filter seems to be working well as the others didn't hear, though I did. Then, in a rushed tone, Katie spoke up. Since you two know each other, it'd be nice to help. Plus, I'm from the north, I haven't been to the west yet. Katie, you. Kind-hearted Irene looked at her with pride while Lily Depp gazed at her with thankful eyes. But I knew, and Han Saya probably knew too. Our northern lady, Katie. She's trying to avoid her father. The 4 directions of the kingdom, north, south, east, and west, seem to be made up of the different terrain dungeons and event dungeons from Heroine's Chronicle. Naturally, the snowy mountains and tundras of the north are designed for Christmas and winter season events, as well as dungeons for elemental mana stones. While the northern area represents a winter-themed environment, the western part stands for summer. One might wonder why not the south, but the south is characterized by swamps and jungles, a setting for barbarian ladies in leather bikinis and witches in tight-fitting robes. The western region of the kingdom is the backdrop for the indispensable bikini skins. Additionally, it encompasses a desert wasteland setting perfect for the sexy cowboys. If you keep going west, you'll reach a port city, and turning north from there, you'll find an uninhabitable desert landscape. Maybe a large creature traveled down from the north or the wastelands. Right, that seems the most likely. In a medieval fantasy setting, this simply means it's not safe. Though this summer beach setting might be relevant for Heroine's Chronicle, in Heroes Chronicle, there is nothing of the sort. All that remains are giant monsters roaming the wastelands and sea monsters emerging from the ocean. It's safer than the southern region, but more dangerous than the north or east. Originally, Roland, I wanted to request this to you alone. But if your party agrees, I'll formally request Mage Hannah's party. For my part, I'm in favor. We may need to climb the tower, but rescuing people is an act the goddess would surely smile upon. With the northern brat wanting to avoid her father and the saint candidate willing to rescue people, the atmosphere leans towards accepting the request. Grace tends to follow my opinion on such matters, and Han Seo, well, a quest window just popped up. Even if Kim Suk-hyun had already made it to the 30th floor, he neglected to farm golem mana stones in his haste. He needs to use all 4 golems but only has about 2 mana stones. So, he needs to farm golem mana stones, repair the other 3 golems, and also produce luring fragrances since he can't lure with his bare body like I can. Although they're on the same 30th floor, there's almost a 2-week difference in terms of progress. Han Seo can take her time without worrying about losing the top spot. I'm also in favor. I've been interested in the West, and if an acquaintance of Roland's needs help, why not? It seems Han Seo has reached the same conclusion, expressing her agreement after a slight delay. Lily Depp's eyes fill with admiration at the sight of the group offering their help before even hearing about the reward. Being a passionate and diligent woman, she seems to be deeply moved by such gestures. It would probably be more comforting if she didn't know that one of the reasons for this decision is to evade a father, running from the north to the center and now to the west. Thank you. Everyone. I promise to reward generously, even if I have to go into debt. Lily Depp, unaware of these hidden motives, bows her head gratefully. She had hesitated to present this audacious request, and now a group, not just an individual, had readily accepted it. She couldn't help but be touched. Thus, the decision to take on a request to the west, rather than climbing the tower, was made. Ray Translations. Today, I'm thinking of heading to the western part of the kingdom for a side quest, rather than the tower. I wonder if any of you guys are active in the west. Once got lost in the western wastelands and nearly died from lack of water. Mages are rare there. Don't most players who ignore the tower head east? The east is easier, so there are hardly any players in the west or south. I read a post about someone fishing in the west. He tried to catch a big fish and ended up being squid food and quit the game. From a moving carriage, Han Seo begins her stream, chatting with her viewers. The camera isn't focused on our group but on Lily Depp, who's holding a spear. As we head towards the unfamiliar west with a new beauty, the chat lights up with viewer messages. While many players venture outside the tower, as mentioned by the chat, the west is quite a treacherous region. As a result, the deep and distant places of the west are largely unknown to the viewers. To explain, this adventurer here is Lily Depp, a friend of Roland's. But her teammates, who had a large quantity of mana stones because of the gate, set out to trade and disappeared into the west. Since senior adventurers wouldn't just run away with mere orc mana stones, something must have happened, hence the request for help. Going all that way just to find someone. Is this the dignity of the top ranker? Is this the dignity of the top ranker? Fact, Kim Suk-hyun dropped back down to the 21st floor because of a lack of mana stones. If you just want to enjoy the game and don't care about speed, this is good. BB Games has warned us repeatedly, if you rush carelessly, you'll get hurt, lol. As Han Seo chats with her viewers, Lily Depp and the group start discussing the west. Grace is from the east and Katie is from the north, so no one knew much about the west. From the conversation, it appears that Lily Depp and her party are from the west. That's probably why they headed west with the mana stones. Overhearing their conversation. The west? It's an extreme place. You might think it's similar to the east, but once you cross a certain mountain, it's a vast barren wasteland. However, if you stick to the inhabited areas, it'll be similar to the east. A wasteland? Sounds dangerous. It is. There are orcs driven out by the kingdom, and giant monsters that appear out of nowhere. Due to the presence of the noble Katie, Lily Depp and the party talk politely. They all seem particularly interested in the wastelands of the west. Compared to the east, filled with green meadows and not-so-rugged mountain ranges, the west is a bit more extreme. Beyond the meadows, there's a barren rocky mountain, and behind that, a wasteland bustling with large monsters and orc tribes. In areas where people reside, if one mistakenly crosses a nearby hilltop, one might encounter demons. As expected of medieval times, there are plenty of superstitious rumors. There's a rumor that there's not a single tree in the western mountains. Not all the mountains are like that. There are quite a few barren rocky mountains towards the wastelands. Thanks to them, it's easy to spot orcs when they approach. In this world, every living being, including monsters, is a creature blessed by the goddess. As a result, wastelands where plants don't grow are often seen as cursed lands shrouded in superstition. Of course, the tower is included in that mystery even if they're not mentioned in religious teachings or scriptures. Breaking news, bikinis are now available on the western coast. Why are there bikinis in a medieval fantasy? LOL. If they bake macarons in the inns, why can't they wear bikinis on the beach? But is it worth going there? Isn't the beach far west? Anyone who makes it that far is impressive. How did they even get that far? What? Bikinis? Even if it's for the users, why bikinis? Han Seiya is enjoying a gold drink * donated 10,001. The bikini is an item for the user's enjoyment and convenience. Oh, come on. Well, there's a reason the game is for adults, right? As Lily Depp continued talking, the viewers, having heard her explanation, began buzzing with hopeful expectations. To see those bikinis in the West, one would have to travel by carriage for at least a month. The carriage then came to a stop. Unlike the Knights Division request, we'll have to camp outdoors during the journey. Stretching as we go outside of the carriage, we see a campsite with remnants of a campfire. Adventurers, I think we should stop here today. To reach the next resting spot, we'd have to push through the night. We know the western road is dangerous. Take care of the horses and rest well tonight. By the looks of it, you must be from the west. The coachman parked the carriage in a corner of the campsite and released the horses. He was clearly familiar with the place. He must be planning to eat his meal alone as he left without a word. Regardless, the party naturally gathered around Han Seiya and Irene after disembarking from the carriage. Being in charge of carrying the inventory, Han Seiya, and the cook, Irene, were naturally approached. Grace and Katie, with nothing to do, seemed to be following around casually. Lily Depp started to come my way but quickly glanced around and approached Irene, who was dressed in nun's robes, to strike up a conversation. Sister. I think it's time to prepare a meal. Do you know where the supplies are? Oh, Hannah will take them out for us. She will. Han Seiya's dazzling performance, as the pack mule. In reality, she's a streaming star, but in this world, she's a top-tier inventory manager. The never-ending tales of Han Seiya, the genius mage. Oh my, how is she pulling things out of thin air? Is this magic? She's truly milking this. I'm not milking anything. I'll bring out the pot first. There doesn't seem to be a place to get water from, so I guess I'll have to create it with magic. My goodness. You can store things through magic. If such magic exists. Han Seiya pulling a pot out of thin air and the wide-eyed Lily Depp. The comedic scene had the viewers spamming the chat with comments about her geniusness, playfully teasing her. With the fact that Lily Depp's party traveled to the west to sell extra mana stones, it looks like they also dabble in some light trade to make money. That aside, honestly, even if I knew this world was a game, the sight of someone effortlessly pulling out a human-sized pot from nowhere is astounding. Heroes Chronicle is a virtual reality game. While there is a main storyline, the kingdom is filled with NPCs that are like real people, triggering random events regardless of the player. For me, it wasn't just a game, but my reality for 10 years. Thanks to the unbelievable scale of this game, news outlets and online personalities discussed the stability of virtual reality games, as well as the ethics and morals involved. The horned wolf mana stones are the most abundant. Since there were so many horned wolves following the full moon wolf, and since there's a gate to the 10th floor, even intermediate adventurers earn money safely by hunting horned wolves on the 10th floor. Even if mages use a lot of mana stones, there's bound to be surplus when the supply triples. As Han Se-ah, a player, progressed through the main scenario and opened gates in the tower, the prices of mana stones began to fluctuate. Travel time decreased, and rare monsters surged out like a flood during boss monster events. Added to that, adventurers and mages who should be on the upper levels, including intermediate and senior ones, came down in droves. An oversupply was inevitable. So, we sat around the campfire, scooping up big pieces of meat from Irene's hot stew while listening to Lily Depp's stories. Although some planned on having dried meat for dinner, our kind future saint, Irene, offered them a bowl of stew. They even implemented market logic. So, they tried to sell the excess mana stones and then got ripped off. But what if our comrades just make off with the mana stones? Sounds like a Samsung executive going to prison for stealing a MacBook. No wonder those who didn't go to the tower were whining. Maybe it was because of the realism of self-employment. Thanks to the magic of the inventory, Lily Depp, who was able to fully enjoy fresh, piping hot stew, devoured 3 bowls in delight and continued explaining while fiddling with her empty bowl. We also collected quite a few mana stones on the 10th floor after hearing rumors. But when the price of the mana stones temporarily dropped, we got greedy. If we go to the Western Harbor City and sell them at the Magic Tower there, we should be able to make a profit. If we negotiate well, considering all the things happening in the tower recently, we calculated that we could get 3 times the price. 3 times. If you loaded a carriage full, it would make sense to leave for a business trip. The group, despite traveling by carriage for half a day, were still not fully acquainted, conversing with polite formal language. It seems that the distance felt from noble birth is unavoidable, even if the northern brat speaks as endearingly as possible, due to the world having a hierarchical system. Well, if Han Se-ah keeps chattering and sticking closely to her like that, they'll probably develop a sibling-like relationship before they reach the city. Didn't Grace and Irene also fall for Han Se-ah's charm in the like this? So, I'm thinking of heading west to the territory of Count Morris. It's a territory with active trade with the port city, and it's familiar to our party. By familiar, do you mean you're from the territory of Count Morris? No, I'm from a neighboring territory. One of the people missing is from there. Huh. Roland? Crackle, pop. Firewood burns with crackling noises under the bubbling stew pot. Amidst the slow voice of Lily Depp and Han Se-ah's inquisitive tone, various sounds weave through like subtle undertones. As the firewood splits, sparks fly, and the nearly emptied stew bubbles and spits, Grace senses something. The sound of the insects has stopped. Wow, it's like watching a fantasy movie. I've seen this scene in martial arts novel LOL. Those lines are so cliché, but coming from her, it gives me butterflies hee hee. Meanwhile, only Han Se-ah is flustered, LOL. But they're only a day's ride away from city. The situation doesn't feel as serious due to Han Se-ah's live stream chat in the corner of my vision. We hadn't moved more than a day from the city, so it's not like anything threatening could pop out, right? Then, in the silent forest, the quiet howl of wolves echo. Wolves. Was that a wolf? Wolves, did they come because of the horses? Grace, who had trained as a hunter, was the first to sense the oddity. As she looked around, sniffing the air with an expression that suggested something was off, Katie, with her hand on her sword handle, asked. Encountering a pack of wolves during a long journey and a night outdoors is almost an everyday occurrence in this world. Not just wolves, but wandering monster ambushes were as common as traffic accidents. But Grace's opinion was different. When I went around collecting firewood, I didn't see any traces of small animals around here. I think the area lacks food, which is why there are fewer animals. Mr. Coachman, there aren't any villages nearby, right? Yes. Of course not. If there was a village nearby, we wouldn't be camping here, we would have stayed in the village instead. In a hilly terrain with more shrubs than trees, a desolate land typical of the West, there are no herbivorous animals like rabbits or deer. With no nearby village, there are also no livestock to attack, so why would a pack of wolves be here? At Grace's words, Lily Depp and Katie, swallowing their saliva with a gulp, nod and draw their weapons. Sword blade and spear tip gleaming coolly in the darkness, illuminated by the campfire light. In a fantasy world where mystery and magic exist, anything out of the ordinary usually signals danger, demanding vigilance. Still, unlike the horses, I'm not frozen with fear. Roland isn't even holding a weapon, but he's intimidating. A senior adventurer and a natural 6 tank. I wonder if that is also intimidating. Chat deleted by mod. These days, the mod is so fast. It even understands metaphors immediately. Why am I hearing a wolf's howl out of the blue? As I blankly wait in front of the bonfire, I can hear it slowly approaching. Instead of the now silent insects, the rustling of bushes and the growling breath of a beast are audible. It's close. It seems to have smelled the smoke and stew from our campfire and approached from beyond the hill's ridge. I wanted to stay put out of sheer laziness, but it's clearly targeting us. It doesn't look like it's planning to leave. I'll check it out, so Lily, stay here and guard the horses with Katie. Ah. Right. As I stand up, holding my warhammer and shield, the coachman starts, apparently startled. He came towards us, scared by the wolf's howling, but he seemed to have forgotten the horses he tied up. Whether it's a wolf, a horned wolf, or any wolf-like monster, they're no problem. But if a horse dies here, we'll have to walk to the next city where we can buy a horse. If that happens, it'll be faster for Han Seah to reset in the morning. Where are the horses tied? I'll go with you, bring them here. Yes. Thank you, adventurer. The coachman, for whom a horse's death would spell the end of his livelihood, hastily leads Lily Depp away, disappearing beyond the field. Fortunately for us, the horses were tied in the opposite direction from where the wolf was coming from. The coachman stumbles and stumbles, tripping over a stone, his figure contrasting with that of Lily Depp, who moved steadily and silently, spear in hand. With 2 natural-born 4 melee characters and a 5 protection specialized priest, we should be safe. Irene, if need be, use a protective barrier immediately. Hannah, if any enemies target our bonfire to extinguish it, don't attack, just illuminate our surroundings with a light spell. Lily Depp and Katie should be able to handle whoever comes. Yes, understood. Got it. Even outside the cave, it's just a shining performance. Whenever it's dark, she's automatically assigned as lighting director. She handles the camera too. She's worth 2 people, reliable Han Seah. Genius mage, in charge of lighting. A genius pack mule who can also use magic. I move toward the hill, leaving behind Han Seah, who's once again under attack by viewers who think mages should use attack magic. Without any intent to silence my footsteps, my armor clanked loudly as I trudged through the parched soil, pushing through bushes. The growling noises in the distance gradually get louder. The pungent odor of a beast and its unpleasant, damp breath suggested a wolf, but... what's this? Wolves, to be exact, wolves with saddles and orc warriors mounted on them. As if a cavalry unit about to charge, orcs mounted on wolves stared down at me from atop a hill, basking in the moonlight. Wolf riders, the cavalry of the orc race. I've seen them in Heroine's Chronicle. Orcs were mass-produced easily, and they came as warriors, shamans, hunters, and riders, with variations of green, red, black, and other colors. They always appeared in places like dungeons for loot. But that was in Heroine's Chronicle, and this is Hero's Chronicle. Moreover, I'm in a place relatively close to a safe zone, not far from the kingdom's capital and the city of adventurers. Did they come from the tower? Dozens of orcs and dozens of wolves roaming around a desolate mountain range where there's nothing to eat. According to what Grace said, it's odd enough that there's a pack of wolves, but what could these orcs possibly eat here? No wonder this place was empty. Screech. A camera drone flew overhead. Simultaneously, a massive figure from the front line charged towards me. A wolf, posture low, furiously dashes down the hill. The beast, charging with the moon at its back and atop it, an orc rider, swinging a lengthy axe spear, seeking to snatch my life away. The orc's weapon, precisely targeting my neck, and the gaping maw of the wolf, with its densely packed sharp teeth, aim for my thigh. A sharp strike possible because it was a wolf, not a horse. Following the charge of the seemingly leader-like massive figure, there's also a pack of wolf riders. Right. They are from the tower. They charged in a line and without even a scream, turned to stones. Even while riding wolves, orcs are still orcs it seems. In front of me, despite the leader and his companions dying one after another, they continue charging just like any orc warrior would. The viewers laugh above my head through the floating camera at this. I look down at the bodies turned to stone. He's like some kind of eraser. These guys just die in one shot. It's like throwing cotton candy into hot water. It's refreshing how easily they get wiped. Since a stone comes out instead of a corpse, they came from the tower, right? Not just the orc riders, but the wolves they were riding also turned to mana stone. Seeing that, I recall the request we received through James Sullivan not long ago. We received a divine revelation there, but there were no signs of orcs whatsoever. And now, orcs have suddenly appeared to the west of the kingdom. Clearly, there must be a smart commander or strategist. Someone who knows that to avoid annihilation by the knights, they must head towards the barren west instead of staying in the abundant forest. And that bastard not only smuggled orc riders out of the tower without adventurers knowing, but they also avoided the eyes of the knights in the forest. Roland? Were they wolves? What, you've already dealt with them? Returning to the camp, my companions who held their weapons greeted me. Nonchalant horses gaze at me, seemingly unafraid. The coachman looked at me as if I were a savior, though he was still scared stiff. Though meeting a pack of wolves on a path where no beasts usually roam is terrifying, this coachman in particular seems especially scared. Anyway, the orcs have all been dealt with. Not wolves, but orcs. Yeah, orcs riding wolves attacked. And this is their stone. It seems like it's probably those orcs that went into a burn of forest from the 20th floor. Why are they here? Katie, who still hasn't completely emerged from Caden's shadow, fluctuating between informal and formal speech, poses a question. Of course, I don't know the answer to that. Han Sea might know through the quest window. Oh, a linked quest. Is this part of the main scenario, or just a new event? Is it because we didn't find orcs in the forest back then? It was not bandits who blocked the western road of the kingdom, but orc riders. Orcs and wolves that turn into mana stones upon death, just like the monsters in the tower. Could these be the ones from the Aberna forest that kidnapped the female knight? There are too many things to keep track. Maybe it continues like this if you make a wrong choice in a side quest. So it was because they didn't find them back then. Story is solid so far, a lot of dead aliens. Viewers throw out their assumptions one by one upon the first appearance of a linked quest, following main scenario quests, side quests, and character quests. While Han Sea reads the quest window and talks to the viewers, I also share my thoughts with my party. Remember the request from the Knights Division? The task to find traces of orcs in Aberna forest. Oh, could those guys be? Yeah, it seems like they escaped and came this way. But isn't the forest surrounded by soldiers and knights? There must be a shaman or something. And they're blocking outsiders from entering the forest, not watching for things coming out from inside it. How they managed it, as Irene questioned, we don't know. But they escaped. Whether they were lucky or the soldiers were lax, they successfully fled and settled on the western road of the kingdom. Dozens of orc riders, each with greater mobility than horses and carriages, and perhaps individually stronger than intermediate adventurers despite not being able to use magic. Since Lily Depp stayed behind to rest, their party, missing its vanguard, couldn't handle dozens of orc riders on flat ground. Her party, however, is made up of high-ranking adventurers. Maybe they are recovering in another territory after sustaining heavy injuries. What are you saying, Roland? These creatures came out of the tower, went to the blessed forest, and then came all the way here. Yes, Lily. You might not know, but we received a request from the Knights Division after the last incident on the 20th floor. We heard that orcs, like the full moon wolves, had come out of the tower and settled in Aberna forest. Oh, damn dash. Her forehead furrowed heavily at my explanation. Their guards were down because they were heading home, from the central to the western region, not towards a remote area of the kingdom. Then suddenly, dozens of orc riders pop out. Setting aside the fact that all the carefully accumulated mana stones are gone, the complete disappearance of teammates who have been together for several years means a significant regression for Lily Depp as an adventurer. There are also hardly any adventurers using long spears. Even looking at our party, rather than cooperative attacks, wasn't it more like I grab monsters and push them towards the party? Or we go into a melee, trusting our sturdy shields, and fight individually. I understand how she feels, as our party too, is an unusual one. Ray translations. No more attacks, it seems. Maybe since we killed dozens, they have no more combatants and are just hiding out quietly. The coachman, with a nod, confidently steers the carriage and we finally arrive at a small territory. For Lily Depp and her party, this was a necessary stop for resupply. Unlike Han Se-ah, they didn't have an inventory. The easygoing Lily Depp, the warm Irene, and the witty Han Se-ah made for a nice stream. The women, excluding Irene, quickly became informal, whispering and talking together. Even the noble lady, Katie, seems to have melted into the group, which was a bit of a relief. She's been teased so much as the northern brat, even though she's the sword princess. Watching her is probably like watching a child who's been left out. However, considering she ran away from home, she seems to be adapting well. First, let's find lodgings and listen for rumors at the inn. True, if passing traders were attacked by orcs, there's bound to be talk about it here. I'm going to visit the temple once. I need to check if there were any issues with the brothers and sisters who were traveling for their pilgrimage. Without me having to say anything, she smoothly proceeds with the quest. She, who was teased as a light technician and a super pack mule, seemed quite conscious of it, trying to act as dignified as possible as the party leader. Then again, as a gamer, her pride in that regard might be quite real. So, since it's getting late, let's get a room first. Roland in a single room, and we can split into twos and threes. Saying so, Han Se-ah naturally sticks close to Grace. Han Se-ah and Grace, Irene with Katie and Lily Depp. It seemed like an arrangement with an ulterior motive at a glance. Does her competitiveness extend to lust as well? A vulgar rumor about the libido of exercising women swiftly passed through my mind, but I dared not utter it aloud. After all, the stream is still on, and no explicit things were said. The viewers seemed oblivious, only buzzing about pajama and sleepwear outfits. That sounds good. Rooms that can accommodate all 5 of us are mostly crappy and cheap. We should spend to get proper rest. Know of any good inns? There's a place I frequently visited after reaching intermediate level. They charge a bit high since they aim for customers related to the upper echelons, but it's spacious, pleasant, and even has some magical tools. No one seemed to notice Han Se-ah's sly scheme as Lily Depp naturally took the lead, guiding us to a lodging she knew. The city was significantly smaller than the adventurer's city, but fitting for a crossroads heading west, it was bustling with traders. Streets packed with heavily filled carts and merchants burdened with bundles. The faces of the people coming and going on the street held no dark emotions like fear. It seems the wolf riders hadn't started their activities in earnest yet. Whether Lily Depp's group happened to be the first victims by chance, or if there was another reason, they had to hunt and kill the orcs either way. Here we are. The sign's a bit worn, but the inside is clean. The peculiar thing about the owner is, despite having all sorts of magic tools, they haven't changed the sign. The stew smells good. It'd be nice to have tomorrow's breakfast here. As beauties that catch the eye wherever they go poured in, the employee, unable to even greet them, became flustered and stiff. Han Se-ah confidently walked over to the counter attendant, whose mouth had opened slightly, and ordered rooms. She, without any intention of hiding her wealth, pulled out a pouch of gold coins from thin air and paid for all available rooms, for 3, 2, and single occupancy. Seeing the employee, who had stopped mid-calculation to bow his head as if slamming it, a soft laughter escaped her. Perhaps due to a bit of superstition about mages. It'll probably be quite comfortable staying at the inn. This is the place. Let's grab a room, drop our stuff, and then explore the city. Yes, Lily Uni Star. Huh, Uni. That's hard to hear amongst us rough adventurers. Han Saya, smiling brightly towards a smirking Lily, naturally wrapped an arm around Grace's and followed the women up to the second floor. The small city of Erta served as a kind of crossroads leading to the western Count Morris territory. Normally, cities develop because people need to gather for some reason and create a community. This was a mandatory stop for merchants taking risks to conduct deals near the northwestern wastelands and for those heading to the harbor city in the westernmost area to buy seafood and specialties. Even though the city wasn't very large, its streets were bustling with merchants and mercenaries. While merchants also gamble with their livelihoods when it comes to money, they aren't the type to rush into a flaming pit without armor, hence, they naturally needed numerous mercenaries for protection. There are so many people, especially mercenaries. But what's the difference between adventurers and mercenaries? Just a guild difference, right? For starters, there are more holes among mercenaries. They backstab a lot. Why are you curious about that now, lol? Just saw it and spat it out, didn't you? There are a lot of people playing as mercenaries instead of adventurers, right? Han Saya, observing the bustling street filled with mercenaries, threw out a question. Whether she casually asked the stream or blurted it out of curiosity, I wasn't sure. Responding to Han Saya's mumbling, it wasn't me but Lily Depp who answered. Walking along, with a long spear on her back, she began explaining next to Han Saya. Does Han Saya possess some kind of charm that entices women? The speed at which the two are becoming friends is no joke. In fact, there's not much difference. After all, mercenaries can register as adventurers, and adventurers can register as mercenaries. It's just that the guilds emphasize different requests. Oh, is that so? Most of the requests from the Adventurers Guild are related to monsters and involve requests from the Magic Tower, while the Mercenary Guild often takes requests from merchants or territorial battles. Although we are high-level adventurers, we're also registered as bronze mercenaries in the Mercenary Guild, so we accept upper-level escort requests whenever we are heading west. Upper-level escort requests. Aren't those also available at the Adventurers Guild? Well, in the Adventurers City, there's no Mercenary Guild. With a monster-infested tower embedded in the middle of the city and a large branch of the Magic Tower present, why would a branch of the Mercenary Guild establish there? They would just have their rice bowls snatched away by the Adventurers Guild and be pushed out. However, in this city, where only merchants wander around without any monsters or beasts nearby, there's a Mercenary Guild and no Adventurers Guild. Han Saya and the party nod to Lily Depp's explanation. Although the explanation was lengthy, the point was all about money, which, as adventurers who earn through requests, was very easy to understand. She gave stories of adventurers who doubled their rewards by taking overlapping quests from both the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenaries Guild, those who met ignorant bandits while heading west and earned extra income, and those who were betrayed by mercenaries thinking adventurers were easy targets but got a taste of their own medicine. With Lily Depp's sudden storytelling session, both the party and the viewers were unwittingly drawn into rapt attention. Even if some of the viewers, who were gamers, became mercenaries, their ranks would merely be at the level of wooden or copper mercenaries, thus the stories from a silver were bound to be interesting. It might be time to scatter and gather information. Oh, right. We should. Only Katie, who was under Rebecca, a gold mercenary, had the presence of mind to remind us what we should be doing. Prompted by Katie's words, Han Saya hurriedly began dividing the group. Myself, Han Saya, Grace, Irene, Katie, and with Lily added, we made 6. To hear rumors, pairing up into 3 teams seemed the best approach. Moving solo was too chaotic, and, excluding me, the visibly striking beauties would likely attract inconvenient incidents when dealing with mercenaries. However, moving in 3s seemed inefficient. Everyone seemed to have similar thoughts as they exchanged glances, then Irene spoke up first. Then, it seems like we should move in pairs. As for the time, how about we gather at the inn before the moon fully rises? The group nodded in agreement with Irene, having no objections to her suggestion. Then, they exchanged glances, seemingly contemplating how to divide the pairs. In the midst of this, while watching Han Saya, who was sending a strong gaze towards Grace. I'll go with Roland. Ha. Lily Depp stepped closer to me quite naturally and crossed her arms. Ray translations. I was the only Lily Depp knew in our group. Han Seo couldn't argue regarding this. After all, what can you say about wanting to stick with the only person you know when you've only known the others for just a day or two? Thus, in pairs, we scattered in different directions towards the market that dimly lit up as the sunset and darkness crept in. Being a city of merchants, magic lights were set up, ensuring it wasn't dark even after the sun set. It gave the vibe of a vibrant night market. Let's go this way, Roland. Alright, got it. Lily Depp, who even linked arms with me, was seriously focused on gathering information. Probably concerned about her teammates. Though Han Seo might be plotting something herself. After all, there was a camera hovering above my head. It feels like the side quest suddenly became about love and war, huh? A friendly female acquaintance turns out to be an incredibly strong rival. Why are you so serious on the love front? Please proceed with the side quest, ma'am. Still, stalking Roland is more fun than gathering information, so isn't it alright? You ignorant folks, this is a cliffhanger, asterisk. Isn't it night market, not cliffhanger? Really don't know. Look, attaching really don't know is not an invincible cheat key. You may not have been caught by the AI, but you've been caught by my eyes, so go cool your head for about 30 minutes. Teaming with Grace, she naturally began something that looked more like relationship counseling than information gathering. Glancing at the stream I had opened in a corner of my view, I could feel laughter about to leak out. The viewers were still unaware that Grace and I had crossed a certain line, and watched as if they were viewing a web drama. Indeed, the love stories of NPCs, who seemed more human than actual humans and were beautiful to boot, were bound to attract interest. Roland? This is a place mercenaries often come to drink. Let's go in. Yeah, sounds good. Lily led me to a shabby inn while I was watching the stream on the side and following her. It was obviously more worn down than the inn we had booked rooms in, but judging by the loud, bustling voices bursting out, it seemed like a place heavily frequented by mercenaries. Creak. As we pushed open the unoiled wooden door, for a brief moment, all eyes converged on us. Although Lily, being a star-bearing beauty, attracted attention, no mercenary dared to start trouble or strike up a conversation, seeing that we were openly carrying weapons. Perhaps because it's a city with many merchants, there were probably more escort requests than hunting or war ones. Seems like they had to temper their attitudes a bit to earn money. 3 more beers here. Yuhei, so I picked up the tab and that woman was gulping down. What the hell, it's not the mercenary who's gone missing, but the client. Shit. This request really went south. As mercenaries noisily voiced their complaints, a small boy rushed over as we took a seat at a table. Welcome. What can I get for you two? 2 Alesh, and enough sausage for 2 to eat well. Yes sir. The boy, occasionally glancing at the large man at the counter, perhaps this is a family run-in, poses a question to us. Without me saying anything, Lily naturally orders 2 Alesh. The menu isn't particularly important, so I nod without further comment and focus on the chatter of the mercenaries around us. Did you hear? A ship heading from the western port to the northern port sank. Ha, these damned pigs raising the passage fee these days. The boss upstairs seems to want to bulk up a bit. You thinking of going? That damn, when will we get to touch silverware? Done so many requests already. There's a street behind the Rusty Horseshoe Inn where the harlots gather. Leaning back lazily in the chair and stretching out while waiting for the food, the surrounding din of diverse conversation reaches us. From gossip and banter to drunken grumblings and joyful revels. The tales weaving through this inn, common to adventurers, were varied. Of course, I don't expect to find a perfect clue about Lily's missing party members by doing this. What I want is just 2 things. 1, people complaining about orc sightings or attacks by unknown beings, and second, someone who might trigger Han Seo's quest window. It's natural to take advantage of having a player with a quest window in the team. Roland, should we try talking to those guys who mentioned the missing client? It seems the most relevant, at least. Well, we should at least try to find some clues. As the small boy, holding a glass as big as his own head, wobbles over, I rise from my seat and head towards a secluded table. A trio of mercenaries sat at an old weathered table, a woman with red short hair, a bald man with a goatee, and a young man with brown shaggy hair. Seeing all three casually resting their chins on the table, hands idly hovering over their weapons, I sharply slapped a coin onto the table, making a distinct clink. Naturally, my hand held a single gold coin. Oh dear, a valuable guest we have. What is it? Got a story you want to hear? The bald man and the young man turned towards me, chuckling softly, lured by the lustrous gold coin now laid bare on the table. Simultaneously, their hands moved naturally from their weapons to their drinks. In the Knights division, ranks are divided based on swordsmanship and magic skills. For mages, ranks are determined by mana control and magical research achievements. For adventurers, ranks change based on the monsters they can handle. However, for mercenaries, the standard is straightforward and clear: it's money. Whether it's individual skills or increasing scale, when a mercenary completes tasks, builds trust, and gets their hands on big money, their rank goes up. Put differently, when a gold coin is offered like this, they are most easily swayed. Even if a stranger sits at the table or a suspicious person starts a conversation, if a mercenary can grab a gold coin without working for it, they'll gladly give at least a nod of acknowledgement. There's something I want to ask. Oh, the rich brother is asking us, mere middle-level mercenaries. You were talking earlier, about a client who disappeared. I want to know where they might have gone and what might have happened. It's a common story that a mercenary, without enough built trust, takes the money and runs. Since mercenaries buy their ranks with money and trust, just as novice adventurers might let their guard down and be killed by a goblin, low-grade mercenaries might take the request fee and flee the city without doing the work. However, it's an almost unheard-of story for a client to vanish while hiring a mercenary. If someone can afford to hire mercenaries, they are likely to have significant influence. Such individuals would normally maintain trust by paying a cancellation fee instead of souring their relationship with the mercenaries guild. Ah, that? It was a bit unusual. It was like gossiping, but speaking would bring in more money than their requests. Just speaking gave them a gold coin, so they had no reason to lie, especially to someone who just gave away a gold coin so casually. Thus, the three began to freely share their experience. Originally, the three of us were going to join a merchant caravan headed west. Instead of a large caravan, we decided to take a request from a group of peddlers who were traveling at the same time. Peddlers? Yes. They're not a merchant caravan, but individuals who have formed a guild. They carry small volume goods like mana stones, jewelry, and accessories for nobles or wealthy commoners. There's no need to transport them by carriage, so they each carry a pack and travel together. Madmen, walking without horses or carriages. The young man chuckled tipsily, lobbing a casual comment our way while my eyes naturally met with Lily's. This meant that merchants carrying mana stones disappeared with word, right? Much like Lily's teammates. Where were these merchants coming from? They were from the west, that is, traveling through Count Morris territory from the port city to Erda. Our task was to escort from Erda to the capital city. Merchants carrying mana stones, missing, with ties to the western port city and Count Morris territory. At this point, it couldn't be a mere coincidence. We had casually chosen this tavern, a regular spot for Lily's party, and somehow hit the bullseye. Seeing my expression turn grave, and Lily's eyebrows furrowing in return, the mercenaries promptly pocketed the gold coin on the table. Hee, well, if by chance you knew the merchant, I apologize. Didn't mean to say it like that. Seeing our grave reactions to the merchant's story, they immediately shrank back. Even in drunkenness, they felt a pang of conscience for possibly offending a generous benefactor who had just laid down a gold coin. Seeing the three of them, whose characters seemed decent despite appearances, I casually waved reassurance before returning to our table. The little one, shuffling his feet, blushed as he hurriedly rushed over with a plate of sizzling sausages. It seems like he thought we'd dashed after only drinking the ale. Roland, what do you think? It looks pretty clear that there's a connection. Perhaps those orc brutes have set up in that area. Then it wouldn't be bad to visit the Merchants Guild tomorrow. Let's see if there are guild members whose communication was abruptly cut off. She, clutching her fork backward like a dagger, pierced a hot, oily sausage and chewed vigorously. Despite the shabby appearance of the establishment, a delicious scent of meat wafted pleasantly through the air. Looks like there's a reason it was popular. Should I call it a game patch? Even the sausages of such a cheap inn contained a bit of spice to neutralize any off flavors, and for that, I was immensely grateful. If this were some typical fantasy novel with lukewarm beer and rubbery chunks of meat, I might have turned the whole world upside down. Thinking like so, I swigged down some cool ale to wash away the oily residue in my mouth as Han Seya projected the quest window on her stream. Having listened to the complaints of a drunken mercenary, it seems that a group of peddlers has gone missing. Merchants dealing in jewelry, accessories, and mana stones, who even set up requests. The teammates of the woman who was transporting the mana stones also went missing in the same place. Ah. It seems like the quest got updated. Is it from Roland's side or maybe Irene's? You know well that 0% chance it was found by you. Forbes #1 gamer in figuring out the answer. Isn't it Roland's side? They have a 6 and someone familiar with the city, right? Forbes #1 mosquito that sucks the NPCs dry. I think the northern brat's just wandering around while Irene takes care of her. Han Saa's chat is causing a ruckus in the corner of the view. It's not even been an hour since we all scattered, and yet it's become even more chaotic. Since the quest window has been updated, we can fill our stomachs and head back. Casually glancing around, Lily, who had been observing my face from across the table, threw a question my way. Did you hear something from the mercenaries at that table as well? No, I just listened out of curiosity, but it doesn't seem particularly relevant. Being a high-level adventurer, she seems to catch everything, from the rolling of my eyeballs to the shift in my gaze. Still, she does not know of the system holograms or the stream. I'll turn off the stream and we can return to the inn. Ray Translations. Daily Life Knowledge donated 10,001. In the back alley of the Rusty Horseshoe Inn in the small city of Erda, there are prostitutes known for their excellent service. Did you know about that? Hey, you really? Roland, come quick. Did you hear something? After gorging on sausages, the already gathered party members were waiting at the inn. Han Seya and Grace seemed to have asked traders at the stalls, while Irene and Katie went and asked priests and believers at the temple. I shared the story we heard in the inn with the ladies, who hadn't found out anything particularly valuable. Merchants coming from the west with mana stones have put out a request for escort, but then contact was lost with them. It seems like the orcs are ignoring larger caravans and targeting smaller merchants and travelers. Even though orcs attack mindlessly, they have enough intelligence to count numbers. They might charge when they simply outnumber the opponent, but they can distinguish between large caravans and small-scale merchants. If there's a strategist among them who knows how to flee from the Aberna forest, they might be gathering mana stones. Though it's unclear what orcs would use mana stones for, but still. Everyone nodded at the suggestion to head to the Merchants Guild tomorrow to hear more from the merchants. No one seemed to have heard any related stories, so there were no opposing opinions. So, we'll head to the Merchants Guild tomorrow morning. Since the keyword that updated Han Seya's quest window was mercenary, both she and I know the answer. Everyone nodded without complaint and headed towards the floor with the bedrooms. Being the only man, I took the one-person room. Grace and Han Seya whispering, took the two-person room. Kind Irene took Lily and Katie into the three-person room. Grace in pajamas or Irene in pajamas. Might need to think a lot about where to place the camera. It takes only a moment to fall into hell, behave yourselves. Curious about what the northern brat is doing, show us the three-person room. What? You think she's bouncing around on the bed? Nope, absolutely not showing. I'm ending stream and starting it back up when we proceed with the quest tomorrow. Streamer of this era, God Seya donated 10,001. Teacher, may I confess that I've always admired you? Ah, it's a confession. Damwenka *. With Han Seya's playful shout and gesture, the stream turns black, and the viewers, unable to accept the situation, flood the chat with chaos. Of course, the person who should listen to those complaints has already disappeared, so the chat's fervor quickly fades. So, today. Roland, beside. Regardless of the viewers venting their fierce anger into the void, Hansea reveals her innermost desires immediately upon ending the stream. Even though there are cleaning magic tools, the soundproofing is terrible. It was an old but neatly maintained spacious single room. Though traces of lingering footsteps revealed the passage of time, there were no protruding splinters or creaky wooden boards. The floor was smoothly polished, and the walls and ceiling were immaculately kept, making for a comfortable stay. Oh. The three-person room is a bit far away, so it's fine, right? Unless you, call out Roland's name at night, the other mercenaries. Lower your voice. Hey, even if Roland is superhuman, he won't hear us whispering like this, right? Surely, he wouldn't enhance his body with mana while resting in the inn. If there was a problem, it might be that the soundproofing was woefully inadequate compared to a superhuman's physical senses. Even just lying comfortably in bed without strengthening my body with mana, I could hear Hansea and Grace's voices clearly. It seems like the design has the bed of the single room on the right and the bed of the double room on the left, with only a single wall separating them closely. So, if there were no wall, Hansea and Grace's heads would be right beside mine. Measuring the distance, it was approximately less than 1 m. No matter how much they tried to suppress their voices, with a wooden wall between us, their voices were too easy to hear with my superhuman body. But, Hannah. Yes. Hansea, perhaps eager to push Grace into my room and peek inside, has a playful cheeky edge to her voice. However, her voice quickly falters at Grace's question. Don't you have any thoughts? Thoughts about what? About doing it with Roland. I guess she thinks I'm not listening since she instantly launches a counterattack. Even though Grace becomes a shy girl in front of me, normally she is like a sassy older sister character. I also realize that she can be very brazen. From what I see, you seem to like him more than I do. It's a bit suspicious. Maybe you want to join in? No. That's, Hey, don't shout. If you do that, Roland might wake up. This girl's talk, which ought to be private, flows from beside my head like a radio, providing an entertaining listen. The two, once whispering, now seem to have entirely forgotten him in the next room, as their voices raise to a normal level. They talk like sisters, even consulting each other about their love lives, appearing very open. Hansea, playing the older sister, continuously nudges and probes, only to be counterattacked with an offensive full of crude jokes. The only problem might be that the crude jokes Grace knows are based on her experiences with me. Hannah, are you asleep? Hee, pretending to be asleep, huh? She seems to have saved and logged out. Ray translations. The night passed quietly without Grace visiting my room. In the morning, after Hansea logged in and we gathered on the first floor of the inn, we agreed that while the lodging was decent, the food was somewhat lacking. Let's go to the Merchants Guild as we discussed yesterday. Sure, I've taken on a few requests here so I know where it is. We headed out to the street together, having barely satisfied our hunger with a soup that felt rather mediocre compared to Irene's cooking. Even though the meal was subpar, everyone seemed to be in a good mood, fresh from using a magic shower tool. The moment our party stepped onto the street, ting. Hansea's stream turned on. Hello, everyone. Today's stream will start with us visiting the Merchants Guild to gather some information. If you're not sure what's going on, the chatterboxes in the chat might kindly tell you about the linked quest, or not. Damn, only 10 seconds in. That's true. Why aren't you showing us your pajama outfits? Why am I not showing it? I want to keep the good stuff to myself. Anyway, let's make some progress on the linked quest. The streets, filled with merchants and mercenaries, were busy even in the early morning. Carts lined up, blocking the narrow roads, and rough curses flew from the mouths of mercenaries upon seeing this, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish commute. I, armored, took the lead, forging through the densely packed crowd, with the rest of our group closely huddled behind me. Feeling like a salmon swimming upstream, I nudged people aside to make our way forward. Hey, damn. Don't push, you son of a dash. Who the hell is that? It was no surprise that a variety of harsh responses erupted when I, being both large and broad-shouldered, pushed people aside with my heavily armored body. Of course, in the chaotic flow of the human river, no actual quarrels broke out. Mercenaries shoved aside by the shoulder would merely swing a fist in the air, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Since not everyone was stupid enough to verbally abuse a person armored head to toe, no particular incidents occurred. I wish I had inventory magic. Usually, pickpockets are a problem in places like this. Pickpockets? Yeah. If you're not storing your belongings with magic like Hannah, little guys slip hands into your pockets in a crowd like this. Like now. Lily, almost as if she was pulling a carrot, swiftly lifted a young pickpocket, who appeared to be no older than 10, by the wrist from the crowd. It must have taken some courage to target a group that included a fully armored warrior, a woman with a spear, and another woman in a nun's robe. Lily, who had reclaimed her wallet from the inexperienced-looking youngster, nonchalantly set him back down into the crowd. Catching them and handing them over to the guards only results in seeing them get roughed up, without anything actually happening. If we don't catch them, they pick our pockets, and if we show mercy, at most, people will talk about it. Truly troublesome little pests. Oh dear. Irene felt sympathy for the pickpocket rolling on the dirt floor. However, she froze upon seeing the pickpocket, who quickly stood up avoiding people's feet and put his hand in a passing merchant's pocket while he was at it. Street kids growing up in a much harsher environment than the city of adventurers have a vitality comparable to weeds. You can catch pickpockets as a senior adventure, but I got completely robbed. Dash. There's an inventory, how'd you get robbed? There are quite a few kids who roleplay. Since the game has high freedom, all kinds of perverts pop out. I wall climbed the outside of the tower on the first day. Being restricted to no inventory is nothing, lol. Finally, the pickpocket kid, having swiped a clinking coin purse, disappeared into the crowd, with shouts of "thief dash" echoing through the bustling people. Only after the party silently handed over their belongings, such as waste pouches and lanterns, to Han Sea did we arrive at the Merchants Guild. Piercing through the crowd, we arrived at a wide open space. Numerous carriages were neatly arranged here. People in uniforms, people in silk clothes, and shabby-looking peddlers were mixed together haphazardly. Over there, that large building at the end of the square. You can tell just by the sign. A tall and large building made of dark gray stone and a spacious sign outlined with metal. The picture of a purse full of gold coins carved into the sign communicates that the building is related to merchants. As dozens of people busily entered through the large main gate, what met their eyes was a brightly decorated lobby, like a noble's mansion. From the large landscape paintings hanging on the walls, magical tools emitting light from within finely crafted glass crystals, to the sparkling armors and vibrant porcelain hung on the walls like a museum. The party naturally shrinks back, just as the guild intended. There are so many people. They must be incredibly busy, right? Don't worry, these folks are merchants after all. Irene, could you stand at the front? Beside me. Sure, I understand. Merchants are as sensitive to money as mercenaries. We aren't dressed shabbily and they wouldn't get greedy just at the sight of gold coins. In the first place, merchants, who live off trust, wouldn't dare to hassle a group with a nun. As sensitive as they are to money, they are to superstitions, too. As if to confirm my thoughts, a woman welcomes us with a poised posture. A beautiful woman, dressed in attire resembling a black suit and wearing round glasses, bows gently toward us. Sneaking a peek at Han Sea's stream window, it seems like this character must have some stars attached to her. Welcome to the Erda Merchants Guild. How may I assist you today? We need information about merchants who started out from the western port city. Information, you say? After turning off the stream window of Han Sea, which has gotten noisy upon the beautiful office lattice appearance, I gazed into the sparkling eyes behind those round glasses. When our eyes met so straightforwardly, I felt like I couldn't look away. The eyes of a merchant, fearlessly meeting mine, scrutinizing and calculating, are familiar. Aren't they the eyes I've encountered most during these 10 years of saving and spending money on magical tools? Information. Not bad. But those eyes are a bit strange. They aren't eyes that weigh people and information on a mental scale to price them, but eyes that hold passion in an unexpected direction. Wondering what this was all about, I fiddled with the gold coins in my pocket, debating whether to press her with money, when Han Seh's voice rang out from behind. Huh? What, there's such a title. Is this straight up an NPC for that content? But she's a merchant. At her absurd shout, I involuntarily turned the stream window back on. Satisfying curiosity comes first. Thus, I came to know the identity of the NPC in front of us. Tu Lude Violetta. Damn it, she said she was a merchant. In games, especially in character gacha games, the title before a character's name summarizes their abilities. Grace, who became a forest stalker after obtaining a detection passive as a novice ranger, Katie, known as the Sword Princess, a skilled swordsman and the daughter of the Northern Duke, Irene, the hidden saint candidate raised in a temple, and myself, gradually converting mana into divine energy, Paladin Roland. On the other hand, there are titles that emphasize a character's personality or traits rather than abilities, such as Ambitious Charlotte and Maid Mari. Information isn't a product I specialize in, but a conversation between just the two of us should be fine. So, this bespectacled lady in front of me is. Ah, I'm so excited, straight to the west I go. Why are you the only one happy? 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 Today we run straight to the west, Rusty Horseshoe Back Alley, Merchant Guild. Idiots, you run there and it'll be Ironwall Lady Violetta. Don't hit me with facts, they hurt. She's certainly a character. A vivid red tongue sneakily pops out, wickedly licking her plump lips before disappearing, setting the chat aflame. Eyes curving devilishly, a tiny mole below one, movements that are both elegant and lascivious, stroking my hand seductively then withdrawing. If the ladies in the capital saw this, they'd likely tear their handkerchiefs in jealousy at the mingling of elegance and vulgarity in her movements. Of course, her seduction was easily thwarted. Even before I could respond, Lily and Grace, who had stepped forward on either side of me, began speaking instead. Lily looked slightly displeased and Grace intervened with urgency. But there was something they hadn't noticed. Oh my. The three of us, or maybe four. Let's just talk here. Lude Violetta's heated gaze isn't just over my forearms, but also Grace's sternum and the nape of Lily's neck, hidden by her hair. If we're swept along like this, Han Seh's stream might become dangerous in another sense. Even though virtual reality games have emerged and streams require adult certification due to nearly 100% realistic implementation, it's obvious that you can't openly have S**X on air. More threatening than the 30th floor boss monster, she licked her lips again. The Predator's eyes flicked over not just me, Grace, and Lily, but also Han Seh and Katie, who were assessing the situation from behind, and Irene. Grace seems unable to even imagine a woman targeting another woman, but Lily, sensitive to gazes, immediately shrank back her previously confident shoulders. It seemed she never imagined receiving such a lascivious look from another woman. A gold coin for just a story? You've got quite the generous hands. I've always liked big hands. Fingers too, thick. Merchants and mercenaries, having set out from the western port city and passing through the territory of Count Morris to arrive at Erda, have reportedly lost contact after leaving behind escort requests. It's also rather hard. I like it even more. Laying down a gold coin, I firmly stated what I wanted, unwilling to be swayed. Subtle sexual innuendos aside, she was definitely a member of the Merchants Guild, snaking around our words and steering the conversation to continue on her terms. Ordinary clerks wouldn't act this way in front of a customer with a gold coin, so perhaps she is someone of stature. It seems like a monster, adept at evading the gaze of the kingdom's knights, has been attacking passing merchants. I request your cooperation for a smooth investigation. The knights? And a senior adventurer as well? As I continued, placing a senior adventurer badge next to the gold coin, the atmosphere with Violetta sharply shifted. She began to move busily, as if she had something like a calling device, tapping on something with buttons. She then pulled out documents to read, gesturing as she did so. Ray translations. What was that all about? A very unique individual. But they certainly knew how to get things done, right? An actual talent in the guild. Lily scratched her nape, seemingly puzzled, her neatly tied ponytail swaying gently. Although she has resolved all sorts of monster and client issues as an adventurer and mercenary, this is probably her first time being sexually harassed by another woman. Irene and Katie, who didn't understand all the sorts of vulgar insinuations about preferring big, thick hands and liking things to be rigid, gave naive responses. Of course, the viewers, comprehending all too well, let their imaginations run wild. As expected from Han Se-ah, top streamer here at Future TV. Big hands, thick fingers, and something hard is preferable. Noted. Keep noting, UF*CKs have no place to use that info. There's gotta be others, right? I'm going to do a kingdom tour just in case. No one seems interested in the quest. So what can you do? Donated 5,001. Since it's by an NPC and not a viewer, you don't know how to fight back, huh? Aish, I never thought I'd be #1 in a VR game and get hit on by a female NPC. Can you just shut up? Lewd comments aside, she was competent as her stars suggested, smoothly providing information in exchange for gold coins. Thanks to her, Han Se-ah's quest window updated, and we quickly exited the Merchants Guild building, hiring a coachman and heading west again. As soon as the transaction was over, she invited Han Se-ah to come for tea in the evening. Han Se-ah, not imagining that her sights would cross over to her, stuttered and fled star. Consequently, clips of her titled "Streamer Gets Sexually Harassed" started trending on the forum. What kind of place is Count Morris territory? It has direct trade with a port city, so there's quite a bit of seafood. Of course, most of it is salted fish or dried food. Thanks to that, penniless mercenaries chew on cheap dried fish instead of jerky, chewing it till their breath stinks. We did too. While Han Se-ah seethes at the clip of herself that has spread, and I sneakily watch it, chuckling, Lily describes the next destination to the group. Following the small city of Erda, which connects the central and western parts of the kingdom, our destination is Count Morris's territory, where Lily's party had been traveling to. It's a large domain, fully equipped with an adventurer's guild, a mercenaries guild, and even a magic tower. As merchants frequently come and go, there's a merchants guild and a mercenaries guild, and to the north, there's a wasteland occupied by orcs, so there's an adventurers guild too. As adventurers explored the wasteland and hunted orcs, mages gathered to research and reclaim the land, establishing a branch of the magic tower, making it a perfect place to sell surplus mana stones. Fish snacks instead of jerky. Would that be tasty? Not at all. It's something the poor eat. Just like there's jerky made from cheap, leftover meat, fish snacks that mercenaries eat are hastily dried from poor quality fish flesh, so it's full of a fishy smell. Just hearing about it is dreadful. It makes me even less eager to try fish I've never eaten before. Grace, you have never eaten fish before? Well, I was born and raised in the mountains, a daughter of a hunter's family. I've had more than my fill of meat, but never fish. Why would a merchant bring fish all the way to my village? Katie, you're from a noble family, have you tried it? I'm from the north. Even though we have a harbor, the fish distribution in the north isn't very active. It's rare to find someone who has eaten seafood unless they're from the west, right? Although the conversation went off in an irrelevant direction, it was evidence that Katie had integrated well into our party. The viewers' hearts were filled with awe at the somewhat mature image of the northern brat engaging with people when the carriage slowly comes to a stop. It seems like we've arrived at a small village that serves as a midway point. Before the door is opened, the smoke gently rising from a small hut visible through the carriage window gives off a cozy country village vibe, like those from a fantasy tale. We've arrived at a resting place. This village has only one inn, so you can get a room and rest there. Ah, yes. However, it seems there is an inn for passing travelers. The coachman must have chosen this route because of the inn. The coachman, familiar with this area, naturally directs the horses toward the inn stable. We watch for a while before entering. It's distinctly smaller than inns in the City of Adventurers or the small city of Urda. In a meager inn with only 3 tables, we are the only patrons aside from one other. Welcome, how many rooms shall I get you? A plump old lady, possibly without any other staff, languidly poses the question from behind the counter. Maybe there are multiple paths one can take from Urda to Count Morris territory, making customers rare. We sat down at the least dirty table, with only dust accumulated and no food scraps to be seen, and ordered 3 rooms and meals. While inns with magic tools are luxurious, boasting a quality on par with modern business hotels, below that, the quality drops to the point where you wonder if there's any difference between it and a stable. Is this a village where you die if you clean? Ah, this place needs a mop. Someone wipe away the filth. Mop. Wipe. That's too lewd, ban them asterisk. The kids just gawk at the carriage, seems like everyone's lost their taste. While everyone was stretching and retrieving their purses and the like, which had been left with Han Sea in the city, the inn door opened with a bang and someone rushed in. Hey, mercenaries have come. Oh my, elder. Village chief, just a moment. A wrinkled old man, leaning on a cane, ran over. He looks like he's about to give a quest. An elderly man with wrinkled skin and a few young men following him, concerned, burst through the inn's door. The innkeeper, startled by the abrupt entrance, sprang to his feet with wide eyes. However, the old man, disregarding him, dashed toward us. More precisely, toward me, clad in armor. Oh dear, can knight sir. I am not a knight. Whether it's due to his advanced age or some psychological shock, the old man clings to me, mistaking me for a knight. The young men following him anxiously circle around. They want to stop him but can't seem to bring themselves to physically restrain him. Perhaps it's a given considering that, as a village chief in such a small settlement, he would likely hold nearly absolute power among the residents. Moreover, seeing the chief's face, it seems something significant must have happened in the village. Is this the linked quest or an added side quest? Are there wolf riders around this village too? Really lol, every time we come to a small village, it's being threatened by orcs. It's like always being told to pick herbs in RPGs. Wawa, oh great hero, please collect some firewood from the mountain behind. Even the viewers, observing via the stream, speculated that he'd offer a quest under the guise of a request. Han Sea, perhaps sharing this expectation, began to film the chief's face as if conducting an interview, with the camera zooming into his expression. The elderly village chief, trying to kneel and cling to me, the youths, restless yet unable to separate him from me, and my party, standing beside and behind me, trying to listen to the chief's words. The peculiar standoff between the two groups ended when the chief truly knelt, grabbing at the hem of my garment. Please, accept our request. Sir. These people are merely guests traveling west. Silence, all of you. Contrary to his frail and slight physique, the chief bellowed, making the inn echo with his roar. He shoved aside the youths trying to restrain him, and again latched onto me. With gleaming eyes and a foamy, shouting mouth, he had on a bizarre appearance. Like someone inflicted with rabies. Instinctively clenching my fist, the quick-witted village youths rushed back, forcibly dragging the chief away as he resisted. As if being wrongfully arrested, his arms held, being dragged away, the elderly chief continued to cry out desperately. Straining his throat, hoarsely yelling so we could all hear. Our people, the young ones, they've disappeared. I'm sure it's the work of orcs. Those creatures, they are coming back. Sir. Ben and Paul went to the neighboring village for trade, remember? Ah, I'm so sorry. He's not usually like this. He's just anxious because his son, who went trading, has not returned. Instead of the dragged-away chief, a fair-skinned, stout, and simple-looking youth bowed his head, explaining the situation to us. Being a small village, the chief's son worked as a peddler, traveling to procure goods and was considerably late in returning, he explained. Village residents seem unbothered, having never seen monsters, let alone wild beasts, in the vicinity. They casually speculate whether there's been a delay due to how busy it is or due to hitting the jackpot. However, the elderly village chief, having experienced raiding orcs from the wasteland, bandit groups targeting the village, and wandering monsters passing by in his lengthy life, is anxious. Hannah, what do you think? Me. After listening to the chief and watching the departing young people, a question was thrown at Han Seya. Abruptly interrupted from reading the chat. Yes, as our party's mage and leader, what do you think? Do you think the orcs we saw attacked people around here, or is it just the old chief's trauma? Well, I think. It's obvious, but I'm not asking because I believe in the genius mage Han Seya's conjecture. I'm asking whether there has been a change in the ongoing linked quest window after hearing the chief's story. To answer my question, Han Seya naturally rolls her eyes, pretending to think, and her finger, resting on her chin, flickers to move the hologram window. She thinks I don't notice, but I have her stream open. The quest window. Oh, wasn't it originally about mercenaries? The narrow path leading from Erta to the domain of Count Morris. A large misfortune seems to have struck the tiny village seldom visited by outsiders. What exactly is the reason they attack only adventurers and traveling merchants? Why are you asking us about your quest? LOL. Your memory is really bad. The place where the merchant client disappeared was mentioned as the same place where Lily's party disappeared. I thought it was another quest, but it seems to be the same questline. Things have changed. Orcs are roaming around this neighborhood now. True Money Lover donated 5,001. Don't fall for it. She's trying to frustrate you to snag donations. Oh, whoops. In my opinion, I think the chief is probably right. Remember how the Merchants Guild said there were no reports of caravan raids? It seems correct that the orcs are only targeting peddlers and travelers. Upon successfully utilizing the quest window and the chat, Han Seya voices her opinion and the group nods in agreement. If the orcs are targeting smaller parties, then there is a higher likelihood they would come toward such a small village rather than a well-protected central trade route. According to information handed over by the sly Violetta, gently caressing Lily's hand with her finger, while there were no raided caravans, the number of peddlers has noticeably decreased. It went unnoticed until we showed up. She noted how trade commission revenue had decreased to an extent. When you put it that way, it seems like Hannah might be right. I think so too. If the orcs are targeting weaker and smaller groups, they'd focus on small village inhabitants rather than cities. Just like wandering monsters prey on village livestock instead of wild animals, seeking easy prey is likely their instinct. Irene and Lily add a few words, agreeing with Han Seya's explanation. Grace and Katie, although silent, gently nod their heads. Excuse me. The person quietly calling us is the innkeeper, who has been lingering silently at the counter for a while now. Approaching hesitantly, he tightly closes his eyes and deeply bows his head. If you think there might be orcs, could you perhaps take a look around the village? I don't have much saved up, but, I also run a grocery store in this village. I have some rations for adventurers, so I can give you that and some money. It seems like the village chief's son isn't the only one missing from the village. The village chief's son, the only one with a carriage, has been visiting neighboring villages and is about 3 days later than usual. The only son of the village's sole inn and grocery store went toward Erta with a young hunter friend but has not returned. No matter how you think about it, they've likely fallen victim to orcs. Glancing around at our party as we each exchange glances, Irene steps forward, swallowing nervously. I want to help. Her gaze is fixed on a small wooden statue, previously hidden by the burly innkeeper's physique. A statue of the goddess. Apparently, this stout innkeeper is a devout believer, with a prominent symbol of the goddess hanging boldly behind the counter. Upon closer inspection, something resembling a rosary is wrapped around his plump wrist. Our saint candidate, unable to ignore the suffering of ordinary citizens, couldn't refuse the innkeeper's request. Oh, thank you so much, sister. Well, although I said that. If you want to, then of course. And Han Seya, of course, isn't brave enough to refuse the request of a 5 healer. Ray translations. Exploring around the village isn't difficult. Just like when I found the girl who disappeared near Grace's village, all I had to do was run around quite wildly. Moreover, today, while not quite to my level, the firm-footed Lily is also joining us. 2 senior adventurers stepping out just to search for orcs is quite an overkill. However, if there were to be a problem, it'd be this annoying camera that's like a thorn in my side. So, Roland and Grace will. No, it's best if all 4 of us get involved to wrap this up quickly. Lily, Grace, Katie, and I will spread out in all directions to look for traces of them. Is that okay? If the orcs didn't raid the village, it means they are likely few in number. Plus, since I killed dozens of wolves, this area should be relatively safe. Really? Well, if Roland says so. I refute Hans's attempt to naturally pair me up with Grace again and push my opinion forward. Grace, who progressed from 3 to 4, has enhanced detection abilities and should be able to sense and flee from the orcs before they notice her. Similarly, Lily, despite also being a 4, has spent several years training with me in the tower and being a senior adventurer, shouldn't fall victim to orcs. What's somewhat concerning is Katie, who has the talent equivalent to a 4 but lacks experience. Attaching Irene to her should resolve that issue. I'll take the most dangerous, the north. Lily will take the west, Grace will handle the east, and Katie and Irene will take care of the south for our search. Is Grace okay on her own since she's an archer? Hannah. You know that I learned the skills of a ranger, right? And since the east is the direction we came from, I don't think it's particularly dangerous to search for traces there. Ah, right. Ah, right? You, seriously. Hey, sorry. I was just worried, so, what about me? Hansea, taking a light jab from Grace, tilts her head and asks me, ignoring the chat nominating her for Forbes and other industry rewards. I'll take you with me. The north has the highest likelihood of having traces, and I'm thinking of going much farther. If there's a shaman, you should be able to notice, Hannah. Huh. Of course, it's because of the quest window and minimap, but I'm planning to run at an absurd speed while carrying her like luggage. Although her blushing cheeks tell me what she's thinking, it'll be completely different from what she's imagining. The border of the wasteland to the north was empty, and there were a few wandering goblins on the western road that Lily took care of. There was another village nearby to the south that was expecting merchants, but according to the residents, they were later than usual. So, what remained was the east, where it looked like something had been discovered earlier on the stream. Grace, who returned the latest, plopped down on the inn table, her cheeks flushed. The innkeeper quietly brought her a glass of water. Thank you. Grace, who had been running quite far to find traces, took a sip of water and caught her breath. Then she exhaled and started to smack her lips. At least, it seems like I found some traces. Not of orcs, but of a pack of wolves. But since those who attacked us before rode wolves, it could be them. Yes, I haven't heard any stories about wolves in this village or the neighboring ones. Indeed, orcs were orcs, they left many traces. Even if they secretly fled to the west to avoid the knights, it seemed only the boss monster was smart, the orcs remained dim-witted. After all, just watching them charge in line on wolves, dying one by one, made that clear. Even goblins, when seeing their comrades die like that, would panic, shrieking in fear and losing all semblance of order. But orcs, when their comrades died from hitting me, became angry and came at me in the same way. About 20 of such creatures wandering around would undoubtedly leave plenty of traces. Wolf footprints impressed upon the dry land, traces of shrubs and bushes having been hacked down, wolf fur stuck to tall grass, and excrement left on the ground. It seems they moved northeast from this village. The traces are quite old, so there are breaks in between, but some of the marks were very clear. So northeast means towards the wasteland again. They might have allied with the orcs in the wasteland. If there is a smart one among them, they might try to unite the scattered orc tribes. Everyone nodded in agreement to Katie's words. Even if the creature wasn't one that popped out of the tower, the story was plausible. The concept of the orc race itself seemed to be nomadic marauders with significantly lowered IQs. A race that doesn't know how to farm, so they domesticate and ride wild beasts, living by pillaging and eating humans. Whoever came up with this frame, it has a familiar taste, like a fear of the Mongols star. Furthermore, barbaric tribes living in rough and barren environments, usually scattered, but uniting under a special leader is also a kind of cliché. Entities like orc lords or orc generals have been seen over and over again in novels and games, haven't they? Yes, Katie's words make sense. These are the ones who fled from a place as comfortable and prosperous as the Aberna forest to avoid the eyes of the knights. They must be aiming for something. So, shall we go explore the northeast right away? The sun will set soon, will it be okay? We can rest here for the rest of the day and explore in the morning. Katie, who spoke out thinking that there must be something that the orcs are aiming for, immediately suggested pursuing them. Maybe a bit excited due to a sense of duty and obligation as a noble and as an adventurer. I asked for the opinions of the other members. Every time they catch my slowly moving gaze, the members slightly nod. Perhaps because victims have already emerged, their eyes are full of zeal. I'm not tired from exploring for just a few hours in terrain more comfortable than the tower. I'm fine, Roland. We only listen to the complaints of the villagers. Since there are people suffering, it would be best to hurry our steps. I don't mind either, since Roland carried me around. No one here would back out alone. If we suggest to go and rest in this atmosphere, won't we be branded sociopaths lacking in humanity? If we rested, we'd have gotten attacked by the stream Lolo. Seriously, if we found a clue, why not proceed, haha. If the stream stopped here, I would have turned into Thanos and snapped. The compassion of a saint, the duty of a noble, the friendship that wants to find their companions, empathy for villagers threatened by monsters, and the need for quick progress to prevent the popularity of the stream from plummeting. Various reasons gathered in one place and moved them. When the sun sets soon, we'll have to fight relying on Hannes light magic. Fortunately, the weather is clear, so it would be nice if the moonlight is bright. Yeah, leave it to me. A burden attached to the side versus a dazzling performance as a light source. Just consider Han Se-ah as a walking spotlight. Isn't clatter clatter better than plod plod asterisk? Is Han Se-ah producing it? So erotic star. Chat deleted by mod. You, get out of here. Seriously, you went too far. Ray translations. The path we used to travel from Erta to this small village was a narrow dirt road, just wide enough for a single carriage to pass. The unpaved road, flanked by steep, tree-covered hills on both sides, looked like a prime spot for an ambush. There were steep ridges covered with bushes on the left, and dense foliage spreading out on the right, making it a terrain where even the most ignorant orc could lie in wait. However, while the terrain is ideal for hiding, it's also perfect for being tracked. In the blue bushes, there were clear signs of forced passage, and the small bushes had broken stems or sharp claw marks. On the barren hill, devoid of plants, wolf paw prints remained clearly visible. They crossed this ridge to scout and then turned back. Is it their strategy to attack when they spot someone from the highest hill? They're riding wolves, so maybe they're using scent to track. Thanks to the very clear traces left behind, we, who knew the path the creatures had taken, followed their footsteps over the hill. According to Grace's analysis, this group was slightly smaller than the one that got trashed by me last time, with around 10 members. If they travel in packs of about 20 near small cities, and around 10 near small villages, is this also calculated and organized by their leader? Roland? There are bloodstains here. Villagers? Judging from the wreckage of the carriage, it might be a small group of peddlers. But something seems off. After crossing a few hills, the sharp, rancid smell of blood wafted towards us. Descending from a hill, we saw a small carriage, shattered and collapsed, and a horse carcass at a crossroad leading to another village. The horse's carcass was gruesomely torn, its hide ripped and shredded, perhaps devoured by wolves, and its head was rolling in the distant bushes in a horrible state. The carriage seemed more like a pile of lumber than a carriage, as if it had been axed with the intention of making firewood. Meanwhile, Grace, undisturbed by the sight, stepped over the horse corpse and poked at the shattered carriage debris with her toe. What's up? There are no human corpses. Look, there's no cargo that should be in the wagon either. So, the orcs didn't just loot the goods, they also kidnapped the people. Like that lady knight back then. Katie mentioned the lady knight we had rescued last time in response to Grace's words. Katie, scratching her cheek, began to explain about the strange behavior of the orcs to Lily, who looked at her full of questions. Orcs appearing on the 20th floor of the tower exhibited peculiar behavior, such as kidnapping a lady knight and seemingly targeting nobles. These creatures seemed to have escaped from the Aberna forest, avoided the eyes of the knights, and appeared to be heading west. To be honest, it's a pretty far-fetched story. Right? I found it hard to believe at first too. I never expected a knight to be imprisoned under the hut of an orc shaman. Well, I can't accuse you guys, who are helping me, of lying. But what is it that these guys want? We'll find out once we catch them. This time, it was not a knight but villagers that the orcs had kidnapped. They had taken people and even killed horses and destroyed a carriage, leaving more intense traces behind. The bloody wolf tracks continue in this direction. They came from that direction and then headed this way. The bloodied wolf fur left blatantly in the bushes makes it easy to track. Man, aren't these orcs too obvious about being orcs? They're scary face to face, but following them, they seem so dumb. Meeting them at a low level, they're like a newbie slicer with sturdy equipment and high strength. Newbie slicers are usually equipped with combat power measurement devices for mid-level and below *. Even a villager could track this, lol. There weren't specific traces of humans being carried on the wolves, but the wolves, after feasting on 2 horses without cleaning up, had passed through the underbrush. The broken underbrush and the wolf fur soaked in blood, scattered everywhere, were as clear as a painted cat's paw prints. The direction? Unsurprisingly, towards the boundary of the wastelands. The blood of the horses hasn't even dried yet. It seems like less than half a day has passed. Even if we catch up and find them, we'll have to hold back until we find their main base. That's right. Eradicating the evil in front of us is not as important as eliminating the source. That's how we ensure the safety of the villagers. Following the wolf tracks and crossing another hill, a small dust cloud is visible in the distance. It seems the wolves were feasting while the orcs took a break. They were just in front of us all along.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.